Guys, good morning. But also, I'm fucking dead, guys. I just realized something. You know the Sanguinius react that I put up on my YouTube channel? I was just looking at it for a second. I was like, wait, something's wrong. And then I realized I misspelled Sanguinius in the thumbnail. I'm gonna cry. What do you mean I misspelled Sanguinius? Guys, okay, you know what? I should be checking these a lot harder. But oh my god, I misspelled Sanguinius. I'm gonna, oh my god. This is embarrassing. This is so embarrassing. Oh yeah, good morning guys, good morning. I'm sorry I was late. I fell asleep at my desk again. Don't at me, I do it on occasion. It's not good, don't do it. Yeah, he's got a gun now. He said Gunnius. Oh man. Yep, we're gonna learn about Necrons today. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Also, Frozen. I hope you have a safe flight. I hope you have the safest of flights. I hope you have a nice flight too. I hope people are nice on your flight, and not like weird. Cause like I remember like some of my flights were also like a little weird, and I was like, ooh. Actually, no, the last flight that I took, it was really nice. There was this like really nice like elderly guy sitting like next to me, and he kept asking me if I wanted peanuts. So I was like, cool, thank you. Good morning. When we learn about cyber dragons, we know everything about cyber dragons, because cyber dragons are piloted by the sexiest man in all of Yu-Gi-Oh. Hold on guys, give me a second. My leg's cramping. My leg is fucking cramping right now. Oh, I'm gonna cry. What do you mean? My leg started cramping. Are you okay? I'm okay. It's just that my leg is like... Do you guys ever have those moments, right? Where you're just like you're just kind of sitting down. Nothing's really happening. But then your legs just kind of like, hey, fuck you. And starts cramping. Guys, wait, don't make fun of me. Should I fix the Sanguinius thumbnail? So far, no one's mentioned it. Should I fix it? What do you guys think? I might fix it. I'll make it right. I'll make it right. We'll call him Sanguinius this time. No, it's funny. Leave it. No. What if people think I don't know how to spell? Wait. No, that's already a concern. That's already a concern that we do have. People think I don't know how to spell. It is very funny though that people always say that. Get some potassium. You know, that's what I heard. Like that's how you stop it. And like party, I probably should eat like a fuck ton of like bananas or something. Why are we on the wrong tabs constantly? But good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a nice. You guys are having a really nice morning. I took my ADHD meds. Did not take the other meds. But and I'm very sorry to say, I'm sorry to Naoto. I had to do it. I had to pop open the can of Monster prematurely. Good night, guys. Good night, good night. Thank you for being here. If you guys are going to bed right now, if you guys are doing stuff right now, good night, guys. Good night, good night. My favorite Xenos faction? I am curious. Because remember we learned a bit about, what's his name? Chaz in the Infinite? So, let's learn a little bit more about Necron today. You know? Good night. I mean, there's people who are going to bed right now because I think, what time zone is it? Like Europe? Not sure. It's my favorite Chaos faction. Ha. Peter Turbo. I like it when he fails upwards. It's very funny. It's 1 a.m. in Germany. Yep. It's 1 a.m. in Germany, that's why. No, I'm not ending the stream. We just started like 7 minutes ago. It spelled Sanguinius on Google. No, I know. It turns out I misspelled the thumbnail. Now I'm like embarrassed and like dying and like, you know, and I want to crawl into a hole because, oh man, I can't believe we misspelled Sanguinius. Ah! Okay. Should we start? Should we start, guys? Actually, no. Wait. Tyranids are not part of Chaos, right? So, I guess they're not a Chaos faction? I don't even know. But anyways, are you guys ready? Let's start watching the Necrons Deep Dive by Warhammer in 3, 2, 1. Oh! Hold on a second, it's not starting! Ah, this is embarrassing!
Of all the sentient species within the 40k universe, none of them are...
Hold on. Oh my god. First it doesn't start, and then it starts prematurely. I'm embarrassed. Win Glaciers is probably the most brain dead. Why are you contender for that position? Because of what I just did? Because of what I just did, that's why I'm probably like one of the most like brain dead in like glitch stars. Guys, if you like really aggressively no thoughts hit empty women, that's me. Have you watched it? We actually have watched Timeline by Trace in the Infinite. We've seen it before. It was a very good video. Continue. I'm not sure about energy continue paying my combat patrol once I'm home. Mood. You want to know something? I'm not even gonna lie. When I first saw like the Necrons, I thought it was the guy from Star Wars. I thought it was the guy with the arms from Star Wars. I was like, huh? But they're different people. So I'm like, what the heck?
Of all the sentient species within the 40K universe, none of them are quite as mysterious or as complex as the Necrons. Now, these are beings out of time, a species that should have been confined to the grave millions of years ago. They are a relic of a horrific time in the universe's history, where the entire galaxy was engulfed in the flames of war. Nowadays, the Necrons exist as a cautionary tale of what the quest for vengeance and immortality can bring. They are an absolutely ancient species, the oldest in the galaxy, in fact. And in the time of flesh and blood, nearly 60 million years ago, they waged an impossible war against godlike species known as the Old Ones. Now, their hatred of them was so severe that they were willing to sacrifice their very souls to see their enemies eradicated. They made deals with terrifying eldritch gods and traded everything for immortality. The once proud yet frail Necron tier shed their living forms in exchange for the undying metal bodies we know today.
Okay, chat, hear me out. What if we bought like a Necron and we made him a kawaii Necron? What do you guys think? How can we make the Necrons kawaii? What if we put like a little bow on like their forehead? Do you think that would make them really cute? Do you think that would make them like really, really cute? Should I get a small thing of them when I'm in America? I'm gonna get a really small thing of them in America. I don't think I'll buy a full army, I'll just buy the one. But we'll make a kawaii Necron.
And although originally betrayed and deceived by those very same gods, the Necrons would suffer no one above them and turned against their unholy masters, shattering and shackling them to their engines of war, turning their horrifying destructive abilities against those that would deny them as the masters of the physical universe. Now, these monsters at one point had been successful in conquering nearly the entire galaxy. They saw all life as beneath them and preyed on the living, feeding them to their gods like livestock. And then suddenly, they vanished. The unstoppable silver tide of death and horror that had enslaved gods and committed a million-year xenocide of unimaginable proportions disappeared without a trace, never to be seen again. Now, for millions of years, these stories were thought to be no more than a legend, a metaphor for the price of vengeance, or possibly even just a scary bedtime story that the Eldar would tell their children. But here in the 41st millennium, it has become apparent that these impossible tales were true, that the Necrons had returned, and they had come back to reclaim what was once theirs, and eradicate all that stood in their way.
When the Necron tier shed flesh and left death for lesser creatures, we thought of only freedom from fear and making kingdoms that would never die. We did not think of what else immortality would entail. We thought in terms of wars and destruction and conquest. But eternity also requires what you would call entertainment.
To engage the Necrons in battle is to fight death itself. Their undying legions harness some of the most advanced technology the galaxy has ever seen. They are arrogant and soulless and see all organic life as beneath them. Now, to stare into the glowing green eye sockets of the Necron is to see eons of hatred made manifest, to witness the rise and fall of countless empires, and to truly know the bitter price of hatred.
Okay, so would you say that Necrons are like generational haters? Because damn! Also, Vault, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. People may Hatsune Miku Necrons before Google it. Stop, really? Wait, that's funny. Wait, I kind of love it. Wait, I kind of love that. No, just one very long generation. No one hates better than the Necron, the inventors of racism. That's crazy! I kind of love them for... I kind of love that for them, though. Like, go off, King. Like, holy shit. I love that.
You would see the futility of struggle. How do you kill something that can't die? How do you wage war against something that is so more advanced than you? Then the most powerful weapons you can bring to bear are no better than sticks and stones. And how do you prepare for a war that can come from any direction at any moment, even from beneath your own feet? And what do you do when you realize that everything you've ever thought to be true was a lie? That your pathetic view of the superiority of your species and your claim to the universe was built upon nothing more than ignorance and wishful thinking? What do you do when the world your people have called home for millions of years, the one that birthed your species and whose value cannot be quantified? What do you do when you realize your people are nothing more than an infestation, a squatter that's overstayed its welcome? And what do you do when its true owners return to evict you? So if you've ever read anything about the Necrons, you've probably heard that their planets are normally referred to as tomb worlds. But what exactly is a tomb world? So you can honestly think of a tomb world as basically a planet-sized crypt, an eternal resting place of the Necrons. Each contain deep labyrinthian underground structures that can house millions of them, each one locked away in stasis for millions of years. Although the Necrons are sealed away deep in stasis, the halls of these structures are actively patrolled by their canoptic constructs. They maintain and repair the crypts and keep everything in working order, eagerly awaiting the return of their dormant masters. So even though these structures are slumbering, they're maintained by incredibly complex AI systems that monitor the Necrons and keep the complex safe from intruders. These worlds these structures are confined to were once ruled by the Necrons during the War in Heaven. However, since these structures have lain dormant for around 60 million years, many of them have been colonized by new species. You would have no way of knowing that you're on a tomb world until it comes online and the Necrons try to remove you. The process of which a tomb world can become active are numerous. It could be the result of a simple timer going off, geological activity that damages the structure, or even its AI detecting intrusive life forms within the confines of its halls. Now, it's not uncommon for eccentric and hopeful individuals to end up digging too deep within the surface of their world, seeking to mine natural resources only to discover the ancient crypt of the Necrons. Now, obviously hindsight is 2020 here, but the correct thing to do would be fill that hole back up and pretend you never saw anything. However, the greed of sentient species knows no bounds, and the promise of ancient alien archaeotech is too tempting to be resisted. Now, this simple act of curiosity is often the catalyst that spells the doom of many a world. Now, however a tomb world ends up becoming active, when an awakening is triggered, it's basically the apocalypse. The complex begins to rise from beneath the surface. Massive earthquakes across the planet devastate the population. Oceans drain away and lava boils to the surface. Now, amidst the calamity of natural disasters, the immortal killing machines begin to claw their way to the surface, rising up within the very foundation of their intruders' defensible structures. Quite often, this actually resembles something out of an old zombie movie. Undead robots literally rising from their graves to eradicate the living.
That sounds
Swarms of
scary.
alien constructs blotting out the sun, and long-dead lords rising from their graves to take command of their legions once again. In deafening silence, they ordered the destruction of the living and a cleansing of the unclean from their sacred world. The weapons these creatures wield are unlike anything humanity has ever encountered. It is seemingly as advanced as it is ancient. Mass-produced gauze weaponry that flays skin from the bone and can reduce the target to nothing more than atoms in mere moments.
Weaponry that does what now? Excuse me? Bro, this is like every horror movie where people try to like wake up the mummy, right? They're like, oh I am going to rob this tomb, and then you wake the mummy up and the mummy is like, I'm gonna curse you in like 10 generations, and then the people are like, oh shit, I fucked up. But also, what the hell? Dude, is this like basically is this basically like the entirety of the Mechanicus game? Is this just like Mechanicus? Like, isn't this just the plot of Mechanicus? So, if it isn't the person who fell asleep. Okay, I can't help it if I fall asleep. Also, yes, I've seen the, I googled the Hatsune Miku Necrons. They're very cute. It looks like they have to be 3D printed though, unfortunately. No. Yeah, I've seen them. About looting a Necron. That's what I was thinking. Mechanicus is all about this, right? Okay. So basically, if I play Mechanicus, I'm just somebody with like sticky fingers then. Oh, just buy a 3D printer. Ah, yes. Let me put that right next to my big old piggy bank. Disintegration beams as basic trooper weapons. Do they have stormtrooper accuracy then?
Even the lowliest of warriors is equipped with advanced targeting arrays that make them devastatingly accurate. Necron pilots are hardwired into their vehicles, their machines basically becoming an extension of themselves. And without organic bodies that are subject to the laws of physics, they're able to make absolutely impossible maneuvers that would kill a normal flesh and blood pilot. The majority of their soldiers are immortal, unthinking, literal killing machines that seek to purge all life from a world. The attacks come with no warning as the world's defenses are quickly overwhelmed. All organic life is atomized and the Necrons take no prisoners.
Damn, atomized. Oh shoot, thank you so much, Netter, for the raid. Thank you. We are looking at the Necrons today. They look like I've always been interested in them, but like I don't think we've ever like actually done a deep dive into them, so I'm pretty keen on them. Pretty keen, pretty fun. But thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Oh, welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Miwabelle from Glitch Stars, and this is my hyperfixation Warhammer 40k. Why do I feel like? Do you know, like, when you grow up and you have to bring something to show and tell? This is my show and tell. Like, chat. My hyperfixation Warhammer 40,000. That's the one. Is this Earth's future when Skynet launches? You know, can I be real? Sometimes I do feel like I'm kind of glad that I'll probably be dead before, like, I don't know, robots take over the world, right? Do you remember, like, how they released an article where I think the title of it was something like women will be having more sex with robots than men in 2025? And it's like, where are the robots though? Where are they at? I don't know. You know what I mean? For the tribal chief? Like, where are the robots? I don't even know. These aren't really robots? Yeah, I don't think they are they? I mean, I don't know. What are they? They're like, I don't know, like, hate fuel, like, they're like generational haters. Holy shit. They are robots, it's over. I don't want robots to bang, chat. I'm just saying that, like, they made that prediction, it didn't happen, so taking over our universe for, like, I don't know, a few more good years, right? Like, they still haven't made the fuckable robots. We're probably safe from, like, you know, a robot invasion for, like, I want to say, like, a good, like, 20-30 years, right? Therefore, it's okay. There's some? I don't even know what you're talking. They're actually making that shit? Why? But, like, why though? But, like, why though? 2025 isn't over yet. Chat, I feel like most of you are men, right? Are you guys being a little too happy about, like, women trying to fuck robots, chat? You should be like, oh yeah, 2025 not happening. Probably in, like, 10 years. The Deus Ex Machina level bots are probably 75 to 80 years off. Bro, you know what I'm curious about? How long do you think it take for us to actually reach, like, the cyberpunk level kind of world? You know? Like, how long do you think it take for us to be, like, cyberpunk? You don't know my life? What? That's a crazy fucking statement. They exist, they just cost hundreds of thousands? Okay. Hear me out. We could have a fuckable robot boyfriend. Or that costs, like, thousands of dollars. Or we could date a man that's almost free of charge. Another 100 years? Oh great, I'll be dead by then. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'll be dead by then. You know what? I'm good if the universe wants to, like, become more techie, like, in 100 years from now, because I'll be fucking dead. I am a boomer, and I don't think I could learn, technology like that anymore. Why would I date him? Okay, I'm sorry, okay. Actually, no, I feel like if there were, like, women robots, that would probably be better, right? Wasn't that, what was that one movie that was, like, really good? Blade Runner? And, like, that one girl was, like, really hot in that one? Guys, I'm just saying, AI could never replace me, because we went from watching a video about, like, a very serious, like, robot species where they're fueled by, like, racism and hate. We've gone from watching a video about that to, like, can I fuck a robot? AI could never replace me. I don't know how we got on this tangent, but we're here. We somehow got here. I don't know. I don't quite know. Oh my god. Okay. You want to know something? A friend of mine, she went to like a guy's house for like a hookup, right? And in the corner of his room, he had a doll. Like, it looked real, like, it was one of the nice, she was telling us it was one of the nice ones because it looked really nice. Like, it looked really, really, like, expensive nice. Not like one of the really, like, plasticky looking ones, right? And it was just sitting in the corner of his room. Like, it was in the fucking cuck chair. Like, it was in the fucking cuck chair. It was, we asked her, we were like, did you end up doing it anyways? And she was like, well, yeah. And we were like, why? Was it Tifa one? I have no, she's not an anime girl. Like, she's not like one of those, like, she doesn't really, like, watch anime or play video games. She's like a normie. But, like, we were like, why? Yeah, he left it out. It's kind of insane. It was very, I don't know, we were hearing about it. Apparently everything else about this guy was very normal. It's just that he did that, and she was like, "Oh, do you think I should see him again?" And we were like, if he's a nice guy? Question mark? We were like, I mean, she said that he was a nice guy. So we were like, maybe I don't know. Like, what do you guys think, chat? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? So she said he was very normal. Everything about the date was very nice. Up until the only weird thing was that he had that in the corner of his room just left out. Should she still see him? Hi, I'm your #1 fan, by the way. Hello, Duologs. Hello, Duologs. Not enough information? Yeah, we were like, okay, I mean, can't really judge him based on like a first date, but also I guess him leaving it out's kind of weird. Free my mans, he didn't do nothing wrong. He just left his gooner shit out in public. That's it. He just left his gooner shit like right out in wait, what's it called? Like eye distance? Eye level? I'm not sure. Yeah, we were like, okay, you know, if he seems nice, but like if anything else about it turns kind of weird, then maybe just don't see him anymore. What did he leave out? So my friend hooked up with the guy, and he left his he left his doll out, and it was she said it was a really nice looking doll, not one of the cheap ones. So he had to have spent serious money on it, you know. And he left it in the corner of his room, like just staring directly at the bed. So one of the things that we were kind of concerned about was, is this like a cuck fantasy kind of thing, you know? Did you mention why I was there? No, she felt embarrassed to bring it up, and he never addressed it. Yeah, no, it was just in plain sight, just facing the bed. So it's just kind of like, is this like a weird like cuck fantasy kind of thing? Like, oh yeah, this is my regular girlfriend, you know, in the cuck chair, watching me sleep with other women kind of fantasy, you know, like, who knows? You've been paused on this for the whole time I've been here. What about Necrons are we learning? Oh, so we just learned what tomb worlds are. We just learned what tomb worlds are, and the tomb world invasion. I don't remember how we got here. I don't remember how we got here, but this is very funny. It's just very silly. No, I mean, I think she is planning on seeing him again. For the most part, hopefully nothing else is weird. Hopefully nothing else about him is weird. You know? Hopefully things are okay with him, because she said that they really clicked. They really vibed very well. Wait. Okay, chat, if you move in with if a guy moves in with you and he brings his like sex doll with him, would that be okay? Or would you be like, oh no, he needs to get rid of that shit? We went on like the wildest tangent, but that's only because I don't even remember. Was the question, are Necrons like fuckable? I don't think they are, but you know, it'd be weird, right? Okay. That would be kind of funny, right? Sharing is caring. Is that really how that works? I don't know. It's a competition, girl. As long as it's not in plain sight. I don't know. Could we realistically fit it under the bed? Could he realistically fit it under the bed though? Does she keep her toys? No, she's like, she doesn't have any because she's just not that kind of girl. Like, she's not that kind of girl. She's like, she's kind of like a party girl, if that makes sense. Like she likes partying, right? Thank you guys for all the follows, by the way. Thank you. She's not really the kind of girl that likes stuff like that. I don't know. She's like incredibly normie. So Necrons, right? No, it's like some girls have those vibes, like where you kind of know that they just don't do stuff like that. Is this friend into women? Why not do it with the robot? I have no idea. She's normal? Yeah. Lore Night? It is Lore Night, but we kind of stumbled on a very, like, stupid tangent, and that is, our robot sexy? Chat, would you... Chat, Necrons would? Question mark? Necrons would. I banged Trazen. We went from AI robots to I know, it's kind of insane. I don't know how we got on this tangent, so hey. Necrons lack the assets, so no. Okay, but like, could they not just like put those assets on them? Wait, are you not essentially also like fucking a toaster if you would the Necron? Oh my god. Are we just Adeptus Mechanicus? Trazen is a bratty femboy. Stop. What? No. Wait. Huh? No, we can't call him that. What the fuck? Admech is... You know? The tangent has gone so far off that it's kind of crazy now. I kind of love how like we've gone to like, oh yeah, chat, would we fuck a Necron? The answer, maybe. He seems like he's got a nice personality, right? So he seems like he's a nice guy. So you know, sure, why not? Am I right, guys? Trazen is very possessive though. True. What if he turns you into like a... What if he turns you into like a... What are those things called? He freezes you and puts you in his collection. Oh my god, what if he takes us out only... What if he takes you out only to like get it on? What if you become the sex doll? We'll drop the tangent. Let's keep it going. 3, 2, 1.
If a species is fast enough to get a distress beacon out, the world their allies come to defend will look radically different. The architecture of the previous owners has been left in ruins, and all that remains of organic life is but dust in the wind. Instead, they find colossal monolithic structures of ancient alien design, architecture that hasn't seen the light of a sun in 60 million years.
Can I just say, I think that they're very cute. Like, these structures, they're very short looking. They're like really like short looking pyramids, and I think they're so cute.
they are met with unbelievable resistance from a newly embedded ruler. Now, what makes the Necrons particularly dangerous is the fact that they're all basically immortal. Each one is comprised of a living metal substance known as the necrodermis. Their bodies can repair themselves from all but the most catastrophic of damage. Now, if the damage is too great to be repaired in the fight itself, they can also utilize a phasing technology. This teleports the wounded or crippled individual and all of their equipment out of the battle and back to the safety of their tomb world. Their ability to heal themselves is known as the resurrection protocols, and this allows them to take enormous amounts of punishment and heal from practically any injury.
They're kind of
This makes them incredibly difficult to destroy or even capture. We have no way of studying them or their technology. We only have first-hand accounts of the worlds they have purged, data logs and Vox transcripts from the moments of annihilation, a warning in the darkness of what is to come. And here's the thing about the Necrons. They're a particularly arrogant species. They see no difference between the forces of humanity, the slaves to chaos, or the various alien races that inhabit the galaxy. All are vermin and must be purged. The galaxy once belonged to the Necrons, and they've come back to reclaim it. Their conquest of eradication will never end so long as the living still draw breath within their kingdom. Now,
so they're not just they're not like racist. They just fucking hate everyone then. I see. Also, hold up. You guys said to look up the monolith, right? Oh, wait, is this it? No. Is this it? Wait, this is oh shit, you guys can't see. You guys can't see? But it looks very cute. Wait, I kind of love it. This is so adorable. What if it was pink? Hear me out. What if it was pink? How big are these? I don't know. Like they look kind of like baby size, right? No, it doesn't look that big. Like compared to like the Majora's Mask, like behind it doesn't look that big. But you know what this color scheme makes it look like? Have you guys ever played The Sims? Why does it look like the green thing from like the top of like a Sim's head? You know? Right? I mean, it's not that big. I'm pretty sure, you know, we could put this on I'm pretty sure like, you know, we could put this on like a desk or something. Right? Wait. You know what'd be really funny? You know what'd be really funny? Okay, when I get my own house, I think what I want to do, one of my plans, right, is I'm gonna get like a specific shelf where I'm just gonna put like random Warhammer minis that I like, because I don't think I'll be building an army, right? Unless I can like dupe a man into dating me / painting my army with me. We're just gonna be buying like random miniatures that I like, and I'm gonna paint them pink, and I'm gonna turn them into like a shelf, and that's just gonna be like, you know, my girly pop Warhammer corner, you know? Then you want to have a circular power source? Is it this one? Are these what you're talking about? Oh, they're a little less cute. I don't know. I kind of like how angular this one is. I think the angularness of it is what I really like. I think it's very funny. It low-key looks like a triangle of hands, you know what I mean? It looks like a triangle of hands, and I kind of fuck with that. I fuck with that heavy. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm kind of weird, but Does Games Workshop even sell pink paint? They do. It's called like wait, let me see what it's called. It's called like Fulgrim something. I bunged all of my paints into like one I bunged all of my paints into like this one Hello Kitty like box thing. Okay, never mind. Wrong Hello Kitty box thing. I don't remember where I put my paints. But they have one. It's like really like light pink. It's Fulgrim something. It's very cute. Slanesh pink. Was it Slanesh pink? I don't know. But holy shit, chat. I think it's over for me. You have awakened the tanktism again. Because I'm pretty sure this is a tank, right? This is like the tank for like the Necrons. It's so cute. I love it. It's over for me. It's over for my wallet. What am I gonna do? How do I bring this shit home with me? Oh no. How do I bring this home with me? How? I have like 50 kilos of like luggage space, but that means I'm gonna have to get a second like luggage just to fit Warhammer stuff. It's over for me, guys. Pray for my fucking wallet. Pray for my arms. I'm gonna come back swole as fuck. That's like, oh, this is your okay. Wait. I'm gonna Google Necron tanks. I want to see what their tanks look like. It's this? Wait, it looks like this? Like a spider? Like a spider? Or do you mean this? I don't know. Can I be real? I think this is like less cute than like this is like a little less cute than like the Rogaldorn. I don't know. Okay, weird. I don't really want the spider though, because like this looks like my boss and then it's a home. Yeah, no. This looks like something my boss would like. So we're probably not getting the spider ones. Oh my god, I fucking love tanks, bro. Ah! Since they look alike, he might buy it for me. He would no. He just helped me pay for therapy because therapy ended up being a lot more expensive than I thought, so I'm already very grateful to him. That paints girly pop 30k figurines. Can you see how they do it and try to copy it? I really want to get like, you know, the little like heart stickers, like little like heart star stickers, and I'll just paste them on like my Warhammer tanks, and I'm just gonna be like, this is the girly pop tank. Bro, oh my god. I can't wait. It's gonna be so cute. I'm gonna do like a Glitch Stars themed tank. It's gonna be so fun. I thought you meant my IRL work boss? No. I only have one boss and that's dual logs. I've only got the one boss and that's dual logs, chat. Oh my god. I'm excited though. I do very much enjoy the angularness of what was it called? The monoliths. I do. This is gonna be me. This is gonna be me. Look at the little guys in the pink! Ah! It's over for me! My neurons are activated! You know, have you seen that one monkey meme where it's like... Oh my god. No, we can't... I'm not gonna buy it because I want to do like a... I want to do like my own version that's like pink and like purple. But oh my god! Ah! I love it! You can make it work? No. Pink and green do work. It just can't be that shade of green. It just can't be that shade of green. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. So hear me out. We make a girly pop Warhammer shelf. Where it's not a full army, it's just rando fucking tanks and fucking models that's just pink. And if I ever bring a guy home, he has to be able to name at least 5 of the models on the shelf. If not, he gets kicked out. What do you say? Or is that mean? Or is that mean? What do you think? Have you seen the... Oh no, we've seen the Mate Space Marines. There's 3D printable models we can experiment with. I still need to like find a 3D printer. Right? Like, oh, you can't... Oh, you don't know which tank this is? Get the fuck out. I would have to be a real fan. 2 of the models? Only 2? You don't want them to know a little bit more? 3? will filter out the true fans. I'm gonna gatekeep them from sleeping with me by being like, we can only do it if you name 3 models, bro. 3 of them. It's so funny. Who does this? Who does this? Are we dating people solely based on their enjoyment of Warhammer now? Yes. Because I think the goal right now is to get someone who will paint with me. Because I don't want to paint a whole fucking army by myself. I mean, I don't know how chat does it. I know a bunch of you guys actually do play this hobby. I know a bunch of you guys actually do paint stuff. I have really bad ADHD. And I will probably not do it that well. You can only enter my immaterial if you can name these tanks. It's crazy. Oh my god. That is insane. My wallet will perish. True. What if they like fantasy instead of 40k? I don't know enough about fantasy to you know, I don't know. Oh my god, is that like the meme? Like I'm a 40k girly and he's a fantasy kind of guy. Is that the meme? It's honestly so funny. Yeah, no webway for me, unfortunately. How much did you miss? Oh, we went on like this insane tangent about like, can you fuck a Necron to I will only let a guy sleep with me if he can name like 3 tanks from Warhammer. You know? Great. What is this tangent? Holy shit. Age of Sigmar needs a lot less minis, so it's a lot cheaper. You know, if I ever go into Age of Sigmar, I would only ever want to build a rat army because I think the rats are very funny. Apparently, Henry Cavill's a huge fan of Warhammer. He only plays Custodes, right? I think that's it. He only plays like Custodes, and they're very sneaky. I want pink rats. Just the pink rats. There's a crossover of demons between 40k and Age of Sigmar and Warhammer, the old world. 3 months for me. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. I don't know. You want to know something? Oh, man. I really thought about it, and like, as much as I love Sanguinius, I don't know if I'd have like a model of Sanguinius, like if they ever came out with one, because I'd be like, oh my god, I'm gonna cry every time I see you, my sweet boy. He's gone. Mal, thank you so much for 1,000 bits. Glitch stars, but everyone, all the girls are pharaohs of their own dynasties with cryptex. No. The Skaven, I do love the Skaven frame. I think the concept of like everyone's like a guy with like, you know, everyone's a guy with like, you know, bows and swords and there's magic, and then you have a faction that's just rats. Like rats. I think that's very funny. Most girls I know prefer AOS over 40k. I honestly like really like the sci-fi aspect of Warhammer itself, like Warhammer 40k itself. Age of Sigmar is something that like I'm kind of into because it really reminds me of like, you know, Lord of the Rings, that kind of like universe, and I do like that. But there's something about Warhammer 40k that appeals to me like a little harder. I don't know. I feel like if I ever got into like Age of Sigmar, I'd be like a fucking Legolas cosplayer. You know what I mean? There is a Sanguinius model. I can't look at it. I'm gonna cry. Also, I feel like fantasy realms, ancient fantasy realms don't have tanks. And like, that's kind of a deal breaker for me. They have rats, but they don't have tanks that I can paint pink. But I could paint the rats pink. Right? Steam tank? Okay. Age of... How do you spell that? Sigmar Steam tank. I'm wrong? Wait, it's kind of cute! It's $457! Hey guys. Now hear me out. Do I need a kidney? How big is it? Okay, here's the image. It's the guy, you guys can't see it because it's like super zoomed in, but the guy's just holding it in his like thumb, like with his like finger, right? So it's not that big. Skaven have Doom meals? Oh my god. $457! That's like all of my therapy. Holy shit. You know? Okay. So today at my psychiatrist's office, right? So my psychiatrist was like, do you have like problems like saving money? I was like, I do. And he was like, why? And I was like, why? Like, can you explain to me why you have like issues like saving money? And I was like, the therapy sessions are very expensive. And he was like, oh, do you have any other expenses? And I was like, therapy expensive. So anyways, I'm ashamed to talk about, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! And Warhammer. So yeah, 1 month of therapy versus neat models, tough choice. Don't sell your kidneys. Okay, but like, hear me out. Do I need 2 kidneys? I could have 2 kidneys or a sick fucking tank. For Warhammer, no. No. I'm interested in like learning how to play Warhammer, but would I have tournaments? Probably not. If you want to drink alcohol, fuck. Ha! Maybe I can't sell my kidneys after all. I do love my Jaeger bombs. Shit. Guys, it's over for me. We gotta figure out an alternate way to make money to fund Warhammer. Ah. Again, the actual... Yeah, it says that on Amazon it's $124. I can't really show you guys because my entire fucking, you know, body is blocking. Wait, let me see if I can move myself over real quick. I'll scooch myself over to the other side. You can see it's $124 for the Steam Tank itself. So maybe I should just get that. Oh, and it comes with a little guy on the top too. Oh, I love it. I can't show you guys the actual listing because I think Amazon does like dox your address. And it's like, shit, do I want you guys to see my address? Not really. Thank fun contribution. Thank you, Bonesaw. Thank you. I feel like you guys need to be concerned for me right now. Because I think this is the second stream where we've gone on a tangent about tanks. This is the second time we've gone on a tangent about tanks. Oh, it absolutely does? Okay, so we're not gonna show you guys Amazon listings because Amazon's gonna dox me and I don't want you guys like knowing where I live. Mainly because I mean, I don't fucking know. The place where I live's kind of like wild, so don't show us your address. We're crazy. Oh, thank you guys. Yeah, this is the second stream where I've had like a fucking random ass tangent about like tanks. This is not good, chat. Tanktism, I'm here for it. Oh no, Tank Fun contribution. Thank you guys for contributing to the tanks. But what if they go to like rando tanks? Like, what if instead of buying the Empire Steam Tank, I buy like the Lemon Rust? Sell your rare Yu-Gi-Oh cards, problem solved. See, that's the beauty of it. I don't have any. The Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I own are just Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I fuck with, like Cucumber Horse. I'm concerned for you over the kidney stuff, not the tanks. Tank Chama, thank you for the super chat. Tank Fun. What if I buy a Lemon Rust instead of this thing though? Oh no. Thank you so much, guys. Egg sell donations, depending on agency, can pay you some. If I sell my eggs, could I buy Warhammer tanks? But then, would I potentially have children running around? I would, right? Would that make me a MILF if I, like, sold my eggs to buy Warhammer stuff? Would that potentially make me a MILF? I don't know if we're ready for that. I don't know if we're ready for that, chat. Oh. Chat, trying to bully me on money for takes. Thank you, Vault, for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. That's an $80 model, not for 100. Thank you, Rocket, for the 100 bits. Oh my god, I'd be a deadbeat. So you're telling me if I sold my eggs to buy Warhammer tanks, I'd be Rey Mysterio. I'd be Rey Mysterio if I sold my eggs. Understandable. Have a nice day. How's the stock market on eggs? We gotta do the math. We gotta do the math. If I sold my eggs, how many tanks could I hypothetically buy? 50k to be a surrogate? No, but that means I'll actually have to be pregnant, and that sounds like kind of wild. I don't know. Does this? This is so cute. I'm gonna be real. I think this is adorable. I don't know how to say this. Like, I don't know how to read this out. I think it's very cute. But this is like something that I would absolutely buy, paint it, never touch it again. Because what if I drop it? What if I drop it? Dominic is Eddie Guerrero's kid though. Raise a deadbeat. Extracting eggs hurt? Oh no! Here's an easier way, get a job. But this is my job. If I had another job, how would I stream for like 8 to 10 hours a day? Oh my god, chat. Hold up. Do you guys see this? The painted version? The painted version is $639.45. So anyways, I'm gonna start learning how to paint stuff on my own because we can save so much money that way. We can save like so much money that way. We're just gonna learn how to paint. Do Uber? I don't drive. I guess like I could. Oh my god, maybe we could just like do like delivery stuff, but like I'd have to walk everywhere. That'd be funny. I'm surprised you don't like Transformers because a lot of them are tanks. I think the problem with Transformers for me is the Transformers movies made me very uninterested in them because like they became like less cute and more like very angular, and I don't know if I like it. I like when I don't know, I like when like tanks are like very squat and very cute, very like baby. Talk to your therapist about Warhammer if you care about something that you burst into tears and can't be vulnerable about it to someone you're literally paying or wasting money on getting tanks. I talked to my therapist about Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. He wasn't understanding it. So my psychiatrist is this like very nice old man. He's like in his 80s, right? And we were talking today about Yu-Gi-Oh! And he did not understand what Yu-Gi-Oh! Was. And I was like, I don't know how to explain it to you. I was like, do you know like Pokemon cards? It's like Pokemon, but it's like not Pokemon. It's a different like card game. He was like, oh, so like poker? I was like, no. It's not. I don't play poker. It's a lot lamer than that. It's very nerdy. It's a lot nerdier than that. But I play that shit. And my therapist was like, oh, I'm gonna have to Google that. I was like, yeah. No, he was like, so he knows that I'm like a content creator, right? And he was like, oh, I'm gonna Google you. I was like, please don't. Because it's like, I don't know how to explain the concept of VTubing to my therapist, to my psychiatrist. What if he's like, oh yeah, the meds, double dose. You need this shit. Like, yeah. Yeah, I probably do. I probably do. Oh my god. I'm confidently pitched the joys of painting a miniature. He is such a nice, like, older guy. I feel bad. I feel bad hitting him with, like, the normie bullshit. Today, I said to him, I was crashing out, and he's like, what is crashing out? And I'm like, oh. I was like, I need to get off the internet. Wait, we went off on a dumb tangent again, guys. We're like 8 minutes into this video and we've been going for an hour. It's over for me. We will never stop yapping. Oh no, he's a very nice, like, he's a very nice old man. He was like, be safe in America. I hope you don't get deported. I was like, thank you. I hope I don't get deported either. Thank you. It's just, you know, I was like, oh yeah, if you do decide to look me up, I use like an anime avatar. I don't actually show myself. He was like, oh, that's very good. It's for your protection. And I was like, yeah. I didn't tell him that, you know, I have my fucking tits out, but you know. Are you permanently moving? No. I'm just going there for like tournaments and meet and greets. You know, I'm just going there for tournaments and meet and greets. So I will be there for a bit. I will be in America for a bit, so the streams will be a little bit different. Nice hair, thank you. Yeah, the streams are gonna be a little bit different. We may not do as many weekend streams because I want to go to locals. Is my country really just known for deportation right now? I don't know. So there's like a if you guys don't know, actually on like there was like a PSA that basically said if you're going out, you should carry your like your ESTA, which is like the visa that Singaporeans have to go to the US. You should carry it out with you and your passport. So if you do like get randomly checked, you have your shit with you. So I guess like I'm gonna have to carry that in my backpack like forever, right? Hopefully, like, you know, that's fine, but yeah. Tournament Glitchstars boxing event. I'm the only one that likes boxing in Glitchstars, so I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh my god, speaking of boxing, when did the Naoya Inoue fight already happen? If anyone in chat keeps up with like actual like boxing, did the Naoya Inoue fight already happen and did I miss it? Because I don't remember when it was, but I know he was in Vegas. Please don't lose the bag. Yeah, I gotta keep it with me. I'm an American. I always have my passport on me when I go to Thailand. You guys don't do that. I'm worried about getting robbed. Like, if I got robbed, losing my money would be one thing, but losing my passport would be like an entirely different issue. You know? You speak English well enough to probably leave you alone. I've had someone like try to speak to me in Chinese. It was a very weird experience in America. Like, someone came up to me and tried to speak to me in Chinese, and I was like, yeah. Yeah, you know, the bathroom's like right there. Go see some wrestling maybe? I don't think we'll see some, I don't know. There's like an AEW show happening. Oh my god, why are we on this chat? No, it's okay. I'll just keep going for a little bit and then we'll watch the video again, okay? There's an AEW show happening. It's the Mariah May signing, I think. It's the one where, yeah, it's the Mariah May signing. I think it's happening near where I'll be. I'm thinking about going to it, but also I'm like, if I don't go watch this AEW event, I could buy a Rogel Dorn tank or a Lehman Russ tank. So, you know, we're weighing our options, chat. Fuck, you know, it was 6 weeks ago. I'm gonna cry. It's over for me. I missed it. That's not AEW? Oh, fuck, what is it? It's WWE now, right? I mean, she is like rebranding into like what, Blake Monroe or something like that, right? But yeah. I don't know. I might, but honestly, at this point, I prefer to watch like the indie shows. Maybe I'll go, maybe I won't. I don't know. We're being very like frugal. Hi guys, thank you for the sub with Prime. Thank you. Mariah May's in NXT. Right. She got moved to NXT, not the I don't know why. I think like all of the recent like attention on her, like her bathwater and everything, it just kind of made me think she was in WWE, but you're right, she is in NXT. I forgot about that. You also like WWE? I do. I have like 3 major hyperfixations. Number 1, card games. Number 2, Warhammer 40k. Number 3, wrestling / boxing. I haven't heard good things about AEW, so it takes might be a good investment. I went to Forbidden Door last year. It was very good. It was a very good experience. I watched the show, the entire show for like 8 hours. I feel like I got my money's worth, right? But God, was I tired by the end of it. What did I walk into? Oh, we went from watching a video about Necrons into like a rant about WWE. So, you know, if you like wrestling, I'm your girl. What's your thoughts on John Cena turning heel? I never thought I lived to see the day where John Cena turned heel and CM Punk is a babyface. Actually, no, it's not even just CM Punk. I think like Randy Orton's also kind of a babyface now, which is like heel Cena, babyface Randy Orton, babyface CM Punk? Question mark? No MMA? See, when Chama lost, I kind of got a little too sad and stopped watching UFC. When like Chama lost, I got very upset and I kind of like tapped out of like the UFC. I don't know, I'm a Chama fangirl, you know? So yeah. If you buy too much 40k plastic, do you need to declare it? I think you don't have to declare goods if they aren't like the total sum of like 10k. And I can tell you right now, I don't have $10,000 to spend on Warhammer goods, so we're gonna be fine. I probably don't have to declare like my Warhammer shit at customs. You know? Mm-hmm. Stream of consciousness tangent that's our favorite thing about every Glitchstars member. Like, the problem I think with Glitchstars is every single one of us goes on like insane fucking tangents about like rando shit that we like. Babyface Orton, the Viper, what's going on? So right now his storyline in WWE, right, is he is a babyface-ish? But that's because John Cena's like the biggest heel. Like, he's like currently the big bad boss in like fucking like WWE. Which is kind of weird because, you know, that's John Cena. But also, is his evilness, is his like heel arc making his hair come back? Because like, I don't know what it is, but he's looking a lot more plentiful than he was like, you know, 2 months ago. Oh, the Islam and Driscus fights? No, I feel that. I do like Islam also. Like, I can't say his last name. Like, I really cannot pronounce it. I don't have it in me. But I do like his fights. I do think he's very funny. But that's because he's ESL. I think he's very funny when he's like extra ESL. But yeah, just caught the stream. We're on a tangent right now, so it's all good. So Necrons, what about them? Brother, we went from can we fuck a Necron to WWE. How does this even happen? Does babyface mean like the new good guy? Babyface is basically the guy that you're rooting for. So it's like if you've watched Boku no Hero, a babyface would be like Mirio. Like what's his name? Lemillion? You know? This tangent is so crazy. I literally cooked the whole ass meal while listening to it. Lamau, I'm sorry. Heel is just the term for like a bad guy. Makachev, yeah. Anything about Bad Like Folly defecting to house torture? Don't know about that yet. Haven't kept up with New Japan. I don't know how I feel about Jeff Cobb joining the Bloodline. I think it's kind of random. I think Rikishi kind of went on a tangent about how like the family should keep more titles. But then again, I feel like if Rikishi had his way, all of the titles would go to Jey Uso. So you know, I'm like whatever. What's the most heelish thing Cena has done so far? Oh, he, I think he told, like, he called the fans, like, no, where was it? But he did a promo where he was like, you guys are all inbreds or something like that. It was kind of insane. It was kind of insane. Yeah, no, he was mad as some loss. It's the Emperor heel or babyface. The Emperor is a heel. 100%. The Emperor is a heel. I don't think there are baby faces in the 40DK universe. At all. Unless you count, like, Titus being, like, technically a baby face. Right? Yeah, they're all fucking heels, right? The Emperor's 2003 Triple H. I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that. Yeah, no, 40DK is just all heels. Okay, let's keep going, let's keep going. Now I feel bad. We're 8 minutes into a video and we've been streaming for like an hour and 11 minutes. So, not great, guys.
Now, depending on when you started reading about the Necrons, their lore has actually undergone a couple of different iterations over the years.
Oh.
Now, the old lore basically portrayed the Necrons as an unstoppable tide of robot zombies, Terminators that would appear without warning and purge all life from a planet. There was no reasoning with them, no communication, and they were beyond mysterious.
Ooh.
We knew practically nothing about them. And that was honestly kind of part of their charm. They were meant to be this super mysterious and horrifying entity, an archetype of terror. They existed to demonstrate just how brutal and unforgiving the galaxy truly was.
Ooh.
That for all of our understanding and all of our knowledge, there was a universe we couldn't even begin to comprehend. That our persistence was ultimately futile, and the superiority of mankind nothing but a myth. However, more recent lore, for lack of better words, has actually kind of fleshed them out quite a bit, giving the Necrons a voice, and ourselves a deeper insight into what they used to be and what they have become. Now, it was once believed that all Necrons lacked any form of consciousness. However, we know now that basically the more important a Necron was in life, the more sentience they maintain in their current form. This means that Necron nobles are incredibly intelligent and fully capable of communication, and have their personalities intact.
So Trazen is basically a noble then, because he knows his shit. Huh. Okay.
Their minds are unburdened from the limitations of flesh. They are able to process information much quicker than a normal human, and have various neural programs that enhance their minds even further. Now, one such cognitive upgrade is known as subminds. A Necron lord who has been upgraded with such a thing basically has multiple brains. These are often reflections of their own mind, but hyper-specialized in certain areas. Now, in the novel The Twice Dead King, the main character Oltex is equipped with multiple subminds, each a copy of his own, yet completely dedicated to one specific aspect of his personality and knowledge. In this way, he's able to have full and complete dialogues with himself, in order to come up with the best possible path of action for any given situation. Of his multiple subminds, one is dedicated to war and combat, another to politics, and another is completely dedicated to xenology. So in a sense, no matter where he goes, he has a team of trained scholars inside his head to help him make decisions. And speaking of which, let's speak a bit more on Necron dynasties and their nobility.
Bro, really sit? Fuck everyone, I'm gonna do this myself. Holy shit, I kind of love that though. Like, I actually kind of love that for him. He girl bossed. He girl bossed and he said, everyone, I'm just gonna do it myself.
Now, there are many great Necron dynasties, each led by a different ruling class. They all have different wants, desires, and plans, and it's actually really interesting to see them bicker and squabble amongst themselves. Now, despite their background, all Necrons are a proud people, heavily inspired by the ancient Egyptian culture of Earth. Now, despite their superhuman levels of intellect, not all of the Necrons made it through the deep sleep with their minds completely intact. It is said that a great madness has infected the Necron people, and many of them have had their minds kind of deteriorated over the years. Now, what that means is unique to the individual, but it's not uncommon for a once benevolent lord to become paranoid and hyper-aggressive when he reawakens. Now, when it comes to communication, Necrons are fully capable of speech, but there's no real reason to do this other than out of tradition. Now, most of the time, they are basically communicating through a form of binary, which in addition uses a series of glyphs represented on their bodies. Now, these glyphs give further emphasis to emotion, and you can basically think of them like a high form of emoji. These can represent happiness, sadness, anger, futility, anything you can think of. Now,
so you're saying that those are just basically Necron smiley faces. I kind of love this for them. What? They're just superpowered dementia patients at this point? That's insane. That is so funny. That is actually crazy. But hi guys, you guys are just joining in. Hi. Necron emoji is crazy, but honestly, if you break it down like that, I understand. I kind of love that, and I do understand what Necron emoji means. The Necron emojis. It'd be me, the crying emoji forever if I were a Necron, just all the time. Is there a Necron uwu and owo chat? That is the important question of the day. That's because the Silent King giving them independence back allows for all kinds of political infighting and assassinations. How do you communicate in like smiley faces and like uwus? What's the Necron eggplant? That's crazy! That is crazy! Oh my god. But no, I do appreciate when like content creators like kind of dumb it down a little bit and use terms that are like understandable, because it's like, oh yeah, this is how they talk. I would have been like, oh, it's like hieroglyphics then. But no, he's like, these are Necron emojis. Oh, I get it now. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Likewise, their ships are often completely uninhabitable by organic life, as the Necrons have no need for air. They are literally floating tombs inhabited only by the dead. Of all the things the Necrons are known for, their technology and superior weaponry are probably their #1 claim to fame. So let's talk a bit more about their weapons. Of all the weaponry utilized by the Necrons, none is more iconic or commonplace than that of Gauss technology. Now, Gauss weapons come in many different forms, but all of them work by projecting a beam of energy that disrupts and disassembles matter at the molecular level. In a practical sense, this technology can be used by constructs such as scarabs to disassemble matter into its core components, and then use those to reconstruct into something new. Breaking down rocks to then use those molecules to create something more useful, like a bridge or a fortress, for example.
That's kind of cool,
when
though.
utilized as a weapon, the Gauss beam creates a devastating effect on living flesh. It basically breaks down the impact site and turns the target into dust. The effects of the beam go layer by layer on the target, tearing them apart piece by piece. Now, needless to say, this is a pretty horrific way to go, and the Gauss weaponry is rightfully feared. These weapons can take the form of mass-produced Gauss rifles to the massive Gauss flux arrays, the larger of which can tear apart hordes of infantry in mere moments. Now, another common form of Necron weaponry is known as Tesla weapons. Now, these firearms fire arcing bolts of lightning that can bounce from target to target, increasing in strength every time they jump. Now, if they're allowed to jump too quickly, these arcs can become powerful enough to crack concrete. Now, although an interesting fact about them, these weapons are normally used more for engaging with a lot of lightly armored foes, whereas the Gauss weaponry is much better against highly armored targets. Now, particle weapons are completely different from the first two. Whereas Gauss weaponry disrupts matter and causes it to break apart, a particle weapon basically energizes atoms and causes them to violently be repelled from one another, the target literally tearing itself apart. Now, this can render human soldiers into piles of goo or cause tanks to collapse in on themselves, as the atoms that held them together are ripped in every direction. And finally, let's talk about the big guns. Now, these are known as doomsday weapons.
I want to say something, but you guys might get mad at me for it. I kind of love this because it looks like a croissant. I think that's how you say it, right? Because like I grew up saying croissant. I like this very much. It looks like a croissant, and I love it. I want one. I want one. It's very cute. How do you say it? Cause I learned it like, I mean, I learned like how to say it in like, you know, in like Japanese. I don't actually know how to say like the English word for it, so it's like croissant. Right? It's just a little guy sitting in the middle of a croissant, and I love it. It's very cute. What if I bought one and I just painted it like a croissant color with like a little bit of like pink or purple like sprinkles on top of it, like icing? The first thing you say is right. Right? Wait. Isn't it like kind of fire? I mean, why? I don't know why there's a random fucking dude in my breakfast, but hey, there's no bone, he's metal. I want to do that, guys. I'm sorry. I feel like this is a very serious like hobby for a ton of people, and they like to make their stuff look really fucking nice. And then you have me, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy this just so I can paint it so it looks like a croissant. Make a redeem? Why? I know I'm saying it wrong, but like, oh man. You did a red one? I like it. I like it so much though. I honestly do. I think it's very cute. I think it's very funny. Yeah, it's like I do kind of feel bad because I know everyone takes this hobby like very seriously. Like they do like really nice. Like you guys paint your malls like really nice. Like it looks like accurate. Like, you know, it looks like these your bros have been in battle. You know, they've got their arms cut off and stuff like that. They look like they're actually there, you know, for war. And then you have me, and I'm like, I'm gonna put a bow on this guy. I'm gonna make this look like a strawberry icing croissant. Maybe that's why people still call me a tourist. They're like, hey, fuck you, tourist, get out of my country. I like how you say like what book it? He's a Brit. I think it's so funny though. Oh my god. Wait. Aw. What if we made like a really like tiny baby like apron for him? And we just like put like a little like, and we just like hot glued like a baker's, like a little like baking hat on those like baker's hat, and we put like a little apron on him, and then he's just gonna be piloted. He's just gonna be like a little baker piloting the croissant cannon. Morning, guys. Morning. I think this is gonna be. I think it'd be so fun. I think it'd be really funny. I kind of like it. I think it'd be really funny. Paint the however you want. Do something cool. Yeah. It's not my fault that this straight up looks like a delicious breakfast pastry, okay? It's not my fault it's a delicious breakfast pastry. Also, can I just say, hearing the description of like Necron like weaponry, right? I kind of want a Necron themed game now. Like, Space Marines are cool and all, but like, what if it was like a... Have you guys ever played... I can't remember what it was called. It's like Dungeon something. Let me see if I can still find it. Dungeon Defenders? Like Dungeon Defenders? Yeah, Dungeon Defenders, but like Necrons, you know? I don't know if you guys have ever played that. I played that a lot when I was like a kid. But like Dungeon Defenders but Necrons would be really fun. James Workshop, you don't even have to like, you know, give me royalties for that idea. Just straight up like, you know, just take it so I can play it. I want that shit. You got me there? Right? Dungeon Defenders but like Necrons would be very funny. It would go hard. We would like laser the fuck out of like random fucking Space Marines and like Mechanicus trying to invade. Mechanicus as Necrons? I want to play as one though. I don't know if I want to play as like a Mechanicus specifically. I think like playing as a Necron would be a lot funner, right? But oh my god, okay, we went off on a tangent because this thing looks like a croissant, and like I kind of love it. Sequel will have that. I get to play as a. You're telling me you get to play Bloons Tower Defense by replacing it with Necron Tomb World? Honestly, true. You know, I got a comment saying that I'm probably not smart enough to play Bloons, and now I kind of want to play Bloons like out of spite. You know, I kind of want to do it out of spite now. You're deep into the lore, you're notorious, but they are your malls. You have to write paint them how you like. Use a faction-specific slur to insult them. This highlights you honor tourists. I don't think I even know any like faction-specific slurs from like Warhammer. You wanna know something crazy? I can honestly say this, but I grew up insanely sheltered, right? Like, even my time on the internet was very like I don't think the people that I associated with, because they were all older than me, right? Growing up, they were very careful about the things that they would say around me. I don't think I really know many slurs, which is kind of insane, right? So Yeah. Monkai for you know, oh, that's a I see. Okay. That's a slur? I had no idea. Check out the recent Mechanicus 2 trailer, got me hyped. Oh, hold on. We're gonna wait, don't look at my shit. I watch a lot of food. I watch a lot of food stuff. Wait. We'll watch this now before we go back to video, because now I'm excited for Mechanicus 2. What? Never too late to start learning them? I genuinely don't know. The other day I was told that like another, you know, word for biscuit is a slur. And I was like, you mean the thing that, you know, you dip your like tea in? The thing that you dip like tea, like you dip into tea is a slur? I was confused. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. But let's keep watching this. Little bug guys, I love them.
From the moment I first witnessed the interlopers, they disgusted me.
Yo, he's kind of dripped out.
We slumbered, waiting to reclaim our galaxy, only for it to become infested with vermin that proliferated in our absence.
Ooh.
Now, we awaken to retake what is ours.
Yo, this is so sick. What the heck? I want to play this.
Wretched amalgamations of meat and metal, shackled to ignorance by your faith. Do you truly believe you can stop us? We, who have shattered our very gods, and enslaved them to our will. The stars were young when our empire was ascendant. And when the last of them die, we alone will remain.
Wait, that goes so hard. That goes so fucking hard. Holy shit. Bro, aura farming, the trailer, that is insane though. Holy shit. Okay, we went on this tangent because I think I've discovered that I actually do like Necrons a lot. I think we're slowly discovering that I actually do really like Necrons. Actually, yeah. Wait, if a guy at my local hobby store can paint his Leagues of Votan as Oompa Loompas, you can paint Necrons as croissants and Tank's hot pink Furby? Yay! James Wapple, multiple-time Golden Daemon winner, has a Lord of the Rings Force of Orcs that he's converted to be French. He's painted them in white face paint. He calls them the Mimes of Moria. Paint your model however you want. Thank you, Rocket. I'm excited though. I don't know. Sometimes I do like to take the sanctity of like a hobby, you know, as seriously as possible. But I do like that there's enough creative expression in like Warhammer where I can be like kind of silly, kind of funny, kind of stupid, you know? But I do like I think I am realizing that I do like the Necrons a lot. Also, we watched the trailer, we went on that tangent because I think I really want a Necrons themed game. I think I really want that. Like, you have to fight Stim for Necron supremacy. Does Stim like the Necrons? I mean, we can share, like, shit. Rogel Doran, like my Kami Oshi, my one true love in this cruel universe will forever be the Imperial Fist. But I do really like the Necrons too. I do like them.
They are massive hulking death machines that have to be mounted on a stable weapons platform, as they are far too large to be wielded by infantry. Now they use a massive stream of plasma that is focused and projected through a targeting crystal. which unleashes a hellish beam of devastating light that eradicates everything in its path.
Oh.
Now, the prey these are used against are far larger and more dangerous than any infantry. Now, some of them are capable of obliterating even the largest of war machines, tearing out the heart of an Imperial Titan in a single shot. And in order to not bog this video down by listing literally every type of Necron weapon ever documented, I'll make a point to mention the most devastating creation in the entire galaxy. Now, it is known as the Celestial Orrery.
Oh.
And it's basically a giant holographic map of the Milky Way. Now, every star, every solar system, every sector is illuminated within it in precise detail. Now, traditionally this thing is used more like a scrying device, as having a map of everything that updates practically in real time is an unbelievably valuable tool. However, the Celestial Orrery harbors a much darker function, in that the user can literally select stars within the map and basically tap them out of existence. Now, if the user was so inclined, he could cause any star in the galaxy to supernova, unleashing destruction on a cosmic scale never before seen. Now, how such a creation works is a complete mystery, and because this thing is a creation of sheer horrific magnificence, the entire Orskar dynasty is sworn to its protection.
Okay.
And although many other dynasties or even forces outside of the Necrons would love to get their hands on this thing, the Orskar dynasty will eternally defend it with their lives. Seeking counsel with the Celestial Orrery is not something that's out of the question, it's just very difficult to do. Now, in the novel The Infinite and the Divine, Trazyn was able to use this thing to locate a particular device of interest to him. However, let's just say that the meeting did not go well and he's definitely banned from ever using it again. Now, the reason I bring this thing up is to elaborate on something of critical importance, for you to understand just how powerful the Necrons once were. You see, the War in Heaven was an event 60 million years ago that saw the entire galaxy engulfed in war.
Okay.
Every conflict we see in the 41st millennium supposedly pales in comparison to just how horrific this time period was. The Necrons had created weapons capable of killing gods, and after the war had ended, the Silent King ordered the destruction of all of them, seeing no reason for such terrifying weaponry to exist, as the cost to the universe would be too great if they ever fell into the wrong hands.
That's kind of fair, though.
The Celestial Orrery was allowed to remain functional. So if this thing got the pass, we can only begin to imagine just how insane the other weapons must have been. Now, despite what we normally see in artwork and on the tabletop game, the reality is that most battles take place in the void of space. So let's take a moment to talk some more about their ships. So much like everything about the Necrons, the ships they use are incredibly advanced. So much so that their technology seems to be more akin to arcane magic than actual science. Now,
are you guys ready? They're talking about the ships, chat. Are you ready? Brace yourselves, chat. You know what's gonna happen. I know what's gonna happen. Are you ready for this shit? I'm not ready. Let's go.
What we know about them is shockingly very little, but we do know that they utilize two main types of systems to achieve faster than light travel. The first is what is known as an inertialess drive, meaning that somehow they have managed to break the laws of physics and their ships create no inertia, meaning that in a vacuum of space, they are able to move incredibly quickly, possibly on par if not faster than those who utilize the warp to travel. Now, it goes without saying that utilizing something like this is obviously incredibly efficient and practical, as warp travel is insanely dangerous. Now, the second thing they use is a system of portals known as Dolem gates. You see, these things allow the Necrons to infiltrate the webway, which is basically like a network of tunnels that spreads across the known galaxy.
So
they exist as basically
webways.
a pocket dimension between the warp and real space, and are traditionally used only by the Eldar, as anyone who was able to infiltrate them would quickly get lost within their vast labyrinthian network of tunnels. Now, the Dolem gates haven't been mentioned in a long time, so it's unclear if the Necrons still utilize them. Now,
there's 4 croissants. There's 4 of them. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I get this one because it seems really fucking bulky and big. And I don't know if there's even a model for this, but this shit looks really bulky, it looks really big, it looks like it take up way too much space. I don't think I'll ever, I don't know if I like this one that much. But there's 4 of them! I mean, it's like 8 if you count the little baby ones on top, but...
Now, even though in the 41st millennium, the webway is currently mastered by the Eldari, it didn't always used to be that way. You see, it was originally created by the Old Ones, the ancient enemy of the Necrons, and who they fought during the War in Heaven. And before the Necrons found a way to infiltrate it, they were constantly outmaneuvered by the Old Ones. It was the creation of the Dolem Gates that quickly swung the war in the Necrons' favor. But I'm getting ahead of myself, and we'll talk about the war in heaven in a little bit.
Okay.
Now, what's really interesting about their ships is that they have something of an Achilles heel. You see, their technology is unbelievably ridiculous, and it can actually prove to be ineffective against the barbaric and primitive technology utilized by the Imperium of Man. In the Twice Dead King, there is a group of Necrons that are fleeing from the Imperium. The torpedoes that mankind utilizes are seen as unbelievably primitive. The Necrons scoffing that the brutish and uncivilized race of man still fires physical projectiles at their enemies. This is seen as incredibly uncouth and boorish.
Okay.
That being said, the shielding their ships use were created to deflect blows from god weapons, energy-based weaponry that could shatter stars. They were not designed to protect against the spacefaring equivalent of throwing rocks at your enemy. Now, without getting into spoilers, this makes the human pursuers in the story incredibly dangerous to the Necrons.
I'm not gonna lie, that is so dumb. That is really, really, really dumb. I guess, but also, holy shit. Like, well, I guess they tech so hard, they tech too hard into the sun, and now they're getting their ass beat by like fucking rocks. It's kind of funny. It's so crazy. I do actually like that there are dumb plot points where it's like, I can appreciate like the irony in it, right? I know like, okay, I know that it's meant to be ironic, right? I'm not salty that they're outgunned. I just think it's so fucking funny that like a lot of like, I feel like a lot of moments in Warhammer that I've learned so far are just like people overthinking and then common sense just like winning in the end, you know? I just think it's very funny. It's just insanely funny that it's like, oh yeah, you know, I've done this so I can protect myself against a higher power, but I'm gonna go fight someone who's of a lower power, and it's like, oh, but you know, I'm just gonna throw a rock at you. Shit. You know? It's kind of funny. I appreciate the irony in it. I do. I really do.
So let's talk a little bit more about how Necron society is structured. Now, when it comes to the Necron hierarchy, each of the tomb worlds is ruled by a singular individual that controls a vast court of nobles. Now, smaller tomb worlds may be ruled by a lord or an overlord, whereas larger ones may be governed by what is known as a pharaon.
Okay.
There are hundreds of Necron dynasties, some splinters of much larger ones, but all with varying cultures and power levels. And the largest of which is known as the Sautek dynasty. Now, the Sautek dynasty is possibly the most well-known of all Necron dynasties. They have claimed hundreds of worlds since their time of awakening, with more and more of their aligned tomb worlds coming online every day. Now, the Sautek dynasty is so large and powerful that it dwarfs all others by comparison. Ruled over by Imhotep the Stormlord, the Sautek dynasty is rigorously militaristic in nature, limiting its conquest to not just that of lesser races, but also those of rival dynasties. They seek to assimilate all Necrons under one banner. The Sautek dynasty wishes to reunite the Necron people once again, and if this must be done through military conquest, then so be it. Now, many lords will bend the knee to Imhotep's might before any blows are struck, often being highly praised and rewarded for doing so. Being folded into the ranks of the Sautek is deemed an honorable path to take, as the wise ruler's pride was less important than the good of his people. This is possibly the best outcome such an individual can hope for, as to deny the Stormlord's will is to invite an unwinnable war. Now, such a
Wait, he's like so reasonable though. He's like, yeah, you know, my pride isn't nearly as important as other people's, like, you know, like the needs of other people. He's so reasonable. What the hell? Is the Stormlord kind of goated? Like, sorry, is the Silent King kind of goated? Because what is this? Like, I'm like sat here thinking like, holy shit, what?
dynasty would be absolutely brutalized and inevitably absorbed into the Satek legions anyways. Now, despite the vast cultural differences of many of the dynasties, there's actually a lot of trends that remain the same within their various royal courts. You see, each court is made up of a lot of different members, each with different backgrounds. There are cryptechs who are basically like court wizards. There's scientists and engineers of the Necrons that study many of the arts that were practiced by their ancestors. These disciplines include that of biomancy, plasmancy, and even chronomancy, the study of manipulating time. Now, despite their seemingly arcane nature, all of these studies of the cryptechs are scientific in origin. To the casual observer, there is little difference between a trained cryptech and a psyker. Both are able to bend the nature of reality to their whim and unleash devastation upon their enemies. Now, like all Necrons, the cryptechs are beings of the physical universe, and thus have no ability to manipulate the warp. To do so requires a connection to the immaterium, and the Necrons do not have souls, and thus, for lack of better words, are basically just engram copies of consciousness. They cannot manipulate the immaterium. It doesn't change the fact that what they are capable of is truly remarkable. A skilled cryptech can bend space and time, not to mention keep the ancient machinery of the Necrons in working order. Other members of the court include that of royal wardens, and these guys basically act like a hybrid between a lieutenant on the battlefield and a trained diplomat. And when it comes to war, they make excellent lieutenants, commanding legions of troops in the name of their king, while simultaneously being trained in the art of dialogue and politics. They are able to speak for their lord when he isn't present. And the rewards for those that demonstrate competence in enacting the will of their king are vast and great. Whether they be gifted their own tomb world or their own swath of space to rule over is something that many lords strive for. The generosity of their king knows no bounds, but so does his wrath for those that would fail him. You see, underneath the Lovecraftian horror of the Necrons is something much more earthly in nature. They are rigid people that adhere to tradition in the strict. These are holdovers from the time of flesh, where loyalty to one's king was of incredible importance. Concepts of subterfuge and going against his orders are unbelievably taboo. It's as if the ruler of a dynasty is seen as a living god, so to go against his will is out of the question. Now, this leads many nobles to having a sycophantic relationship with their lords, doing all they can to seek their favor. At the same time, a Necron king must embody the role of a living god without question. To show mercy is to display weakness to his subjects. Mercy and forgiveness are a sickness that will corrode even the strongest of dynasties. A Necron ruler must be like a wall that breaks the tides, never faltering in his goals or ambitions. And although members of his court seldom falter in their loyalty, this does not mean treachery cannot come from outside of a court. In this sense, many nobles are distrusting of outsiders from other dynasties. Now you see, the diversity of the Necrons doesn't begin and end within the confines of a dynasty, as there are various sub-factions and cults that are spread across all of Necron culture.
So you're telling me they don't just hate everyone in the universe, they also hate each other. So this like generational hatred is like all encompassing. Oh my, I kind of love this for them though. Go off, King. Like, I wish I could hate as hard as you guys. Love you guys very much.
Now, one of which is known as the Destroyer Cult. You see, these individuals truly encompass the madness that can infect Necrons over time. Members of the Destroyer Cult have an absolute disdain for all organic life. Now, Necrons in general tend to view humans and other sentient species as unclean. Lacking the purity of the metal form makes them inherently weak and uncivilized. However, there is a vastly larger portion of Necrons that want to undo what they see as the metal curse, hoping to find a way to reverse biotransference, the process that turned them into the Necrons we know today, but we'll cover that shortly.
Right, I remember them talking about this from that Timeline by Chaz in the Infinite video. I remember them talking about this. No wonder they hate each other, shit.
It is the belief of these individuals that if they find a suitable host species and clear away all other threats, then one day they might find a way to transfer their consciousness into said species. And in this way, the Necrons could pick up where they left off 60 million years ago. They would trade away immortality for a normal life. The Destroyer Cult sees this concept as abhorrent. They wish to distance themselves from organics as much as possible, often contorting and upgrading their own bodies for the sole purpose of being better at killing. The Destroyers are death incarnate and will often purge entire worlds of every living creature, all the way down to microscopic organisms, using their god-killing weaponry to boil away oceans and scour the land. Destroyers can be
Damn.
found throughout Necron society, but they are often viewed as barbaric and inherently untrustworthy. Now that being said, the Destroyers are so good at doing what they do that only the most foolish and arrogant of lords would deny their usefulness. Destroyers are often taken as auxiliary forces or used as decimating shock troops, and despite how they are normally portrayed, they do have their own culture and values.
They're the ones that like don't have legs and float? Oh, I've always thought they were so funny. I do like them. I think they look very silly. They're funny little guys, and I do like them very much. I don't know if I get one, but I do think they're very, very, very funny.
What compels an individual to become a destroyer is, however, currently unknown. Now, some believe that it is a curse left over from the shattering of one of the Catan, a curse that, in reality, may just be some kind of program buried deep in their neural networks.
Okay.
Now, another slightly more disturbing faction of Necrons is known as the Flayed Ones. You see, Flayed Ones are viewed as diseased and twisted individuals. They are afflicted with a madness curse known as the Flayer virus that causes them to slowly go insane over time.
This is the one that uses like human skin, right? Oh no! Fuck! Okay. Well,
now, once afflicted with the Flayer virus, a Necron will begin to crave the taste of flesh. Now, this starts small at first. The individual may take a finger or some other grisly trophy from the battlefield and consume it in
that's
secret.
scary.
Over time, the desire for meat grows stronger and stronger until the individual completely loses himself to their hunger. Now, this can take years to develop. Some notable individuals holding off their transformation for multiple decades. Others with less strong wills can lose themselves quite quickly. And here's the really sad thing about this. The Necrons are robots. They don't have mouths, or any type of digestive system for that matter. So an individual afflicted with the curse can often be seen ripping and tearing into piles of bodies, trying to shove as much of the meat into their mouths as they can. But they don't have mouths. They just have a marking on their faceplate to show where a mouth once was. Viscera and gore smearing all over their bodies and dribbling down through their mechanical insides. They're like hungry ghosts, every day spent in agony, their hunger growing deeper and deeper, yet they cannot feed. Now, over time, their bodies will begin to twist and mutate to better serve them as harvesters of gore. Their fingers and arms fusing together in long, thin, scythe-like blades, their spines twisting and contorting, and their limbs elongating, forcing them to permanently be hunched over, taking on the appearance of a crouching predator. The Flayed Ones are seen as the lowest form of life within Necron society, and the idea that any one of them could turn into such a creature is absolutely horrifying. Worst of all, they believe that this curse is contagious.
is this just Necrons, but is this just zombies but Necrons? Is that it? Like zombification? Bro. What? Everyone's a fucking zombie now. They made the robots become zombies? That's insane. I kind of like that. But also insane. Like, it's very like 20... Yeah, I agree. It's very 28 days later. It's worse? More like psycho hunger. So, like... worse than zombies, you still have your mind somewhat intact. Oh. So, like, dude, have you seen that one Korean like, it's a Korean show on Netflix. It's called I think it's called Sweet Home, or like Home Sweet Home or something like that. Is it something like that? If you've seen it, there's also like a manhwa for it. But is it something like that? Robot panic attack. They need flesh because of man of breathing and can't breathe without lungs. Ah. Parasite? No, it's called Home Sweet Home. It's a Korean one. It's like zombie-ish, but all the zombies like carry like it's like zombie-ish, but they all carry like a form of like who they were in their lives, like, you know, something like that. But yeah. Okay, I think I kind of get it. Okay. Yeah, they become monsters, basically. But yeah, I think I kind of get it now.
When an individual is found to be displaying symptoms of the virus, they are often banished, either being exiled from their dynasty and sent off into the void of space, or more commonly, forced to reside deep in the undercroft of their tomb worlds, long-forgotten dark places where they will be forever alone, save for the company of other cursed. Now, over time, the Flayed Ones will develop the ability to tunnel through reality, the scent of blood from distant battlefields across the stars, drawing them together. Now, Necron armies do not traditionally utilize the Flayed Ones in war. More often, they materialize seemingly at random at the sites of great battles that the Necrons are involved in. They rip through a portal into reality and descend on the battlefield like a wave of mechanical zombies, come to feast upon the flesh of the living. Now, it was thought for a long time that the Flayed Ones had no personality, that they had completely descended into madness and any semblance of who they once were had been completely lost to history. Now, part of their transformation is the losing of the ability to speak, so there was no way to actually communicate with them. However, recently we've been given a much deeper insight into them, and the reality is actually far more depressing than we originally thought. You see, in the second novel of the Twice Dead King trilogy,
I'm just saying, every time like any lore video goes, it gets more depressing. My heart like kind of sinks, but also I'm like, shit, at this point, I should be used to it by now. Everything just like gets a lot more depressing, huh? Man.
it is revealed that the Flayed Ones still maintain their personalities. They are not as insane as we once thought.
No!
Now, they communicate through a series of taps, tapping their claws out in a binary system to communicate messages. Those who have been afflicted with the curse, no matter what stage they're in, can actually understand this, as if they were speaking the Necron's native language. Now, here's the saddest part. You see, these long-forgotten individuals that have been banished from their dynasties and forced to live in the shadows actually remain some of the most loyal subjects within Necron society. The protagonist of the story, the Necron Lord Oltex, ends up having a conversation with one of his friends who has completed his transformation into a Flayed One. And without getting into spoilers, the Necron protagonist asks why the Flayed Ones continuously showed up to help them. And the Flayed One is deeply saddened by this question and asks him, why do you banished? And despite his people looking upon him as a monster, he still has a deep love for his dynasty. And no matter what, he is still loyal to his king and will show up whenever he needs him. Now, whether this is true or not of all Flayed Ones or just this particular group is still left unclear. But
I have tears in my eyes now. That was so sad. That was unbelievably sad. What do you mean? Oh no. I hope wherever he is, he's happy. That's so tragic.
But it certainly gives us a new insight into the workings of a particularly mysterious group.
My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left your slime pools. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings was without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours.
So how did the Necrons get here? Who were they before they became the undead metal skeletons that we know today? Now, way back in the before times, the Necrons did not exist, but the species that would inevitably become them was known as the Necron tier. Now, this was a cursed and frail species that had the unfortunate fate of being born on an uncaring world next to a super radioactive star. Now, their planet was barren and hostile to life, and the sad truth of the matter was radiation sickness and cancers ran rampant through their society. They lived incredibly short lives, and their lifespan was filled with pain and suffering. Now, despite the overwhelming odds, the Necron tier endured. They weathered the storm that was their destiny, and through some miracle, managed to reach the spacefaring age. Now, the Necron tier knew that if they stayed on their world, their species would inevitably wither and die. As through the generations, their species' deterioration was getting worse and worse. So they built vast ships and set off in every direction, desperately trying to find a new place to live, so that their children would at least have a chance in this cold, hard galaxy that didn't care about them. Now, as luck would have it, they did encounter new worlds that were habitable, and this inspired a hope that the Necron tier had never experienced before. Here was their chance to start again, to give their people a real fighting chance. However, fate is fickle, and the curse of their homeworld followed them into the stars. Now, many
Ooh.
generations would pass, and even though these colonizers were many light years away from their homeworld's sun, its light cast a far-reaching shadow, and the children born of these worlds still displayed signs of radiation sickness. No matter how many years passed, the new offspring's life expectancy remained the same. Just because they had escaped their world hadn't meant that they had escaped its curse.
That's so
During
sad.
this time, many new dynasties arose, and as luck would have it, they would encounter a species known as the Old Ones. And the two of them couldn't be more different from one another. The Old Ones were a race of impossible alien intelligence. They were immortal beings that lived in prosperity and were united in the goal of seeding life throughout the universe. You see, the Old Ones saw themselves as biological architects, guiding the evolution of the galaxy in the right direction. They would travel from planet to planet, placing the seeds of life upon each new world they discovered. Now, the Necron tier saw a great potential in an alliance between the two species and begged them for assistance. It was truly an example of the haves and the have-nots. The Old Ones had everything, and the Necron tier were dying. Their children were dying. Their civilization would inevitably collapse, and like a gift from the gods, suddenly the Old Ones appeared to them.
Can I just say, you guys remember how I always tell you guys propaganda works like really good on me? Like scary good on me, propaganda in particular? I'm like sat here, I'm fucking rooting for the Necrons right now. I'm like, oh my god, I want nothing but the best for them. Like, I want them to be happy, healthy. You know, I want them to be moisturized, you know, just happy. I'm getting converted right now, I'll have you know. I am not good against propaganda. This is how you know. This is how you know I'm really fucking bad, chat.
Now, they begged them to share with them their secrets of immortality. They begged them to save their children. And above all, the rigid and proud Necron tier dropped to their knees and begged the strangers for help. And in a seeming pattern of misfortune, the Old Ones refused them. Now, the Old Ones followed a code very similar to the Prime Directive in Star Trek, choosing not to interfere with the destiny of the civilizations they encountered. The Necron tier were on their own, but they wished them the best of luck. Something broke in the Necron tier that day. Here were beings capable of anything, that lived forever, that through no effort could save them, and yet they were refused. The rage and hatred the Necron tier felt for them cannot be understated, and with no thought of the seeming impossibility of such an action, the Necron tier declared war on the Old Ones. As one could expect, this would not go well. The Old Ones had no desire to fight them, but would defend themselves. And they were vastly more advanced than the Necron tier. Time after time, defeat after defeat, the Necron tier were pushed back and crushed against the technological superiority of the Old Ones. Now again, this was a war that the Old Ones had no time for and didn't want to be involved in the first place, and at any point would have agreed to peace. But the Necron tier were relentless in their hatred, and the festering need for vengeance was growing deeper and deeper with every defeat. Now, if any good was to have come from this for the Necron tier people, it was that the united hatred of a singular enemy brought all of the dynasties together, which before this, wars between them had been rather commonplace. Now the Necron tier were united in their goal of eradicating the Old Ones. However, this seemed like nothing more than a dream of revenge, never to be brought to fruition. That was, however, until they encountered another species, one that rivaled the Old Ones in power and would prove to be the polar opposite of them, a species with no desire to spread life, only to consume it. Ancient beings that had complete mastery over physical reality, star gods of devastating and terrifying proportions. These entities were known as the Catan. Now, how the Necrons first made contact with them is still a mystery. Some say they were encountered by the study of stars, while others say the manifestation of the Necron tier hatred acted like a beacon to them. However it happened, their meeting would fundamentally alter the course of history and would give the Necron tier people what they were so desperate for: power and immortality. One of these beings came before the Silent King and proposed an alliance. He said that they were familiar with the Old Ones, and much like the Necron tier, they also had a deep hatred for them. He spun a tale about how the Old Ones were their ancient enemies, and for the galaxy to prosper, they must be purged. The reality is that the Catan were basically star-sucking vampires, massive beings of pure energy that would descend upon a star and leech out all of its energy, condemning all life in its solar system to death.
Not the suck! I'm kidding, I'm sorry.
So great was the hunger of the Catan that they spread across the galaxy like a swarm of locusts, destroying all in their path. Their existence was antithetical to the mission of the Old Ones to bring life to the galaxy, and thus the Old Ones declared war on them, seeing their existence as nothing short of blasphemous. Needless to say, this was not the story the Silent King was told. However, this great lie would prove to be fitting, as that entity's name would later be known as the Deceiver. So the Necron tier would come to accept the Deceiver's offer, and thus crafted for him and all the other Catan bodies of living metal. Now this was made out of a stuff called necrodermis, which was one of the inventions of the Necron tier that they used in their starships. Now this would inevitably be used to construct the metal forms of the Necrons we know today, but we'll get to that in a minute. Now before this, the Catan were basically beings of pure energy, and with their newfound bodies, they were able to experience the physical universe on a level they never had before. Now this alliance would prove fruitful for the Necron tier as well, because the Catan gave them remarkable gifts. Now the powers of these individuals were like that of gods. They created for the Necron tier weapons and machines that they could only dream of. Invigorated by their newfound discoveries, their lust for war was once again ignited. The Necron tier were so enraptured by the power of the star gods that they actually began to worship them. And this makes sense because from the Necron tier's perspective, the Catan were their saviors. And through their power, would they deliver the wrath of the Necron tier people upon all that stood before them. The high and mighty Old Ones, who despite their self-proclaimed benevolence, condemned their people to a slow and agonizing death, and would soon pay for their hubris. The combined might of the Catan and the Necron tier would see their empires burn to ash, and the great legacy that they thought to craft for themselves lost to the annals of time, all records of them purged from existence, so none would remember that such a species ever even existed. Now the technology level and overall military might of the Necron tier skyrocketed practically overnight. With the power of the Catan and their immensely destructive weapons of war, all would bow before the combined might of the gods of the physical universe and their esteemed mortal followers. But the Catan had made two promises to the Necron tier people, that of power, but also of immortality. The next gift that they proposed would rid their people of their frail and sickly forms. They would be forever free from disease and suffering. The Necron tier would become gods in their own right and would build kingdoms that would never die, and all it would cost them was their souls.
Yeah, but they're also
monolithic towering furnaces were constructed on every world that would burn away their withered frames and replace it with bodies of living metal, the same material that the Catan now inhabited. Now the first to undergo the process of biotransference, as it would later be called, was none other than the Silent King himself. Now he strode into the furnace and all that he ever was burned away and replaced with undying metal. The process was a success. He felt power that no Necron tier had ever felt before.
I'm not gonna lie, the Silent King is like low-key my god. Cause like, holy shit, bro like leads by like fucking example. I kinda love this for him. Like, he is genuinely really cool. What the heck?
He was strong, vital, and his mind was operating faster than he even thought possible. But there was something deeply wrong. Something deep inside him was missing. It was like he was looking at the world from behind glass. He had newfound power and freedom, unlike anything his people had ever experienced before. But something was deeply wrong. He felt empty and hollow. The realization of what he had done and what he had committed his people to slowly dawned on him. He had no soul. He was now nothing more than an engram copy of consciousness stored on an immortal robot. This process would be repeated billions of times over on thousands of worlds. His people were plunged into the fires of biotransference, their bodies disintegrated and their souls ripped apart by the gorging feasting of the gluttonous Catan. For you see, the Catan did in fact wish to provide what they had promised. However, the energy of suns had long sensed being appealing to them, and they instead found newfound joy in feasting on a different energy altogether, the souls of the living. Now, some individuals walked into the furnace of their own free will, as it was their ruler's will to do so. Others were dragged in, kicking and screaming. It mattered not, as eventually it was done. Biotransference of the entire species had been a success. And on that day, the Necron tier died. Confined to the halls of history, another name in the vast book of extinct species. And standing amongst their ashes was only the Necrons. Now the Deceiver had one final gift for the Silent King. For of all his desires, the mightiest was for his people to be unified. I wish that the Catan made more possible than anyone could have thought.
I
As
believe.
all of the Necrons had installed in them command protocols. That meant they could not physically disobey him. On one hand, the Silent King was completely horrified by this. He realized the depth of what he had done, and in doing such, he had doomed his entire species. But it is not like the Necrons to look back. A king does not make mistakes, and a king marches forward. The Silent King controlled the most powerful army the galaxy had ever seen, and this army, along with its patron gods, took to the stars and their mighty tomb ships to bring a war unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen to their ancient enemies. And the empire of the Old Ones would inevitably burn. The combined might of the immortal armies of the Necrons and their godlike powers of the Catan brought war upon the Old Ones and their kingdoms for countless millennia, eventually pushing the Old Ones nearly to complete extinction. Driven by a need for vengeance, the Necrons burned millions of worlds while the Catan feasted on the souls of the living. Countless lesser races created by the Old Ones were eradicated by the Necrons while their gods gorged on their souls, erasing them completely from existence. Now, it was at this time that two major turning points occurred. The first was that the Catan began to war with each other for dominance over their siblings. Their hubris was so great that they each thought themselves the mightiest. They turned on each other one by one until only a handful were left. Now, the Old Ones took advantage of this infighting and began to create warrior races. Now, their creations before this point were given the choice to make their own paths and develop in accordance with their own individual destinies. However, these were incredibly desperate times, and races specifically crafted for war were needed. The Old Ones created the Orcs and the Eldari, massive hulking brutes, each bearing the might of an entire army in a single individual. The ancient ancestors of the Orcs were actually known as the Krorks and stood around 13 meters tall.
Wait, hold up. I want to go back. Wait, chat, why does he low-key look like a Zaku? You know what I'm talking about? Like the Gundam, the Zaku Gundam? But also, you didn't know that like the Old Ones create the Orcs. Or I mean, I knew they created the Eldari. I didn't realize they created the... Oh no, they did, right? No, never mind. I do remember it now. Yeah. So like, Orcs are like failed, like, failed like elves or something, right? They do look like Zaku's, right? I'm not gonna lie, this is making me really want to read, this is like really making me want to read the Necron books. But now I have too many books to read, and I have the attention span of a goldfish. So I don't know how this is gonna work out. You've been told this like 4 times now. Okay. I don't think you understand that I have the memory of a goldfish, and I only really remember things that I really like. That's how I picked up Rogel Dorn's name so quickly, and everyone else was like, I barely remember you. I think it's a color scheme too. It's like, Zaku's have like the same shade of green. So I was like, oh, this is 100% like a Zaku, right? And with the red eyes too. But yeah. Rogel Dorn mentioned, I gotta mention my Kamiyoshi Rogel Dorn. The Infinite Divine, it's got Chaz in it. Yeah, I really want to read the books. I also have like a terrible memory, so you know, shit. I don't know how this is gonna work. Sometimes I do feel bad that I forget. But then also I feel like there's so much lore that I think it's okay for me to forget sometimes. Because it's like, brother, I don't even remember if I have breakfast. You know what I mean? Dude, I just bought like a book called Eisenhorn. I don't know if it's like, can I be real? So when I was like shopping, I was at this secondhand bookstore looking for like Warhammer books, right? Because you know they don't import that shit here. If I want to get a Warhammer book, I have to go to like secondhand bookstores to see if like anyone's like, you know, done like reading a book, so I can go buy it, right? And I stood in the secondhand bookstore with my phone out trying to Google what omnibuses are, because I was like, I don't know what this means. But it's also very thick, so I was like, okay, googling. I was like, oh, okay, so this is like, you know, the second book in the series. So I was like, I'm not gonna buy if it's the second book. But then I bought something called Eisenhorn, and maybe we'll read that. But also, I'm not entirely sure if that's like the first book or like if it's like a book in a series, or if that's like the first book in the series. You know what I mean? That's like my main issue. It's that I kind of need them to like I kind of need like a master list of like all the books, because it was very like confusing googling it. I think it is the first 3 books. Is it like a series though? Because I also bought something called the oh fuck, what did I buy? What was it called? Wait, let me just check. I need to look at my posts again. But we bought a bunch of Warhammer books. One of them was Eisenhorn. We bought something called The Founding when we bought The Saint. And I know there's a 3rd book in that series that they didn't have at the store because I guess whoever was reading it, you know, hadn't sold it yet. But I'm just gonna keep an eye out for the last book in that one series. That way, at least, you know, I have it and I can, like, you know, read it. Right? An omnibus is a collection of books bound together. Oh, so it's like, okay. I think I get it then. I see. Yeah. It's the best introduction. I wanted to start from, like, the Horus Heresy. Like, the first 4 books in the Horus Heresy. I was gonna start from there. And then, like, you know, and then, like, and then read more about the Space Marines. You know? But in terms of physical books, I don't think I will be buying that many, because in terms of physical books, you know, I'll just be buying whatever is available, and the rest of the books I'll be buying on, like, the Kindle. You know what's the craziest bit? When I was, like, standing there, like, Googling, right? I checked, like, Amazon and whatnot. It cost the exact same amount of money to buy the physical omnibus as it would have been to buy it on the Kindle. I was like, how is this a thing? Like, why is this even a thing? Like, why is it like cheaper-ish for me to buy it from, like, a secondhand bookstore? Like, damn, bro. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna read it for sure. I don't know. You see, I'm not gonna lie. I think that Universe has, like, a few too many books, and it's a bit like I'm basically following that one, like, Yoxcast like timeline thing, right? But there's so many that I'm getting a little inundated with it, and I'm getting a bit overwhelmed with, like, oh, how should I start? What should I read that's, like, you know, adjacent to, like, the main story? What am I reading something that's, like, a totally rando guy who's, like, just living his own life, you know? That's the bit that kind of, like, trips me up a little, you know what I mean? A few too many books, right? You know, a few too many, wink wink, like 60 books or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess you guys know what I mean, right? It's a little overwhelming as someone who's, like, a noob. So trying to get my bearings on what I should read and where I should start is a little difficult. You basically choose what interests you and read about it. No, I get that, but it's like I still feel like there's always, like, the backstory that you kind of have to follow, right? So it's like, I feel like if I were to jump in, like, right away with, like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna start reading all the Imperial Fist books, there's bound to be terms or, like, plot lines that I don't know about, you know? And that, like, worries me, if that makes sense. Also, someone did ask if I do, like, an audiobook reading for it, for Eisenhorn, because I don't know, when I bought it, someone was like, hey, are you gonna do like a reading stream where you, like, read it out loud? I was like, I can't. I can barely string, like, words together in English. You think I can read out loud in public? I can't do it. There's no starting point. You just have to mind not to start jumping in the middle of the character series. Yeah, so, like, there's another book that I wanted to get. It was I think it was, like, or it was a Warhammer, like, fantasy one, but they only had, like, the second omnibus, and I was like, oh, it's a bit pointless to buy this if they only have the second one in the line, right? Like, if they only have the second in the series, buying it seems like a waste of seems like a little bit of waste of time. So I was like, you know, sooner you ditch the Imperium and start reading Xeno's books, the better. I don't know yet if I want to start with, like, Xeno's books. I think if there is something that I am interested in, it's probably, like, the Necron books. Yeah, go check in Felix. like I thought about buying it, right? Like realistically speaking, it looked like it was really good. It looked like it would have been really good, but they only had the second in like in the trilogy, and I was like, well, buying the second in a trilogy kind of feels like, you know, kind of feels like what the hell, right? So I was like, oh, I'm not gonna do that then. You know? Right? Necron books are really good. I only checked the one, like, there's like one secondhand bookstore that definitely has like the nerdy stuff, and that's the one that I normally go to. So that's where I do check on occasion to see if they have Warhammer books, but you know, if they don't have it, I'll just get it on the Kindle. What the helly? Hi Syrup, hi Bestie, hi. We're talking about books now, because Warhammer has a bunch of books, and it's like, I want to start reading them, but at the same time, reading hard. Reading is difficult because there's so many jumping off points that we can start from, but yeah, have so much lore potential as ancient divas. I am a fan of how they just hate everyone, even themselves, you know? There's 3 of them, so no need to worry about having too much material to read through. No, but they're 3 compilations of books, you know? So that does feel like a lot. Like, can I be real? When I don't lift a lot, right? When I do lift, it's like maybe a kilo. Like the weights that I lift at home are like a kilo. And the books felt like they were a little over that. So I was like, oh, this is gonna be a journey. I'm not gonna be reading Eisenhorn, by the way. I know like I technically could bring it on the flight with me, but I think the book is a little too fat. Like it's not gonna fit in my backpack. So I'm not bringing that with me. Was that in Freedom Units? I have no idea. Audiobooks are better since you can do other things while listening to it. See, I can't do audiobooks. I fall asleep very easily, and I will 100% fall asleep during an audiobook. I've tried. They don't work for me. Miwa isn't a muscle mommy. I live in Asia. The muscular look isn't a thing. I already have trouble dating. I can't, you know, ruin my chances any harder. 2.2 pounds. Ah. Yeah, the secondhand bookstore did not have any Necron books. Maybe I'll check when I'm in like America. I'll see if maybe I could get them off like Amazon or like a secondhand bookstore or something. It would be fun. It'd be really nice. But yeah, I can't do audiobooks. I fall asleep too easily, and then it just feels like, oh, I've wasted my money because can I be real? I have this like one audiobook that I'm listening to, and I've restarted the same book 7 times now because I fall asleep halfway into chapter 1. It's not good. Like this shit is not like working for me. Man, I constantly cook while listening to streams need hell more than that. I am very bad when it comes to like audiobooks. That's the issue. I usually just listen while I work. I can't do that because my ADHD also gets very bad where like I will tune everything out. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Also, Evil Jellyfish, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Barnes and Noble's. What's Barnes and Noble? Is that the bookstore? Stocks them here in the US? So my luggage coming home is gonna be Warhammer books and Warhammer models and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't know if you guys saw, but like I posted a picture of my luggage, right? I posted a picture of my luggage on Twitter, and I was like, oh, it's like over for me, guys. I was like, things are not okay. Like, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys just a very small snippet of like my luggage to the US. Like, I'm not, whatever allegations, I'm not beating any of them. Holy shit. Like, gamers, this is my luggage. And I have to bring back Warhammer models. I have to bring back Warhammer models. Warhammer books. That's all? No. I have my clothes in another bag, right? I have my clothes in another bag. But it's all deck boxes. They're all decks for different card games. Why do I play this many card games? Tons of space there. This is like my carry-on because I was like super scared that like if I put like my decks in the in my check-in bags, they lose it. I was like concerned. I was like, oh no, this shit's important to me. I need to keep this on my person. I'm not even gonna lie. Every time I go to the US and I come back home, right, I end up leaving like donating clothes because I always run out of space because I'm always like buying like cards and shit. This is my carry-on. So I haven't put stuff in like my makeup bag. I still haven't put like stuff like, you know, my charger, my medicine, that kind of thing. I still haven't put like my makeup bag in, you know, all the important bits. I still haven't put them in. But you know, my wallet and my luggage, it's over for us, guys. It's so over. Pray for me, chat. Where's the meet and greet? And again, so the meet and greet is gonna be in San Jose. San Jose. At the convention center. It's at a convention called Offkai. So yeah. Just buy an AirTag and put it inside your check-in. I probably have to. I probably need to. I honestly probably do. If there's a Games Workshop on Warhammer store near where you're staying, you can walk there. Awesome for a free mini of the month. If they have any left, you get a free mini. I should do that. I honestly should do that. Ooh. Dude, I have to convince my friends to take me to, like, Warhammer stores. I'm excited.
Not to mention, it was highly likely that the Krorks had a fundamental understanding of their reality-bending powers, and were able to fully utilize them to great effect. The
Ooh.
Eldari, on the other hand, were massively powerful psychers, and each one had an innate connection to the warp. These new races would spread across the galaxy, battling and pushing back the Necrons wherever they were encountered. And as it turns out, the powers of the warp were unbelievably effective against the Catan. You see, they were gods of the physical universe, and had no link to the Immaterium. They had no ability to deny such raw and devastating psychic attacks. The combined might of the Old Ones, the Eldar, and the Krorks pushed back against the Necrons and their sinister masters. Now, this is a time period that is incredibly shrouded in mystery, and it's on a scale unlike anything we've ever seen before. Imagine a singular war that spanned the entirety of the galaxy. Now, the one that we know in the 41st millennium is a galaxy that has millions of wars happening simultaneously, but there are vast sectors of space that are seemingly peaceful, or are at least removed from the greater conflict. Now, this was a battle that raged across all of the stars. We can't even really comprehend just how immense it was, or how many unique individuals were involved. There must have been millions of heroes, each with countless war stories that could fill entire libraries. Now, the Warhammer universe has around 600 novels written so far, and this time period could probably have far more than that written about it. It was so immense that it is aptly named the War in Heaven.
The War in
Now, at one
Heaven.
point during the war, the Catan tried to push back against the psychic onslaught by creating massive pylons made of blackstone. These were constructed on hundreds, if not thousands, of worlds across the galaxy. You see, blackstone is a material that cannot be affected by warp sorcery, and thus was constructed to try to tamper the enemy's ability to channel it. These pylons were used to hold back the warp, which before this, the Sea of Souls was actually a pretty tranquil place compared to the warp that we know today in the 41st millennium. It was the absolute onslaught of souls pouring into the warp day after day, and the unbridled fury and hatred of quintillions of individuals locked in internal conflict that began to make the Sea of Souls into a roaring maelstrom. The once tranquil denizens of the warp turned into twisted monstrosities, its once peaceful tides becoming a twisted, chaotic nightmare of pain and suffering. The warp became a sick reflection of itself and came to be known as the Realm of Chaos. Unfortunately for the Old Ones, a combination of the might of the Catan, their legions of Necron soldiers, and the dark and twisted warp manifestations that their own creations had unleashed, in the end proved to be too much for even the godlike Old Ones. As their kingdoms burned, the Old Ones disappeared from existence. Whether or not every one of them met their end during this period, or they fled our galaxy, it still remains a mystery. But the Old Ones were gone, and the Necrons had finally achieved their vengeance. But this wasn't the end of the War in Heaven. For you see, the entire time the war had been going on, the Silent King had planned his revenge on a second enemy. The Catan had lied. They had tricked him into betraying his own people. And a king lets no slight against his subjects go unanswered. Zarek commanded the Necrons to turn on their gods. And for all their intelligence and all their power, this was something the Catan were incapable of predicting, as they were hubris made manifest. The very concept that their subjects could rise against them was anathema to them. The Necrons harnessed weaponry of god-killing power and shattered all of the Catan into thousands of individual fragments. Each one was then locked in a tesseract fold, so it could never again be free to roam the stars, chained forever by those who they once ruled over. The fate of the Catan was to be eternally shackled to the war machines of the Necrons. In the far future, their essence would be used to bring devastation to distant battlefields. But for now, they would remain prisoners. Now, after this was done, the Silent King contemplated what to do next. Both of his great enemies had been utterly destroyed. However,
is that the Deceiver? All my homies hate the fucking Deceiver. Get wrecked, noob. Right, chat?
the galaxy was in turmoil. Warp-spawned monstrosities known as the Enslavers were running rampant throughout the galaxy. In addition, the Eldar had rose to prominence and were incredibly powerful. The Necrons had been solely focused on wiping out the old ones, and it had cost them an enormous portion of their population. In their weakened state, they had no hope of defeating the Eldari and reclaiming the stars. With this in mind, the Silent King ordered the construction of vast tomb complexes on all of their worlds that dug deep within the earth. It was there that he ordered his people to rest, to sleep for millions of years. It was the Eldar who would inherit the galaxy, and there was nothing they could do to stop this. But the Necrons know more than anyone else that time is an enemy to all but the Necrons. For their immortal forms could never truly die.
That's
and
true.
the Eldar Empire would rise and fall, just as all empires do. The Silent King set the clock to awaken 60 million years in the future, to inherit whatever was left of the galaxy. The Eldar would be long dead, and whatever new species had crawled its way out of the primordial ooze would not be ready to face the Necrons, and they would once again take their rightful place as the rulers of the galaxy. After all the Necrons were locked in stasis, the Silent King had one thing left to do to atone for his sins. He severed the command protocols. The will of the Necron people would be theirs once again, and upon their awakening, they would finally be free. After doing this, he exiled himself. He hopped in a ship and took off for the void of space. What he hoped to find out there between the stars is known only to him, but he vowed to return, to see his people as they awoke once more. It is now the 41st millennium. The alarm clock has finally gone off. One by one, the surviving tomb worlds are coming back online. Memories from 60 million years ago still fresh in the minds of the newly awoken overlords. And with their free will reestablished, the dynasties are no longer united in all things. But they do, however, agree on one. That the galaxy belongs only to them, and the verminous filth that has come to inhabit it must be completely and utterly eradicated.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
So if you enjoyed this video, go ahead.
My fucking goats, let's go. Fuck them up, hell yeah. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Necrons versus Tyranids, who's stronger? Oh. Who's stronger, Necrons versus Tyranids? Stalemate? Crons? You think it's the Crons? Wait, wouldn't Tyranids eat the Necrons? I don't think so, right? Because, like, it's not organic matter, so they wouldn't, like, you know, be all, like, munch, munch, crunch, crunch, right? Oh, that makes sense. Okay, no, that, like, absolutely makes sense. Yeah, they can't eat the Necrons, so they're like, man, shit. Okay. Oh, Tyranids will eat metal, this is confirmed. It is? They can eat them, but is it like a, they can or they just won't kind of thing? He made a video on how old is this one? Oh, this was 3 years ago. Oops, sorry guys. We watched like a 3-year-old video, my bad. Wait, I want you guys to know, I don't know how we keep doing this. And I say we because you guys can't just let me take the fall by myself, right? You guys just can't do that, right? But I don't know how I keep doing this or we keep doing this, but we just turned a 49-minute video into a 2.5-hour stream. Then let's try to avoid them. You know, that's fair. I mean, like, if you won't eat it, I guess, like, you know, it's pointless to go fight them, right?
Amongst the huge cast
Hold up. I'm gonna be right back. Right before I come back, I gotta pee really fast. But yeah. Oh my god. Fear Tyranids so much they trick the Blood Angels to fight for them? Oh. No, I do think, like, yeah, the old videos still have, like, some, like, the old videos still have a lot of relevance to them. But I guess, like, I don't know, hopefully, like, you know, things don't, like, you know, get retconned or anything like that. Wii, Nintendo Wii, because it was not me? Okay, so maybe it was me that turned a 49-minute video into a 2.5-hour stream, but you gotta admit, we do like talking to each other, right? Right, chat? We do like talking to each other, so... If you really think about it, we're just being very social people. Right? Right? Okay, I gotta pee though, I'm gonna be right back. Really fast. Don't be sad without me. Oh! No, I'll do it later. We do love yapping. Yeah, exactly. We like yapping, chat. Be right back, guys. Be right back. I gotta pee. Like, no joke. I've been chugging a can of Monster, so you know. So you know. I'm back! Oh, what the heck? Hold up. Chat! I just looked at Twitter. I shouldn't have looked. What? But I'm back, guys, and thank you, Zach, for the bits. Thank you. Sometimes I do think the mods are here to protect you guys from me. Because if the mods weren't around to constantly yell at me for going off topic, we would never get anything done. What happened? Okay. So I think it was SmackDown. Jey Uso lost the belt to Gunther, right? And they just announced that Gunther will be fighting fucking Goldberg for the title now. He will be defending his title from Goldberg. They're bringing anyone back. They're bringing anyone and everyone back. I am like, why? But like, why though? Like, I guess, but like, why? Morning, guys. If you guys are just waking up and just joining the stream, morning. We're about to watch a video called The Most Feared Necron. Imhotep, the Storm Lord Explained. Warhammer 40k lore. And this one's like 2 years old, so it shouldn't be too bad, right? It's his retirement match? You're all fucking retiring. Holy shit. I mean, I thought he was retired, but I guess he wasn't? I don't know. Anyways, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Amongst the huge cast of deadly and eccentric Necron characters, none of them are perhaps as feared as much as Imhotep the Stormlord himself, Pharaoh of the Sawtek dynasty.
Oh.
And for good reason too. This guy is an absolutely ruthless conqueror who doesn't just annihilate all of the lesser life forms within his path, but also all of the smaller Necron dynasties that get in his way as well. Now, most of the other Necron royalty choose to bend a knee immediately, rather than face the Pharaoh's wrath. Now, despite possibly being the most well-known Necron character in all of 40k, his lore is admittedly still pretty mysterious. But today we're gonna fix that, as we're gonna get to the bottom of what the Stormlord is all about. From his ridiculous war gear that is so advanced it seems like magic to us lesser species, his ruthless, uncompromising crusades of Necron dominance, and the horrifyingly bloody way in which he conducts war. But before we get into all that, I'm gonna take a minute to tell you about this video's sponsor, Warhammer 40,000 Warforged, a brand new collectible card game on PC from the developers of the insanely popular Horus Heresy Legions.
I just want to put it out there because I think it's been a bit since we've had an ad, but we will be watching all of the ads because we're watching, like, you know, their content for free. The very bare minimum, the least that we can do is watch the ads. But also, I just want to point out one thing. If one day I ever get asked to do a Warhammer ad, that's when you know I've made it, chat. That's when you know I fucking made it.
If you played the last demo, you may be pleasantly surprised to see that the Necrons of the Sawtek dynasty have emerged from their stasis crypts to join the fray, alongside the Orcs of the Goth clan and the Ultramarines. The faction's first available playable characters feature Orc the Diviner, Nemesaur Sodrak, and Imhotep the Stormlord himself.
Oh,
I got a
he's
chance
in
to
it
play
too.
this
Hell
game
yeah.
over the last week, and I was incredibly impressed by it.
Wait, is this like Hearthstone, but Warhammer?
The combat is fast-paced and brutal, and the developers have gone the extra mile to add arenas, card effects, and a whole bunch of voice acting that perfectly encapsulates what Warhammer 40k is all about. Now, the developers promised that eventually all of 40k's most famous factions will be added to the game, and I'm super excited to see what it's going to look like when it releases later this year. As of today, there's a free demo of the game available on Steam, so click on the link in the description of this video to try it out for yourself.
No, I can't do it. I'm poor. I can't do it. I'm very poor.
And don't forget to wishlist the game on Steam, so you'll be the first to be notified of brand new mechanics and factions when they get unveiled. Big thanks to Warhammer 40,000 Warforged for sponsoring this video, and with that out of the way, let's dive headfirst
Chat,
into
we
the
can't look.
Grimdark.
I'm poor.
In order to
Remind me
understand
that,
Imhotep's
chat.
story, we need to know a bit more about the dynasty that he rules over. Now, 60 million years ago, in a period the Necrons refer to as the Times of Flesh, it was said that the Sawtek dynasty was the third largest of all of the Necron tier's dynasties, being surpassed by the one that was ruled over by the Silent King, the Zarkin dynasty. However, a lot changed in the 60 million years while the Necrons slumbered in their stasis crypts. Many dynasties were completely wiped out. Hundreds, if not thousands of tomb worlds mysteriously going offline, whether it be due to natural calamities, raiding by lesser species, or even sabotage by their rulers' ancient rivals who happened to wake up earlier. As fate would have it, many of the Sawtek's tomb worlds remained mostly intact, and thus in the current age, they are by far the largest and most powerful of all dynasties. Remarkably, the Sawtek's crown world Mandragora had come out of the Great Sleep physically unscathed. It had, however, fallen victim to something potentially far worse, a lack of leadership, and unrestrained ambition within its royal court. You see, for as advanced as the Necrons are, they are a proud and egotistical species. Many of the nobles' inherent belief in their own superiority is surpassed only by their relentless ambition. To compound on this, it's not uncommon for Necrons to reawaken with detrimental and irreversible technological and psychological damage, caused by any number of factors that could have occurred during their 60 million years in stasis.
God,
Some
they're
Necrons
just like
are
me.
absolutely insane when they wake back up, or are haunted by visions and premonitions of the future and past events that may or may not be real. Some Necrons who were once scholars, teachers, or artists in life may reawaken as bloodthirsty warlords, while conversely, once brilliant and revered strategists emerge from their crypts as sparking and gibbering lunatics. What exactly happened to the Crown World's ruling Pharaon isn't exactly clear, other than they had perished during the Great Sleep. Now, by the time of Mandragora's reawakening, its population found themselves without leadership, and thus on the precipice of a power vacuum. The royal court was left to inherit the entirety of the dynasty, and with no direct line of succession, the great rebirth of the mighty dynasty was plagued with petty squabbling and infighting amongst its would-be rulers. At first, the dynasty was admittedly able to put these things aside, as the far more immediate threat of the myriad host of hostile Xenos squatters that had taken up residence on Mandragora itself and in the surrounding sector, and needed to be dealt with.
No, that
Once
makes
those
sense.
lesser life forms had been eradicated, the nobles were once again made victims of their own ambition. Each felt that it was their divine right to take the crown and control of the dynasty for themselves. Now, this marked a period of civil war that lasted around 10 years, with no one faction able to achieve dominance. The political upheaval continued to get worse and worse as more and more of the Necron nobility was reawakened. Each who crawled out of the stasis crypts found themselves as a new combatant in Mandragora's great political war.
I genuinely do kind of love that, like, all of these, like, nearly all of these, like, different, like, factions, right, all have, like, very human issues, right? They all just have, like, very human issues. It's very relatable, honestly. Kind of wild. In a sense, it's kind of wild, but, like, yeah. I thought the Silent King was Sawtech, not his own dynasty. So, sir, the other thing is, there's another term for the dynasty, right? I don't know, but yeah.
It got so out of hand, in fact, that the order was given to completely cease all reanimation protocols of high-ranking Necrons. Despite this edict, one of these would-be rulers got the brilliant idea to reanimate some of the Sawtech's most ancient heroes personally. If he was able to resurrect some of the most esteemed generals from the times of flesh, have them become indebted to him, and personally back his claims to the throne, then all of the other nobles would certainly fall in line. On paper, it wasn't exactly a bad plan, and it may just have worked out for them. However, this pretender's ambition got way ahead of them, and rather than resurrecting some lesser yet still beloved heroes, the pretender flew too close to the proverbial sun, and instead chose to go right to the top. They would reanimate the greatest Necron general who had ever lived, Imhotep the Stormlord. Who Imhotep was before the time of the Great Reawakening is still something of a mystery. Most records from this time are incredibly fragmentary, to say the least, and what we do know comes primarily from ancient Eldar myths and legends, and a few fragmented memory banks from specific Necron characters. Both massively unreliable sources. Many of these Necrons describe the memories of this time as being like a memory of a memory of a memory of a memory. A momentary mental flash of an image that vanishes the instant the individual tries to focus on it. There's a few interesting lines in the novel The Infinite and the Divine that can give us a bit more insight into just how ruthless Imhotep actually was in life. There's a scene where Traz in The Infinite is ruminating on what he can remember before he went to sleep. He says his memories of the times of flesh are practically non-existent. He can't even remember what he used to look like. But the memories of the war in heaven, after he had received his body of necrodermis, are a little bit clearer. He remembers, quote, titanic clashes, armies of metal marching with dire purpose into the faltering lines of the reptilian old ones. Imhotep the Storm, carving through the piteous ancient ones, like the Necron tier death god they had discovered, was all too real. This isn't a lot to go on, but to be compared to a god of death by somebody like Traz the Infinite certainly lends credence to him not only being incredibly physically powerful, but also a monstrously intelligent general if he was able to strike such fear into something as advanced as the old ones.
So he's basically really fucking OP then, is what I'm getting. Okay? But you guys also don't like it? Huh. I am curious now. Don't tell me why you don't like him. I'm curious to see why you guys don't like him.
There's another more humorous scene later in the book that sees Trazyn and its ancient rival Orican the Diviner in front of what is known as the Awakened Council. It's basically a council of representatives from different Necron dynasties that's supposed to rule over all of the dynasties to keep their squabbling and infighting from getting out of control, and ultimately avoid, or at least lessen, civil wars by acting as a mediating force in a court of law. Earlier in the novel, Orican had stolen a priceless relic from Trazyn, who has retaliated by basically putting him on trial. Orican doesn't recognize the council's authority and feels like they will be biased against him as they do not have a member of the Sautek dynasty amongst their members. Nonetheless, the council intends to go through with their judgment, of which, if he is found guilty, the punishment will almost certainly either be death or banishment. Orican slyly asks them what they think will happen when the Stormlord realizes that his chief seer had been killed by an unsanctioned council. All of the representatives freeze at the mention of the Sautek's Pharaon, and as much as possible for mechanical beings made out of living metal, they appear visibly shaken. Orican presses further, pointing out that one of them had actually campaigned alongside the Stormlord at one point 60 million years ago. He asks him to inform his fellow council members exactly what happens when Imhotep goes forth into the panoply of war. Gone like the Kuvu, he says. It means for something to be completely and utterly eradicated, or conversely, to have disappeared without a trace. The phrase directly references the Kuvu dynasty, that Imhotep and his armies had completely and utterly destroyed. Now, fun fact, despite the horrific and bloody slaughter that served as the origin of the phrase, gone like the Kuvu was a term that eventually became a common Necrontyr idiom that their people would say after finishing a meal and leaving nothing left on their plate. The trial is immediately postponed and scheduled to resume in about 10,000 years when the Sautek representative in question was scheduled to reawaken. Trazyn is absolutely furious about this and demands that a mediator be awoken in his place. And as interesting and sometimes hilarious as Necron courtroom drama is, this is a video about the Stormlord. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'd be pissed too. Like, what do you mean the guy that's like, that I'm like in court with is going to sleep for 10,000 years? Like, I'd also be like, the fuck? Wake him up. Shit, find someone else. What the fuck? I get it. I get you, bestie. I understand.
We'll cover this scene in a future video. Let's get back on the topic of his reawakening. The pretender who took it upon himself to reawaken the Stormlord surely assumed he would have agreed with his claims and supported his pursuit of the crown. Unfortunately for the delusional royal, this couldn't have been further from the truth. Imhotep was enraged by the disorder that had consumed his dynasty. These petulant children had shamed not only themselves with their narcissistic bickering, but further had failed their dynasty that they had taken sacred vows to uphold the sanctity of. This plague of instability had gone on long enough. The Stormlord rallied his own army of supporters and claimed the throne for himself. The pretender's cancer of egotism finally excised from the crown world. The new Pharaon would see his people united once again, and from that day forth, ruled with an iron fist. No infighting of any form would be tolerated within his kingdom. Instead, that energy would be redirected out into the stars. The galaxy had once been ruled by the Necrons, and it would be so again. With the Sautek dynasty's vast resources now under his full control, Imhotep would set forth on a campaign of rapid expansion. Since that day, it is said that Imhotep has never been defeated in battle. He is one of the galaxy's most esteemed and powerful generals. Even when compared to the most heavily augmented minds of the greatest Necron leaders, his strategic genius is just on an entirely different level. To the mortal observer, it would seem as if he has some kind of omnipotent power of divination. He's able to simultaneously conduct wars across dozens of worlds and command hundreds of different armies. It's as if he's somehow able to know where his enemies will appear and exactly what they're going to do before they even know themselves.
So he's basically like a gamer. He's like a hardcore gamer then. Shit. That's kind of like impressive actually. That's actually really cool. What the heck?
He's been documented as employing perfectly intricate complex countermaneuvers to outwit his foes, while simultaneously coordinating even more complex battle stratagems in wars on far-off worlds. Some claim that his gifts of insight and masterful strategic planning are the results of some dark pact or ancient and blasphemous techno-sorceries. Or even, potentially, just rumors that have gotten completely out of hand. In fairness, the truth of his abilities is somewhat clouded in mystery. But the little bit of insight we do get from the lore says that when he awoke from the Great Sleep, he had a form of statistical and hyperlogical strategic ability.
His mind was able to process so much information so quickly that, by comparison, if a mortal mind was able to work on his level for but a minute, it would cause it to burn out almost instantaneously.
That's kind of
blood
crazy.
gushing out of the ears, mouth, nose, the whole shebang. Even further, it's said that he is able to perceive with absolute clarity the quote, fractal web of future probabilities. It's not that he's literally able to see what's going to happen in the future, or one of many potential futures like Orkin or even the Primarch Sanguinius can.
Ooh.
Rather, that this dude is so unbelievably intelligent that he's able to perceive in his mind every potential outcome and almost instantaneously come up with the probability of how likely it is to occur based on the probability of each of the infinite interactions, great and small, that could occur in each and every one of them.
Okay, so basically he's another person with the power of like precognition, but he actually uses it right and not like everyone else who kind of like uses it all like wrong and shit. Is that what that means? Necron Ace Attorney would be really fucking funny though. Yeah. No, this I feel like Imhotep would be insanely good at StarCraft. His precognition is super math. Oh, could not be us, huh? He actually can't save scum if something goes wrong. Oh, no. Oh, so it's not precognition, it's just fucking math. He has Batman prep time. So basically, he's the only one who actually does the whole, like, I know what you're gonna do thing, but he does it successfully. Everyone else just kind of fucks it up, right? Damn, okay. I'm okay. I'm gonna hold. I want to see why you guys like don't really like him. I'm keen to see. Don't tell me yet, okay?
There's one final thing that makes him such a great warlord, and admittedly, it may not seem like that big of a deal in comparison, but it's unbelievably important in the grand scheme of the cosmic battlefield that is the grimdark future.
Okay.
Imhotep understands mortals. He understands how the lesser species think, their emotions, their culture, traditions, how they react in times of joy and great tragedy. If knowing your enemy is the true mark of a master strategist, then Imhotep embodies this philosophy better than perhaps any other general alive. Now, there is one caveat to this. Imhotep is practically the avatar of logic. This is what all of his systems are rooted in. So the only enemy that he truly struggles with are creatures that behave completely irrationally. Which,
so like,
fun fact, makes him absolutely despise having to fight the orcs. As being
I knew
unpredictable is kind of what they're all about.
I knew
Imhotep
it.
understands that when fighting against mortals, fear is potentially the most potent weapon of all, and thus he utilizes terror in his strategies quite frequently. His armies march under the cover of blackened, storm-ridden skies, clouds billowing forth cascading arrays of emerald lightning that lash against the enemy, tearing apart war engines and infantry alike. Many enemies that find themselves in the position under the storm clouds are simply swallowed up by the torrent. The energy they produce, cutting off all forms of communication with their allies, and making them easy prey for his legions. Any foes that do manage to escape are chased down by his swarms of blood scarabs. Now, these tiny machines embed themselves in the fleeing warriors and produce a signal that proves irresistible to packs of flayed ones. If you're not familiar with them, flayed ones are insane Necrons who have been inflicted with what the dynasties refer to as the Flayer Curse. What exactly the curse is still up for debate, but most tend to believe that it is some form of technological virus, a disease that causes their mind to rapidly deteriorate and makes the afflicted individual constantly crave the taste of flesh and blood. Eventually, their compulsion to start taking grisly trophies from their enemies evolves into a full-blown insanity, fracturing not just their minds, but their physical bodies as well, as the curse also causes the metal frame of their necrodermis to mutate into a—
I was gonna say, the scarabs are really cute, but then, if that's what they're used for, oh no. Brother. No. Oh shit. That is not good.
a hunched, loping feral predator, a form much more reflective of their diseased mind. The great irony is that their living metal bodies don't actually have mouths with which to eat. Unable to ever truly feed, they are driven deeper and deeper into a psychotic madness the longer they continue to exist. Like hungry ghosts, they are drawn to battlefields across the stars with high levels of casualties, attracted to the intoxicating scent of fresh gore, like hungry seaborne predators. The blood scarabs that Imhotep utilizes pulse out a signal that mimics the bloodiest of all battlefields. When received and interpreted by their fractured minds, swarms of flayed ones rip their way across reality and tear into the battlefield in their hundreds, if not thousands. Fully engulfed in their own homicidal madness, they hurl themselves into the fray, eviscerating anything and everything in their path. They descend upon the enemy in a cleansing storm of scything talons and flensing blades. Not only are flayed ones incredibly effective shock troops, but the demoralizing effect they have on enemy morale, as the soldiers see their allies butchered by these eldritch abominations, cannot be overstated. Imhotep will not rest until all of the lesser species have been purged from the galaxy. The Necrons were the rulers of the physical universe once long ago, and he will not stop until they take back the entirety of their ancient kingdom.
What
the
the
Stormlord
fuck?
and thus the larger Sotek dynasty's aggressive expansion does not just target the worlds held by lesser species. In fact, all too often, Necron dynasties find themselves in the path of his fleets as well. The strict code of
okay.
military honor is always observed, and these dynasties are often given the choice to join the Sotek Empire of their own accord, or to resist and face the entirety of its wrath. Many of these dynasties exist knowing that one day the Stormlord will come for them, and when that time comes, they bend the knee without hesitation. Imhotep, in turn, rewards their subservience handsomely, often supplying them with powerful weapons and other resources. But to those who refuse, they quickly find out that they weren't ever really given a choice at all. Their dynasty would be absorbed into the Sotek regardless of their actions, albeit in a far more brutal manner. When Imhotep decides to take to the battlefield himself, he is equipped with a wide array of incredibly advanced Necron technology. The staff that he wields is known as the Staff of the Destroyer, an ancient and ornamental staff that is similar in construction to a Necron war scythe, a weapon traditionally wielded by Necron nobility or elite bodyguards. It's comprised of similar material to that of a power weapon, and is capable of slicing through infantry and heavy vehicles with ease. The staff had originally been designed for the very first pharaoh of the Sotek dynasty, Zahet. After his death, it would then be passed down to each subsequent pharaoh, making it not just an incredibly powerful weapon, but also a prestigious symbol of rank. The most interesting thing about this weapon is it has the ability to unleash a searing beam of pan-dimensional energy that absolutely obliterates everything in its path. The only caveat to this is it consumes an incredible amount of energy and must take a significant amount of time to recharge before it can fire another blast. In the Stormlord's offhand, he wields what is known as the Gauntlet of Fire, an armored glove that cackles with green flame and works like an Imperial hand flamer. On the defensive side of his armory, he utilizes what is known as a phase shifter, an incredibly strange device that causes the wielder to appear as a blurry afterimage to their foes, and bullets and blades seemingly pass through them as if they weren't there. This is because the phase shifter has the remarkable ability to manipulate the fabric between dimensions, literally causing the wielder to phase in and out of existence. When utilized properly and with expert timing, the phase shifter can render its wielder nigh invincible. Like all Necrons, Imhotep's body is made of the living metal substance known as necrodermis that is able to repair itself from all but the most grievous of injuries. However, Imhotep is given an extra layer of defense with what is known as the septernal weave, an advanced array of monofilament fibers that are threaded throughout his body. The filaments are made of phase-hardened amaranthite and adamantium, drastically increasing the hardness of his body to the point that it rivals the Astartes Terminator armor. If Imhotep has one major weakness, it would be a form of militaristic hubris that seems to go in stark contrast to his hyper-logical nature. He has a tendency to let high-ranking generals and individuals of incredible importance live after battling them. He normally mutilates them in some way, slashing out one of their eyes, cutting off an arm, marking them in such a manner that they will never be able to forget the humiliating defeat they suffered at his hands. Famously, he personally cut off the hand of Helbright of the Black Templars in 930 M41. On the world of Schrödinger 7. Despite the fact that Helbright was the superior swordsman, he was never able to land a killing blow on the Stormlord, and was ultimately defeated by him. To this day, Helbright hunts Imhotep with such a feverish zeal that some would say it borders on the line of insane obsession. And it's difficult to determine just how large the Sotek dynasty truly is. Some lore states that it controls around 80 tomb worlds, with more coming online as the timeline moves forward. Many of these tomb worlds were likely not originally Sotek tombs, but most likely belonged to some of the assimilated dynasties. Tomb worlds are not the only planets that the Sotek have conquered, and in the 9th edition Necron Codex, it states that worlds such as these number in their hundreds. Whatever these numbers actually are, they definitely pale in comparison to the magnitude more planets that have been destroyed by the Stormlord's armies. Despite its notable reputation as the largest Necron dynasty, it seems pretty small by comparison to something as large as the Imperium. The fruits of his relentless expansion, however, are still incredibly impressive when you consider the fact that he only awoke from the Great Sleep just over 200 years ago.
So basically, guys out here getting shit done. Okay. I mean, I kind of fuck with this guy though. Like, so far, I do quite enjoy him. Like, it makes sense. Like, this is his the universe that he lives in is like, you know, a little fucked up. So, you know, he's just out here doing his like job. You know what I mean? Huh. They're bad at statistics. Am I letting the numbers get to me again? Because every time they're like, oh yeah, this guy hella OP. Got his ass kicked by someone else. Yeah, he is the Necron. Dude, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I really wanna like, I do like the Necrons a lot, but like their weapons, and I do like their weapons, but I think their weapons like low-key concern me a little, because it's like, oh, if I were to get like any of these like figures in real life, I'd be so scared about accidentally like snapping the weapon in like half or something, you know what I mean? Imhotep does not mess around, yeah. I feel like 100% like you would be able to like snap that shit very easily. And that concerns me because like, I don't want to like spend a ton of time like building something only for it to break. Like, I genuinely like, I'm not good whenever like something breaks. I would probably like curl up into like a ball in like fetal position and like die for a bit, you know, on the inside. My friend snapped an arm of a Necro was putting it together. Pain. I accidentally like broke the arm of a Space Marine while I was like building it, and I was like, and I had to sit here, look at myself in like my like computer screen, like, you know, reflection. I had to look at myself in the computer screen reflection and be like, it's okay. He just lost his arm in battle. It's fine. We can get through this. Because I was like, oh man, this sucks. I wish he was like, you know, like fully built, but it's okay. I'm gonna cope like crazy. Oh man.
Despite how important Imhotep's character is to the Necron's lore, it's rather unfortunate and kind of bizarre, if I'm being honest, that to this day we've yet to be gifted with a novel based on this guy from the Black Library. Despite being involved in many of the campaigns throughout Warhammer's history, he also hasn't ever been given a comprehensive and engaging story arc like many other characters that are similar to him. A lot of the stuff we have to work with when trying to piece together his lore is unfortunately still in a fragmentary and semi-mysterious place. And I'm really hopeful that one day we will get an excellent trilogy of books that does the Stormlord justice. In the meantime, there's a ton of room for speculation about who he was in the Times of Flesh, and his interactions with other Necrons by the time of the 42nd millennium. The two most pivotal things to happen with the Necrons in the recent lore has been that of the Pariah Nexus, an event he wasn't even really involved in, and the return of the Silent King, an individual who deserves his own lore video and unquestionably will end up butting heads with Imhotep in the future. We don't know too much about their history, but it is known that Imhotep is not a fan. He blames the Silent King for what happened to his people 60 million years ago, as it was the Silent King who made the deal with the Catan that saw the Necron tier thrown into the furnaces of biotransference. And now...
Is he right though, chat? Like, do you guys think he does have a reason to be like pissed at the Silent King? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I do, because I do like the Silent King. I'm being a little biased, but I'm like, man, I would have thought that this was a good thing for you, buddy. I guess, but you're really mad, so I guess not. He did make the deal, but like, didn't it like turn out well for him? And he's still like Ingy, like, ooh. No, don't insult my favorite boy. Who's your favorite boy? Imhotep or Silent King? I'm confused. No, it is a legit beef, but like, damn, I would have thought that like you'd be like, yeah, well, he did it for like, you know, for us. You know, I would have thought it'd be like, oh yeah, no, he did it for us, therefore it is okay. Wants the Necrons to go back to being flesh, a Stormlord wants the opposite. Yeah, so why is he mad at the Silent King for like, you know, wanting for like turning them into like, you know, what they are in the first place, you know? Why is he mad? He's not wrong, but Silent King can have a Faustian bargain as a treat. The reasons are discussed playing across different Necrons. If you got turned into a Necron, would you want to stay a robot, or do you guys think you want to be a person again? We don't know if there's no lore, if the Stormlord was forced or chosen to be a Necron. makes sense. If he was chosen, then you know, if he was forced into it, then yeah, maybe that's why he's so fucking angry. That makes sense. That checks out. Holy shit. You want to be a robot? I don't know if I want to be a robot, you know? Like, I like being a person, maybe. How's my night? We're watching like Warhammer lore, and I think I'm like converted. I think I do like Necrons now. I think I do like Necrons very much. Flesh, I don't want to become a Flate one. That's true. I don't want to be a Flate one either. Oh, you're so right for that though. Dude. I think like a robot, but like a Furby, I customize that shit. Bro, I'm scared of fucking Furbies. I'm like genuinely scared of fucking Furbies. I had like something that's like a Furby growing up, and my mother recorded her voice, like, you know, being like, it was some line like, you know, my name, you know, like, Miwa, wake up, it's time to wake up, something like that, right? But the fucking Furby broke in the middle of the night, and all I heard was like a distorted voice just saying my name over and over again, like Miwa, just over and over again. I didn't know where it was coming from. I was scared shitless, dude. I was like, fuck. This is not okay. So now I have like trauma from like Furbies. It was so scary, and I couldn't find it, and it just eventually like died because it ran out of battery. So like I was not okay with recorded messages for a very long time, you know? Like, I did have like an ex who gave me like a teddy bear where he recorded like his voice. I was not okay with that. I kept it like in the back of like my cupboard, right? Because I was scared that shit would break and do the same stuff in the middle of the night. I was terrified. But, you know, I didn't tell him that, you know, hey, you kind of scared the shit out of me, but it's okay.
Now, this guy shows back up 60 million years later, suddenly wanting to unify his species and undercut everything that Emotech has been working towards. I think there's a really cool story arc coming that's gonna see these two characters clashing in the very near future. But what do you guys think? Is Emotech the greatest general that has ever existed in Warhammer 40k? Or are there other characters that you think could easily outwit him? What do you think is going to happen when him and the Silent King finally end up in conflict with one another? And just in general, what are your favorite Necron characters or units? Let me know down in the comments section below. The Necrons are my personal favorite faction, and the one that I mainly play in the Warhammer tabletop game, so I'm hoping we get more novels written from their perspective in the future. Because as of right now, other than a bunch of short stories, we just have the Twice Dead King series and The Infinite and the Divine. All three of those books are excellent, but I want more. Thanks again for watching my video all the way through, it means the world to me. Go ahead and click the like and subscribe button, it helps my channel out a lot. And if you want to be really cool, click on the notification button, because that's the real subscribe button nowadays.
I think I still like Trazyn the most though. I do thoroughly enjoy the fact that he's basically a troll. Like, that's probably like my favorite bit about him. And I do very much enjoy that. But actually, I think I might read the Necron books too. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of them. So like maybe reading the Necron books would be good. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of them yet. It seems like there's maybe still slowly being like written. Like maybe if I get like anything else, or is that enough for today? I mean, dude, I have a playlist. We're watching like a bunch of videos. But yeah, no, I'm just kind of here like thinking like, oh, you know, maybe I should just start with like some of the Necron books too. You know, if I get like burnt out of like Horus Heresy lore. To be quite honest with you guys, I do worry about reading the Horus Heresy because I do feel like there will be moments where I don't remember stuff, right? And I'll have to like constantly Google it, you know? We have one video by Arbiter Ian that I did want to watch, but it doesn't really fit with the theme of today, which is Necrons. It's this video called How the Primarchs Got Their Names, Warhammer 40k Easter Eggs. I wanted to watch this, but it doesn't really fit with the theme of today. So we could watch it and just forget that, you know, it's not Necrons related, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah. I mean, I do like there's a lot of bad Horus Heresy books. I'm just thinking, like, I think the problem with the Horus Heresy stuff is that, can I be real? I feel like I've seen so many lore videos that to a certain extent, it's kind of jumbled up in my head, you know what I mean? It's a little like jumbled up in my head. Like, I do remember important plot points, but I don't have the timeline like locked down, and I think it's because I didn't read the books. I don't really have the timeline, you know, on lock. Right? Wait, let me just check. Okay, this was uploaded 2 years ago. We're clear to... By the way, if there are any videos that just came out, my management has told me that out of courtesy, with Bricky, he's already said he doesn't mind. But with everyone else, out of professional courtesy, we're not gonna react to the videos or watch them on stream for a good week or two. Or maybe, you know what, we'll make it a month, okay? If let's say Arbiter Ian has just like dropped the fat video, we're not gonna react to it for like a month at least, okay? Out of like courtesy, so that, you know, their videos, you know, get like, you know, all the attention that they deserve. But yeah, I don't think the books help with seeing things in order. They're also messy chronologically. Yeah, I kind of feel that. I kind of worry about that being an issue too, because like so many things do happen, and it's like keeping track of like what is happening and what's not happening is a bit, you know, weird. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. So if you guys are wondering why we don't react to like things as they drop, unless I've been given explicit permission, where they're like, yeah, you know, go for it, it's fine, I have no problems with it. We're not going to be watching anything that you know, doesn't at least have a month. So just a word of just, you know, just to clarify, so you guys know this is a disclaimer, we're not doing that. That's it. Well, let's just watch this. I think it would be interesting. There's also only 17 minutes on it, so how long could we possibly like react to this, right?
Hi gang, the Primarchs of Warhammer 40k are an interesting bunch. Lion, L. Johnson, Horus, Lupercal, and Angry Angron the Angry Marine couldn't be more different. But what's the inspiration names come from? And what are the mysterious origins of Raven, the Raven guy?
Wait, is his name Raven and not Crow? Have I been wrong this whole time? Wait, I thought Corax was Crow. Don't jinx it, yeah. It's Crow, right? Did I fuck up? Ooh, have I been calling him by the wrong name this whole time? Ignore the fact that I call him Crow. It's cute. And he is my favorite. He is honestly, now that I think about it, Crow might just be one of my favorites, only because, like, he's spawn camping the fuck out of Lorgar right now, and I think that pettiness is 10 out of 10. I really fucking like it. Crow! Okay, you know what, fuck it. We'll just keep calling him Crow. It's not like you guys don't know who I'm talking about when I say Crow, right? Corvus Corax is a little too difficult for me to say sometimes because of the, like, I think because of the V's, it's a little hard sometimes. So Crow sounds way better. 3, 2, 1. Damn, this beat like goes hard.
So if you didn't know, 40k, especially old 40k, is littered with Easter eggs, references often jokingly to real-world history, events, or ancient mythology. The original writers were students of history and especially art history, and those influences are everywhere in the 40k background, from obvious historical analogues to Shakespeare references.
My favorite part of history, Rambo. Jungle fighters. That's my favorite part of history, chat.
In this, the Primarchs are no different. The names of the 18 Primarchs who led the Space Marine legions were invented over a number of years. Some were even given their names before Primarchs were part of the background, originally being generals or Imperial commanders. And many of those names are actually references to something else. Sometimes these references fit with their legion's backstory, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes the Primarch was given the name before the background for their legion was written, and sometimes the legion's background comes from the Primarch's name, so it's a mixed bunch. So let's go through all 18, and let's start at the start with one of the more well-known stories, that of the first Primarch, Lionel Johnson of the Dark Angels. Lionel Johnson's position as commander of the Dark Angels goes all the way back to Rogue Trader, where he has a few alternate spellings, like in this box out, where he's Lyn L. Gonson, founder of the Dark Angels. But the name we know him by actually makes his origin much more obvious. Lionel Johnson was an English poet from the late 19th century. His poetry was considered very traditionalist and austere, and he was a devout Catholic convert, but he was also a gay man, something that would have been scandalous and very illegal at the time. As such, his work often concerned his own deep shame of the sin he felt he'd committed and needed to hide from the rest of the world. His most famous poem, and one on exactly that theme, is called The Dark Angel. Dark angel, with thine aching lust to rid the world of penitence, malicious angel, who still dost my soul such subtle violence. That's the first verse, but the poem carries on for much longer. I'll put a link below. But the connection to an intensely moralistic and monastic chapter who conceal a dark and shameful secret is pretty obvious. In 40k, the Dark Angels are obsessed with concealing knowledge of the Fallen, a faction of their legion that sided with Horus in the heresy, and which the chapter has spent the last 10,000 years trying to hunt down, lest anyone find out the truth. What's interesting here is that every loyalist legion had some elements who sided with Horus. So the thing the Dark Angels flagellate themselves about isn't uniquely that shameful, especially not from the position of 10,000 years later. It's their own beliefs that cause them to be so ashamed of ever having sinned, which actually makes them a really good analogy for Lionel Johnson.
Can I be real? I actually did not know that. I don't think I've ever heard that mentioned before, but I genuinely had no idea. Shit. Once you put it like that, things make sense. Wow. I didn't know that. Huh.
Anyway, how much of that was actually intended in the Rogue Trader days is questionable, but it's one of the few where Games Workshop attempted to change the name later to try and make the reference a bit less obvious. Apparently on the Primarch's home world of Caliban, another reference, Lionel Johnson means the Lion of the Forest, which suggests that over thousands of years of isolation, lion still means lion, but forests are called Johnsons? Okay, there's no second Primarch,
Johnson
so
like
moving on, we have the
Fulgrim?
third Primarch, Fulgrim, but unfortunately, he doesn't get as much of a story. In world, he's meant to be named after a mythological water deity from his home world of Chemos, but that isn't a reference to anything in real life. The best I've seen is that it's a play on words from the Latin fulgur, meaning lightning or flash, which I guess makes sense. He is quite flashy. Fulgrim is also called the Phoenician, which is an Easter egg, but not the one you think. In his backstory, he does preside over an artistic renaissance on Chemos, which I guess you could see as like a phoenix rising from the flames, but that's not actually it. The Phoenicians were an ancient civilization that existed around the Levant in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE. They were called that by the nearby ancient Greeks who traded with them, and one of their most valuable exports was a very specific dye that couldn't be found anywhere else. A purple dye. So Fulgrim the Phoenician is actually a reference to the colour his legion's armour is. He's Fulgrim from those purple guys.
That's...
Onwards, we've got the fourth Primarch, Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Now, the obvious thing here is to go, Perturabo sounds like perturbed. Maybe he's hesitant and a bit annoyed about it, but it's a bit cleverer than that.
I'm not gonna lie, the whole Fulgrim thing, it's so simplistic that it's actually kind of funny to me. Is that weird? I mean, like, I guess, but also, like, wow, it's, you know what? No. It's okay. They haven't talked about Ferrus Manus yet. I'm not gonna talk about, like, things being too simplistic. I'm just bracing myself for, like, the Ferrus Manus, like, mention, and then I'm gonna be like, Lamau, why? We're just gonna wait for it.
The Iron Warriors are, of course, famed for their attrition tactics, able to withstand huge losses and just keep going. Perdurabo was the motto of the British occultist Aleister Crowley, and roughly translated in Latin means I will endure, which absolutely makes sense. Crowley himself was active in the early 20th century, and after studying various occult beliefs, developed his own religion, Thelema, which evolved over his life. His work was then a huge influence on many of the New Age and new religious movements that came later during the middle part of the 20th century. On the face of it, his study of magic and the occult and his obvious charisma as a sort of cult leader might have made the name a better fit for a different Primarch, but then multiple biographers of Crowley have described him as being self-confident, brash, egotistic, highly intelligent, arrogant and cruel, capable of immense physical and emotional cruelty, and showing a blind arrogance, petty fits of bile, and contempt for the abilities of his fellow men, which, that's the guy.
Stop, that's so on the money though, shit. I mean, that's kind of crazy. It's honestly very funny, kind of crazy, but wow, that is like insanely on the money, huh? Yep, that is Peter Turbo, our guy.
Fits. Okay, 5th Primarch, Jagatai Khan of the White Scars, an obvious one, I think. So the Scars are an analogue to the medieval Mongols and to some degree the much earlier Huns, both civilizations of horse nomads from Central Asia, famous for descending on the rest of the world as a horde of skilled cavalry fighters, which is also exactly what the White Scars are.
Yeah.
The most famous leader of the Mongols was Genghis Khan. Both the titles Khan and Kagan are real-world titles that are then used by the White Scars in the fiction. Genghis Khan's second son and successor was Jagatai Khan. And he was known as quite a just and lawful ruler, particularly compared to his father. And that's also how Jagatai Khan is seen in 40k. He's the leader of this horde of bikers, but he's also one of the more relatable and honourable of the Primarchs. Right, Liman Russ of the Space Wolves is next. Russ.
Have you guys ever thought about how crazy it low-key is that like everyone potentially has like some of like Genghis Khan's like DNA in them? Cause like remember how like bro fucked, right? Like canonically bro fucked. So like there's like a possibility that all of us have like some of his DNA in it. Isn't that kind of insane? Well, wouldn't that make us like kind of related? Chat, would you like me as your like far removed like cousin? Right? I actually like I know that like he had like an entire like strat with his like daughter and everything too. I don't want to relate to Miwa. Rude as fuck? Okay, never mind. Fuck you then. Shit. I've had worse cousins. Well, that's great. That's great. But like, you know what I mean, right? Like, man. It's kind of insane. I do like the real like life like lore of him. Cause what was it? He had like this whole strat with his like daughters. Like his sons were all like warlords, right? Basically. But his daughters, what he'd do with the daughters is he would like marry his daughters off to like different like different clans and whatnot. And he trained his daughters to slowly take over their husbands' like clans. So he ended up owning those clans, like, you know, by proxy. It's kind of like it's honestly kind of like, wow, bro really fucking min-maxed everything. You know? Isn't that kind of crazy?
This is one of the early ones. Both Russ and the Wolves went through a few changes in the early fluff before they settled on this whole Norse werewolf thing they have. Originally, Russ was just a human Imperial commander, and the Space Wolves were just a regular example Marine chapter. No longboats or ancient sagas in sight. So I would guess that the whole Viking thing actually stems from the authors working with the name they already had. The Russ were an ethnic group in early medieval Europe, prominent from the 9th to 11th century. They ruled over a state now known as Kievan Rus, which at its height covered a large part of Eastern Europe and would eventually lend its name to Russia, but they were actually descended from the Varangians, or Eastern Vikings, originally Norsemen from Sweden who'd settled along the Volga River.
That makes sense,
and that's the thread that leads them back to this guy and the whole Norse Viking theme. Interestingly, Space Wolf Terminator squads in 30k are called Varangir, probably a reference to the Varangian Guard, Rus mercenaries that served in the armies of Byzantium to the south. So the 7th Primarch, Rogel Dawn, has a little less to him. He appears for the first time in Realms of Chaos during the story of the Emperor battling Horus, but there's...
Don't at me, but I'm not gonna lie to you guys, this art of him, very sexy. 10 out of 10.
Not much else there. The best I could really find looking around wikis and things was that Dawn means stronghold in Old English and fist in Irish, so that kind of fits. There's also this idea that Rogel sounds a bit like regal, but that's a bit of a stretch to me. But after Rogel Dawn, we get to the other really famous story, the Night Haunter Conrad Kurz of the Night Lords. So despite everyone thinking this is a Batman reference, it isn't, or at least it wasn't the original intention. Joseph Conrad was a Polish-British novelist writing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, just like the other two I mentioned, so maybe that era was someone's specific field of interest. His most famous novella is called Heart of Darkness, which tells the story of a mining company operative sent on a mission to the jungles of the Congo to track down another operative that's gone missing called Kurtz. When he finds him, Kurtz has gone mad, and it turns out he's been brutally ruling over the local people who sort of worship him as a savior. It was adapted into the 1979 film Apocalypse Now, which moved the action to the Vietnam War and the plot to a search for a rogue US Army colonel called Kurtz. Joseph Conrad, Colonel Kurtz, and we have Conrad Kurz, a Primarch driven mad by visions and whose brutal idea of justice on his adoptive homeworld see him regarded as a feared savior. And to really cement that, there's a few other references here. That planet is called Nostromo, after another Joseph Conrad book, Nostromo, which also gave its name to the spaceship in the film Alien. And one of my favourite ones, in Apocalypse Now, the protagonist on the hunt for Colonel Kurtz is played by Martin Sheen, and in 40k, Conrad Kurz is eventually killed by an Imperial Calidus assassin called Shen. Okay, number 9, Sanguinius of the Blood Angels is another pretty easy one, but it's quite interesting. Sanguis is just Latin for blood, so he's Blood Guy, leader of the Blood Guys. But also, Sanguine is one of the 4 temperaments in the old medieval medical system known as humorism. Back then, a lot of doctors thought that diseases or various moods were caused by an excess of certain fluids in the body. There were 4. Too much yellow bile and you'd be choleric. That's short-tempered. Too much black bile and you'd be melancholic or lazy and sickly. Too much phlegm and you'd be phlegmatic, low-spirited. And too much blood and you'd be sanguine, optimistic, especially in hopeless situations, which I guess is a pretty good description of Sanguinius for the entire heresy story. And if you thought that was a simple one, here comes Ferrus Manus of...
I'm not ready for this. Hold on, guys. I need to grab my emotional support Bidoof right now. Oh my god. Where is he? I lost him. It's okay. I will grab my emotional support, Jojo deck box. Let's go. Any chance of my... I don't know. I haven't reviewed like his content yet, so I need to go see. But are you guys ready? Okay, I'm not fucking ready. I wonder what Ferrus Manus means of the Iron Hands. What do they mean? Wow.
Of the Iron Hands, which is of course just Iron Hand in Latin. And he has Iron Hands. So he's Iron Hand with his Iron Hands leading the Iron Hands. He's also called the Gorgon, which is meant to be because he's grim of aspect and kind of ugly. But of course that's a reference to the homeworld of the Iron Hands, Medusa. The Gorgons are the snake-headed ladies of Greek myth, one of which was named Medusa. And of course looking at them would turn you to stone, which wasn't pleasant either.
Did he just call him ugly? That's so mean. What? That's crazy. Oh my god. Okay, well... they're not ugly. That's mean.
We're in the really easy middle bit of the Primarchs here. The 12th Primarch is Angron, who is angry and leads the World Eaters, who are also angry. I mean, I really think that's it. There's nothing else there. The 13th Primarch, Rubut Gearman, is an interesting one. There's loads you could go into here. The name actually features the syllables ro and man, and, you know, the Ultramarines are Roman. Guile means cunning in English and in Old French, so I guess he's like a cunning Roman man, but apparently it's none of that. It's just taken from a random name found in a French newspaper while the writer was on holiday.
If that really was the case, I would fucking hate it. I would be like, holy shit. If that really was the case, I would genuinely be like, oh my god, that is so dumb. Hi, Miwa, can you tell me what Warhammer is about? I'm embarrassed to say I haven't been taking notes. Okay, so get this. It's about space war. But, like, very gory, and everything, like, really, really sucks. This is not a universe you want to live in, but it's also insanely cool, and there's so much that's, like, really cool about it, but also, it's also incredibly, like, cringy at times. It is very funny, very cringy at times, but it's also very cool. Bro, I mean, you know, I'm just saying, that's like naming your dog, you know? That's literally like, it's like naming your dog. Oh, and there's like, oh yeah, in Warhammer 40k, there's some really sick fucking things, and the things are like really fucking cool, and that's like one of the best parts about it. It's that the things are like really cute and like really cool at the same time. I name my cat Hound. You want to know? Okay, so one of my favorite like game series is Story of Seasons. Every Story of Seasons game, I'll name my we always like get a chicken, right? I'll name my chicken something like Nugget or something, and I'll get a cow and I'll name him Steak. I don't have great like naming sense, so when I eventually have a kid, chat, pray for me, pray for my kid, pray for my future husband. I don't know what I will name my future child. You know. So, you know, hey, I'm gonna give them the Warhammer special, okay? I'm gonna give them the fucking Warhammer special. I'm gonna name them something incredibly obvious or obscure as fuck. Name your cat Tink. What if I name my kid Tink? Do you think I'd love them a little more if I named them Tink? Would that be funny? No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah.
According to the internet, anyway. And to continue the theme, Mortarion of the Death Guard is another easy one. Mors means death in Latin and is the root of loads of similar words, from the French mort to the English mortal to about half the proper nouns in 40k. So the Death Guard are just led by Deatharion. Magnus the Red of the Thousand Sons is a strange one. Magnus means great or big in Latin. Magnus the Red is certainly big. He's meant to be a giant. But the main thing about him is that he's an extremely powerful sorcerer from planet Egypt. So I think this is mostly someone just writing a name in the book before the story had really been fleshed out. At the time his name first appeared in 40k, not much had been written about the Thousand Sons, other than that back then they wore red, something that would eventually become their heresy colours. Interestingly, planet Egypt in 40k is called Prospero, which is the name of the magician in Shakespeare's The Tempest. So there is a reference in there. It's just not one that features the Primarch. Also, while we're on the subject, Prospero's servant in The Tempest was a creature called Caliban, a sort of mutated, twisted, angry guy. And of course, the Dark Angel's homeworld is called Caliban too, which is full of mutated and twisted monsters. Number 16, Horus Lupercal is next. Horus was, of course, an ancient Egyptian god. In the mythology, Horus was the son of head gods Osiris and Isis, but when Osiris is killed by his brother Set, Horus is hidden away and grows up in secret, eventually returning to battle Set for his rightful crown. It's a story familiar from lots of mythologies. Horus is particularly associated with inheritance and kingship, and you know, getting his rightful place as the successor of his father, which is pretty apt already. Lupercal is Roman though. The mythological founders of Rome, Romulus and Remus, were said to be nursed by a she-wolf as babies. In Latin, lupus means wolf, the Lupercal is the cave in which that happened, and the Romans actually had a fertility festival called Lupercalia in honour of all that. So Horus Lupercal is a mix of one of the two founders of an empire and a god famous for inheriting his rightful place as ruler.
Damn,
Primarch 17 is a Lorgar of the Word Bearers. As far as I can tell, Lorgar isn't really a direct reference to anything. The closest we can get is that it kind of sounds like the word logos, which means law or deductive reasoning. He also has a couple of other names. One is Aurelian, because he's seen as a golden being with golden skin, but the other is the Urizen, which is a reference to the 18th century poet William Blake, who constructed a whole mythology around his poetry. In that mythology, Urizen was a creator figure, a sort of deity that represented conventional reason and law. And like Lorgar, much of William Blake's poetry had a lot of religious themes. The joke here is, of course, that while Urizen and Logos are both references to deductive reasoning, Lorgar in Warhammer is the representative of blind faith in the divine. Starting from the premise that gods definitely do exist and then casting around trying to find one to worship. Okay, Vulcan of the Salamanders is a relatively easy one with a lot connected to it. The Salamanders in 40k are hardy artisans with an affinity for fire and flame. In fact, that's why they're called salamanders. In various mythologies, the salamander was said to be either immune to fire or could create fire. In Roman mythology, Vulcan was the god of fire, the forge, and metalworking, whose symbol was a blacksmith's hammer. Just like Vulcan in 40k. Also in 40k, the salamanders are based on the moon Prometheus, which orbits the planet of Nocturne, where Vulcan grew up, in the city of Hesiod. In Greek mythology, Prometheus was the titan who stole fire from the gods, and the first reference we have to that story in ancient writings is from the Roman poet Hesiod. In the myth, Prometheus is punished by the gods by being bound in chains and tortured. An eagle eats his liver every day, but he's immortal, so the liver regrows each night, and then the torture goes on forever. And that story is very similar to what happens with Vulcan himself during the Horus Heresy. Chained up by the Night Haunter, tortured every day, but unable to die because he's immortal. Right, I think the last two here are just a case of the writers needing to come up with some names really fast because they are Ferrus Manus levels of silly. Corvus Corax is the Primarch of the Raven Guard.
Stop! Not you hurting my boy! Ah! It's over. It's over for me, guys. It's over for me. Curse tortures him. Yeah, I forgot about that bit. I'm not gonna lie. I did forget about that bit. Ooh. He's just crow to me, okay?
Corvus Corax is the scientific name for the common raven. And Alpharius is the Primarch of the Alpha Legion. Alpha is the first letter of the Greek alphabet, so calling the very last legion number 1 is sort of a joke. But the Black Library authors have run with this over the years. There's an in-world rumour that he was actually the first to be found, and his twin brother is called Omegon, which is the last letter of the Greek alphabet. But all of that is written after the fact. I would guess the reason he's called Alpharius is because someone had a deadline to hit. Damn. Anyway, there we go. 20 Primarchs named after a bunch of stuff. Sometimes careful allusions to literary history that show you just how deep the references in 40k go, and sometimes not. And to be honest, the whole of 40k is a bit like this. Part of the fun with 40k is all those historical, literary, and mythological references all mixed up together in one big pot. So there's a few more videos I could do like this. Let me know if that's something you want to see. Thanks for watching.
I do! I want to see why, you know, why some of them are named what they are. Honestly, it's very interesting to me, even if their names are just like really like basic and really silly. I still think that the videos like these are very entertaining. Like, oh, I get it now. But also at the same time, shit, like that's like me naming if I had a kid, that's like me naming my kid, I don't know, boy or something, whatever, or girl, you know? Like, it's so silly, it's so dumb, it's so... Some of them are like, wow, they really thought about it. Some of them are like, you were trying to rush a deadline, you know? Yeah, let me have a kid and name my kid Guy, you know? Shit. It's so dumb. I do enjoy it though. It is so silly that it loops like I said about a lot of like a lot of Warhammer, right? It's so silly that it loops back into being very funny. It loops back into being low-key kind of cool and very funny. But you do have to admit though, that shit is like so edgy. It is very, very, very hilarious, right? We all have crunch homework moments. That's true. That's true. That's true. There were some other videos I wanted to watch. I don't think we'll watch this one today because I think we don't have time anymore. Like, it's kind of late in the day for you guys, right? But there's a Warhammer video that I really want to watch. We spent $2,000 to prove 40k is affordable. Like, I wanted to watch this before I like commit to like buying more minis, right? I wanted to, you know, watch this just to see, oh yeah, is it affordable? Who knows? Name the kid Hito Hito. No, oh yeah, that's true. That is so true. Is 2k affordable? I don't think 2k is that affordable, but then Yu-Gi-Oh decks can also be like that kind of price, in that kind of price range, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. So, you know, who knows? Like, who knows? That's buy a new PC money. It really is. So it's like, I think the sad thing is that we all share like a singular hobby that's very expensive, right? Oh, 2k for 4 armies. If it's for 4 armies, maybe? You know? It's a large upfront investment, but cheaper overall. I do think that like with a lot of hobbies, the one thing that you're paying for the most is startup costs. Like, it doesn't matter what hobby you're in, the startup costs are basically what consumes the most of your money. And then once you're slowly a little bit more into that hobby, you kind of have what you need to keep going. And you know what you need to repurchase. As opposed to just, you know, buying whatever you can, right? So 2k being the jumping off point, makes sense, but that's only because Warhammer 40k tabletop itself is a very expensive game, you know? Yeah. That's the thing. I think that's why. So, another video I wanted to watch was this video by Eons of Battle called How Expensive is a 40k Army? But this just came out 7 days ago, so we're gonna sit on that. What if my hobby is playing slots? Well, I hope you make your money back, bestie. Terrain is terrible cost-wise? Is terrain necessary? Genuine question to like the people who play in tournaments. Is terrain absolutely necessary? Like, yes? Okay. Then yeah, then too bad, I guess. Then absolutely too bad, I guess. Oh wait, when you guys say terrain, you mean like the actual like the plastic like bits of it, right? Like you mean like the actual like walls and everything, like grass that you put at like the bottom of your models? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no, that's definitely a big thing, then. You definitely do need that, yeah. But I didn't know that was like I didn't know that was something that you brought with you. I thought that was like something that, you know, was provided and you just have to like play around it. Huh. Okay. Okay. Grab cardboard, yeah. I think that there are definitely like ways to make the hobby cheap. You know, naturally there are ways to make the hobby cheap, but if you're a newbie like me and you want to start out, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're actually, you know, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know where to go, you don't know what the sauce is. Usually I feel like noobs like me, we just like buy whatever's official, and then as we slowly get into the hobby, realize that, oh yeah, there's better ways of like doing this, like, you know, like 3D printing and stuff like that, right? But yeah, I mean, I am curious to see. I mean, shit. It's like 7 p.m. in like it's like 8 p.m. in California. Surely an hour-long video won't take that much time, right? Surely, right? Can make buildings from cardboard easily? Mm-hmm. Ricky will make a video in August on how to start collecting Warhammer. I guess we know what we're doing in August, guys. I guess we know it's 4 a.m. in Ireland. I'm sorry, bestie. If you guys want to go to sleep, please go to sleep. It's probably really late for you guys. But if you guys aren't going to sleep, thank you so much for still hanging out with me. I really appreciate you guys. I'm on vacation, it's all good. Thank you. I do appreciate you guys for hanging out with me. I tell you guys, I feel like I've told you guys this, but I don't tell you guys this often enough. I really appreciate when I watch like Warhammer, like lore content really doesn't matter. When I watch it with you guys, because I get the opportunity to ask questions and have people answer, right? Because if I were watching this stuff on my own, I'd have to like Google or like go on Reddit or like go on like or like start a thread to be like, hey, how does this work? What does this do? You know? But because I'm live reacting to it, I can ask you guys questions and get the answers right back. And I really, really, really appreciate that. That's why I like doing these reacts so much. It's not so much like, oh yeah, this is slop content that I wanna make. It's more like I get like instant answers to questions that I'm curious about. So I really do appreciate you guys. I hope you know that. Reverse parasocial relationship. You think I'm parasocial? Nah. What do you mean? What? You can always watch Do or Don't series by Pancreas No Work. Most are 20 minutes. If you put that down, I'll write it down. I'll remember it, and then I'll. So I don't know if you guys have kind of picked up on it, even though we usually go off topic, right? Most of my Warhammer streams, I do try to theme it around something. I do my best to theme it around like a certain like topic, right? I'm not very good at it, obviously, because we go on tangents like a billion times. But we go on tangents like all the fucking time, but I will try to compile videos into like a singular topic that we can watch. But yeah, it starts on a theme. It never ends on the theme. But we do try. That's just the ADHD. This is me on medication, I'll have you guys know. Like, deadass, this is me on medication. How much worse was I before the medication? Fuck. This is horrifying. But anyways, let's keep watching this video, because I am very curious. Is $2,000 affordable in Warhammer 40k? 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to the Warhammer Podcast, episode 123. I'm your host, Brad. This is my co-host, Eric.
How's it going?
And today we have the most high-effort episode in our history. An episode that has been in the work for literally half a year.
Yeah, this one's been a while. Partially just trying to figure out how to do it, and also executing, because we put money on the line.
So without any further ado, let us figure out, can you actually afford Warhammer 40k?
Let's
the answer is no, chat. The answer is no.
Okay, before we get into it, 2 seconds. This is not just us shilling. We actually have new merch up on Orchid 8. You can get all of our designs on mugs now. So if you want a thematic paintbrush liquor mug to be cleaning your paintbrush in, it's now available, you sickos.
There's also stickers, which actually came out pretty well. I'm not like the biggest fan of stickers generally, but you know, I could see slapping that on you know, the carrying box of miniatures.
Slap it on your friend's stuff to devalue it. The Warhammer logo will devalue items, so it's of great use. All right, but enough of that. Let's explain to everybody the premise of today's episode.
So to start, we had the original $500 challenge about a year and a half ago. And in that, we went through every army to try and find out which factions could be legally purchased from Games Workshop, 2,000 point army for $500 or less.
Correct, but that was basically just a theoretical. And most of the factions couldn't even do it, as we pointed out.
Yeah.
And those that could do it had extremely limited options other than like Custodes, and relied on basically really strong combo boxes or hilariously bad units like Katana 9th edition to get the job done.
Right, which didn't feel quite right to do a follow-up episode doing the same kind of thing.
Especially since we always yell at people not to pay MSRP for models, find them through cheaper means, they're all over the place.
Oh, absolutely.
That's not
so
me.
this time it was more of a, let's actually do it. You came to me and said, let's actually spend $500 and buy an army. And
hold up, chat. Why does this model have a yacht? Why does this model have a yacht? To all the brush lickers in chat, what's your favorite flavor of paint? What is your favorite flavor of paint, chat? Wait, let me just look at it. Let me just look at their site real quick while we talk about paint, chat. Oh, the Daka one is so cute. Guys, can I get a fat 07s in the chat? Can I get like the fattest like 07s in the chat right now for me? Hey guys. Oh, 07s in the chat, buddies. It's over for me. We're gonna get some merch, guys. We're gonna get some merch. Why? Because I want to buy stickers. Isn't that common though? Do you actually like accidentally drink your do you actually like accidentally drink your like paintbrush like water? Is that like really a thing that happens? Okay, one in the chat if you've accidentally drank your like paint water. It's a rite of passage. I'm scared. I'm scared. What if I accidentally drink the paint water? Oh no. Everyone does it? I never have? Oh, okay. I guess some of us are just like insanely locked in and some of us are just like, oh man, I'm just gonna do it. Accidentally? No, on purpose. You drank it on purpose? Want to like get you like, I don't know, fucking lead poisoning or something? Shit. I mean, I was a kid when I did it. I don't think I've ever accidentally like drink. I don't know. I don't think as a kid I ever like accidentally ate anything like really fucking weird, you know? I honestly couldn't say that I've ever had something that was really bizarre or anything like that. But man, okay. Well, I guess I'm looking forward to drinking paint. Hell yeah.
And said, let's actually spend $500 and buy an army. And it was one of those like, let's buy an army that we can use because, you know, we don't have infinite money. But like not worrying about official MSRP, instead just trying to get good deals however we could get them, whether it's eBay, some combo boxes, secondhand, whatever was legally obtainable kind of stuff.
Yes, and then I immediately upped the stakes.
Yeah, just a little bit, which support us on patreon.com/SolarSingleton.
Great early shilling in the episode. What's our timer on this one?
Yeah, shill percent on this one. I mean, yeah.
But anyway, the point is, in this follow-up, we have purchased 4 armies to prove that you can get 2,000 points for $500 for most factions in 40k, as we're going to spend time pointing out various lessons and tricks as we go through how we purchase these. Hopefully this can help newer hobbyists who are watching this when they're starting out so that they don't waste money doing things inefficiently because, well, none of us are made of cash. If you are, support us on
Right. Right, and it's one of those, like, we're going to go through kind of like the story on how we got them, because you're not going to be able to get the exact same deal we already purchased.
Yeah, all of these are like bad for specifics. They are to teach you lessons. Like, you cannot go get the combo box I did 6 months ago that's been out of stock for 6 months. Don't go looking for it. It won't be the same deal I got 6 months ago. That's not the point. The point is to go find combo boxes. But before we get into all of that, let's lay down our ground rules that we're playing by, because we
Okay, hold on. What is a combo box? Is it just like, is it like the introductory sets where they just like bung a few like rando like is it like the introductory set where it's like Space Marines versus like Tyranids? Is that what they mean by a combo box? How to prevent drinking paint water? Don't put it in a container you want to drink from. If you put it in a cup, you will drink it. I now use an old tin can and haven't drank it since. That's so smart. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you. Prices in New Zealand? That's insane. Is it a good army? I think that's the thing though. Like, you can go really cheap, but is it good? Who knows? Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Okay, that makes sense.
Needed to have rules of engagement here.
Right. I mean, any challenge needs to have some rules, and it's not just $500, whatever goes. So one of the big ones when looking at getting deals is 3D printing. And for this challenge, we decided no 3D printing. We're going to get full real GW models, not resin, not 3D printed, whatever.
Yeah, it would be way too easy to do this with a 3D printer. We'll do that episode someday. Do not worry. But for now, we're going to assume that this is for new people who are interested in buying GW models off the shelf, not printing their own equivalents.
Okay.
Right, that's a whole separate episode, which we will get to.
And as for prices, we did not want to include tax. They're different everywhere. When you see a price tag, you always assume plus tax. That's just how it works. So this is $500 plus tax.
Yeah, this one was kind of tough because like tax is so different everywhere, but ignoring shipping was just not acceptable because like otherwise we just buy everything from the UK at a cheaper price and then the shipping is magically disappeared. It's expensive to ship that.
Yeah, for those who are newer, in the UK, models are much cheaper than they should be when you check exchange rates, partially because everything in the UK is worthless. See the pound.
I enjoy that you took that line.
But before we get any further, I just want to put a sanity check out there for people who don't know what they're looking at right now. 2,000 points is a full-size game of Warhammer 40k. It is not the intended starting point to get into 40k.
No, very much not.
There are cheaper and easier starting points. Look into Combat Patrol. You just buy a box, play that. The format's not balanced, but it's okay. It is your entrance that you work your way up from. You're not...
Oh, I see. That's what that means. Okay. Good night, Fall. Good night. Thank you so much for the super chat. Good night, good night, good night. Yeah. I am surprised. You want to know something? Honestly, I did not remember that tax was like a thing too. So now I have to like really like readjust what I want to buy in America and how much I'm going to have to spend. Huh. This is interesting. Okay, cool. 170 USD for a combat patrol box. Ugh. Ugh. I am so sad that like my currency, the SGD is kind of like worthless. It's like on the lowest of keys, like paper money. Like gamers. Oh, you guys can't see because it's a little zoomed out. Okay. Oh my god, you guys can't see in general. Okay, hold up. So, I don't know how to center this shit. Let me just... Well, it's about $217.87 for me to buy a Combat Patrol box in America. So, ow! $200. That's how much I spent. That's how much I spent on clothes in a year. Yeah, you guys can't really see because it's a little cut off, and I don't really know how to fix this for you guys either. So I am oh wait, you can kind of see from here. Okay, yeah, 170 USD. It's about 217 US dollars. That's how much I spent on clothes this year. Fuck. Also buying pain. Ugh. Ow. Okay, guys. Pray for me. Pray for me, guys. It's over.
Not meant to be blowing $500+ all at once. This is the realm of insanity. This is not where you want to be. This is where I live. Do not be like me.
No, very much do not be like Brad and just decide to buy an entire army all at once. Especially if it's your first one. That said, with all these rules in place, there are a few categories of the factions. There are the factions that can still be bought with the old $500 challenge rules of, you know, the Amazon 15% discount from MSRP. Ooh. Then we've got the factions that have honestly a lot of secondary market options, so you can find some decent deals pretty regularly. And then there's the factions that we actually bought. So with that said, I guess we can start and get the boring ones out of the way. The ones that fit in the old rules of under $500 with Amazon's 15% discount.
Right. So I set the patrons to work to do some free work for us. They helped me figure out what could be purchased on Amazon for a 2,000 point army for less than $500, just to nix these off the list and say, these are way too easy once we start adding on any other tricks. This is just buying stuff that you could buy right now on Amazon. No tricks involved. So those are Custodes, even with the price increases that have happened since the last episode, of which there have been 2 price increases, GW, in less than 2 years, and current points instead of old points. Custodes is still too easy. To give you an example, a patron found a list where they literally just had to buy 2 combat patrols, which ended up being like $285. So Custodes is flat out not a challenge. Great.
Maybe we should think about getting Custodes. When am I heading to the States? I am literally leaving for America. Wait. Tomorrow. I am leaving for America tomorrow. Why the US specifically? Because I will be there for 2 months. A little over 2 months. I will be there for a meet and greet. I have a convention that I am attending in person. So, you know, I'll be there. Hi. Am I packed? Yes. Ish. I still have like some stuff that I need to like pack in a rush. But I will be streaming on Twitch tomorrow right before I leave. I do this all the time so that by the time I have to get on the flight, it's a 15-hour flight, by the way. By the time I get on the flight, I'm tired. I can sleep through the entire thing. Yeah, so I will be in the US. I want to do a bit more Warhammer content while I'm in the US, because I thought, oh yeah, no, this would be a lot easier for me to do stuff while I'm there, you know what I mean? Because I think that Warhammer things would be a lot more easily accessible for me when I'm there. Rose Pink Custodes? Maybe just 1 box, okay? Maybe just like 1 box. And then we also have like plans to do more IRL content with my wives, my girls. 15 hours in economy. So you see, I've kind of figured it out, because I traveled to the US, like I've traveled to the US a fair bit, right? That if I specifically take United to the US in economy, I've taken it 4 times, and out of all 4 times, 3 times I've gotten the entire row to myself, because everyone thinks to upgrade to like business or premium economy. So economy in itself just has like multiple rows that are just empty, so I can have an entire fucking row to myself. We have min-max that shit. We have gamed it out. Also, I'm not very tall, so my legs like don't hurt at all. Get the Space Wolves Combat Patrol. The box is a great generic Space Marine box. I'm thinking. I don't quite know what I want to buy yet. I don't have like many concrete plans. I just know that I do want to get the Imperial Fist like add-on thingies that they have. How tall am I? I am 150 centimeters tall, or 4'11". Did they find the Warhammer yet? Is there a Warhammer in the Warhammer universe? Why is it called Warhammer? Huh? What the heck? Vulcan's hammer? Oh, you know, that makes sense. I literally just sat here and thought about it. Oh my god. Jesus, you're tiny. You want to know how sad it is? I always wear heels, right? Because if I don't wear heels, it's a natural debuff to me. I wear boots on my flights all the time. And I still can't reach. I wear high heel boots, by the way, on my flights. Because, you know, that shit's bulky. You can't really pack it in your bag. I already have other stuff in there. So I wear my boots on the flight. I can't reach the overhead compartment. Not even with, like, high heel boots on. My dream was to be a flight attendant. But then real life kind of said, hey, fuck you. You're a streamer now. Get good. Isn't that crazy? Man! I always have to ask people for help, like, putting stuff up. It's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Oh, this is a spin-off of Warhammer Fantasy. Sigmar threw his hammer at Archeon and AOS. He never got it back. Ah! Will you be able to reach the compartments above? I climb. I have to climb on the seats to reach them. Either that or some very kind people will help me put my stuff up in the overhead compartment. What if you stretch your knees to get taller? You know? I stretch every day. And I still haven't gotten any taller. So, it's not working out for me, huh? It's not really working out for me.
Grey Knights, famously probably the best combat patrol.
Oh,
Same
Grey
deal.
Knights.
You just buy the combat patrols and you can end up with a 2,000 point army. And to be honest, it ends up as a decently balanced one.
Yeah, that one definitely is fantastic for showing Grey Knights, kind of.
I just want to get the fucking baby walker. Ah, that's the only one that I want. It's so funny. I want the baby walker so bad.
Thing. The other common one that I thought of from the old episode was Knights.
Yeah, so Knights didn't make it in the original episode because we were stuck at MSRP. However, even with the price increases, Chaos Knights can still get by on Amazon prices. Only Chaos Knights, not Imperial Knights. For the first time ever, they're not a mirror like we always joke. Because Chaos Knights has access to more War Dogs, and to be honest, the most competitive list you're going to play is the cheapest list to purchase awkwardly of just spam War Dogs.
I don't hate that because, I mean, that's a fine way to get into the army and then have your whichever centerpiece big knight you want to get, you know, as your, oh, I do actually enjoy playing knights. I want to get the big one kind of thing. But yeah, neat that Chaos Knights was actually able to do it.
Yeah, so you literally just buy 6 of the War Dog boxes. There you go. Imperial Knights does not get to do that, however, which we can talk about. Imperial Knights, because they don't have access to the War Dog box, and their armigers are cheaper than Chaos ones because they keep trying to balance it to stop Chaos players from playing the best unit. And they refuse to write rules that make it where the big knights would be playable.
Yeah.
Imperial Knights ends up needing large knights.
Right.
At which point the budget is blown out of the water because they increased the price on them so much.
Damn.
$200 for a Knight Valiant is big yikes.
Yeah, definitely. But moving on to the counterpoint to Grey Knights, we've got Thousand Suns.
This one is actually impressive that we pulled it off.
I almost didn't believe it.
It's not the smartest list. It's a little bit of a meme, but it is possible. And it means you can get a realistic good Thousand Suns list for very slightly more than $500, even on just Amazon. But you can get Armin, 30 rubrics, 10 Scarab Occult Terminators, and then buy an Infernal Master and 3 copies of the Thousand Suns Exalted Sorcerer box, which will build 3 on foot, 3 on disc, and then 3 that you say are normal sorcerers, not Exalted Sorcerers, because they're the same model.
That is a good box. It really is.
It's the greatest box ever, but this is entirely too many characters. However, it's close to actually being okay.
It's not actually that bad, and it'll be nice like to have access to them when you buy some more sots or whatever, and now you're like, okay, now I can go down a little bit on the characters and choose which ones I like or whatever. But I mean, amazing that you can get to this point.
Realistically speaking, you get rid of the 3rd sorcerer box, you put in like a Terminator character character or something, and it's still a bit much, but it's close to a normal list. But it's possible, and it shows how easy it would be, so it's not very much fun for this challenge.
So, okay, the next one is Necrons on our list, and this brings up the question of, like, what if it's just out of stock?
Yeah, so right now, you cannot technically buy the list we found because it relies on a Catan that is not in stock that I also don't recommend buying because it's Finecast.
I mean, maybe somebody else found it on Amazon that it was in stock, but, like, I've not seen it and, like, stopped buying Finecast stuff.
Look.
What is Finecast, chat? Also, I'm not gonna do limb lengthening. That sounds painful. What? Guys, I'm scared of pain. I'm not gonna do any... Twitch chat wants to start a fund for me to get limb lengthening. But that sounds painful. Yeah, don't they, like, break your legs and put pins to stretch them out? Ow. Resin models? So that's different from plastic, right? Or are they the same thing? Maybe I need to watch a guide on, like, the difference in, like, models. Very as resin model. Oh, so it just sucks then. Okay. Are they gonna re-release the resin stuff in, like, you know, not resin then? Is that something they'll do? Because if everyone fucking hates it, then don't buy Finecast. Okay. That it was Games Workshop's attempt at plastic. It didn't work. But what's wrong with regular plastic then? They are slowly? Ah, okay. So it's just a matter of, like, biding our time then. Eventually. I see. Okay, I still just want to... I guess maybe I'll just get the Imperial Fist stuff first then. And, like, some rando Space Marine, so I can just make them yellow. Old resin. You have to wash resin? Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean by wash resin? Like... I'm genuinely asking because that sounds wild to me. What? Regular plastic is very expensive to make the molds, like several $1,000s each mold. Regular plastic is expensive. Resin was your attempt at making it cheaper. Wash it in soap and water? Oh. That sounds so wild to me. That's crazy. That sounds wild. Holy shit. I mean, I'm a big fan of, like, you know, like plastic model kits like Gundam, you know, that kind of style, but shit. That sounds insane. That actually sounds really insane. Oh my gosh. Okay.
The point is, technically it was possible on Amazon, even though the list is not great, and it's way too easy once we open it up to everything.
Yeah.
We'll talk about things we passed on that we saw but we didn't buy, and Necrons was constant.
I mean, just as an example, like today, I saw one get posted that was like almost 2K for $230. It had some extras that were like 3D printed and whatever that you just ignore, but like...
You don't have to, but we did for our challenge.
Yeah. But it was just one of those where it was like Necrons show up a decent amount of times in the secondary market. It's cool that you're able to buy it just straight in the boxes as well, but not a particularly difficult one at the moment.
And then for a last one, right on the fence, there are technically Space Marine lists, 2 of them at least that we found that are kind of garbo that you can buy for $500 on Amazon without doing anything weird, but it's still one of the 4 armies we're going to show off just because a lot of people watching this are going to be newer, so we might as well show off how you go about Space Marines, even though those who are experienced will know this is very easy. The list I'm throwing together, I put near zero effort into buying, and it turned out pretty great.
Yeah, it's...
I kind of want to get a little, like, little robot girly man. I think, I don't know why, but, like, realizing that robot girly man has, like, a little model, I kind of want it now. Oh my god. It's over for me, chat. Hear me out. What if I went to a rando Warhammer store and I live streamed whatever I could? I mean, obviously I'd have to ask for permission, But what if I went to like a random like Games Workshop store and I just live streamed? Like clearly you're not gonna be able to see me, right? You're just gonna see like a view of like what I'm looking at. But I think that'd be really fun, wouldn't it? Would you guys be down for that? I don't know how to do that on Twitch though. Maybe it'd be a YouTube only stream, but I think it'd be really fun. And then you guys are gonna see the true damage. All 3 Games Workshop stores in Singapore. No. I'll do it when I'm in the US. I mean, I'm leaving for the US tomorrow. I'm not gonna do this in like Singapore. I feel like Singapore. Okay, Singapore is probably one of the worst places to IRL live stream because there's only like what 3 Games Workshop stores in Singapore. If I live stream myself at a store there, I'd be doxing myself, right? Like, people hypothetically, I don't think anyone's creepy or weird enough to do it. But if I did that hypothetically, someone would be, like, crazy enough to, like, you know, show up and be like, hey, like, are you Miwabelle? And I'd have to be like, I don't know what you're talking about, you know? Games Workshop probably won't let me. I can't live stream myself shopping? Huh. Someone I recognize you though? Oh, I'll have a mask on. I always do. I always do when I go out in like you know the Miwabelle capacity. I always have like a mask on. Yeah, I will probably have to ask first. You know, I'll probably have to ask first. But yeah, you should dox your face through your reflections. Oh, then we'll have to be very careful about that. Well, you know, who knows? Yeah, I'll probably just see if like any LGS would be cool with that idea. But hopefully it'll be okay. Maybe. Or I could just take pictures, you know? I could just take pictures and turn it into like a mini video. Who knows?
It's one of those that's nice about Space Marines that there are so many things that pop up, and like the fact that you can technically still buy it on Amazon discount. So like you really get to pick and choose what you want kind of thing. You don't have to get stuck in like, oh, I'm forced to play Old Marines or whatever. Like all of it is potential after you look around kind of thing.
And Space Marines have constant discount boxes, so just wait a couple months and there'll be a new one you could buy.
So, I mean, on that, do we just want to jump right into that Space Marine list just as like an example of what you actually literally bought?
Sure. So we can do Space Marines right now as a bit of an example, real quick. To buy this list, all I did, this is the simplest story. I went on eBay. I bought some models off of eBay just because they were decent buy it now prices. I also went and found a Leviathan Space Marine half for $130 shipped. I put near zero effort into this to find a cheaper one. I just went good enough. And then I went on Frontline Gaming's secondhand store and I purchased the rest of the list of items to hit 2,000 points. It was that easy. So what we ended up with, we've got an Apothecary Biologist. We have a Captain and Terminator armor. I gave him a random enhancement for 15 extra points. We have a Lieutenant with a Combi Bolter. We've got 6 Aggressors, 3 Eradicators, 10 Hellblasters, 6 Inceptors, specifically Plasma, which is always the coolest, 20 Infernus Marines in 2 squads, 5 Stern Guard Vets, 5 Terminators, a Ballistus Dread, and a Redemptor Dread. So you got a pair of Dreadnoughts and a bunch of Marines. They're guys in tin cans. It's why people get into 40k in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty open list kind of thing. Like you said, like you've got a couple Dreadnoughts and a bunch of choices between what type of Space Marine you want to play with.
This is every casual Space Marine list. You would see this walking into your local game store at a table with Timmy playing it against Susie or whatever, and you go, yep, that's Space Marines.
Yeah.
Totally fine list. Nothing crazy about it.
I feel like the only real missing part is like Battle Line.
Yeah, so I bought this before the current data slate changes. Battle Line was not important when I bought this. There was no reason to buy Battle Line units. Oops. Pretend instead of 10 of those Infernus Marines, I bought 10 Intercessors. What?
I kind of love how in this angle it looks like they've all like fallen down on something. Right? It looks like they've slipped. It's kind of cute. I love it. What?
Whatever.
Basically, that would be the way, and it would be fine. Even if you don't, like, even this list itself with Battle Line mattering, you'll still have fun. Like, it's still a legit list, and it gives you an understanding of a bunch of different parts in the army.
Okay.
Brother, help me. I've fallen, and I can't get up. It's so silly. I love it. Oh, they're so cute. Man. Oh, when you go to America, if you buy Warhammer malls from local game stores, usually are 15% off. My local game store does this. Thank you, Pepperoni. I will take that into consideration. Any discount is good, in my opinion. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Help me, step brother in arms. I'm stuck.
So the next question is, what did I spend?
I hope it's under $500.
So we talked about it with the Leviathan half. I got 130 shipped. I didn't even include the Librarian and Terminator armor in this list. Like, it's just sitting off to the side, not being used.
Which is nice to have extras.
And then on eBay, I picked up a couple items and some other stuff off Frontline. These were the 6 Aggressors. It was actually 2 bids of 3 each. 3 Eradicators, the 10 Hell Blasters, 2 different bids on 3 Interceptors each, 10 Infernus Marines, which were stupid cheap. You can just buy those on eBay for like $30 right now.
Yeah, I've seen that one pop up a couple times now.
They're the junk, in air quotes, troop of the edition for Space Marines. Like last time it was Assault Intercessors. Now it's Infernus Marines. They will be harder to acquire when they move on to what they throw into every Space Marine box, just like it is now for Assault Intercessors. But for right now, they're stupid cheap. And then a Redemptor Dreadnought I picked up as well because it was sitting there calling to me. It's the first thing I bought because I like Dreadnoughts more than I like Space Marines.
I was pretty sure that you had the Dreadnoughts locked in.
No, I mean, they're
this
really
doesn't even
cute,
count. I own
still.
the Iron Hands combo box that was not part of this show. That's just something I own for the Spiteful Idiot army.
Yeah, but so the non-Leviathan part was...
So after shipping, pulled all together, it's $335. I won't bore you with exactly what everything costed this time because this does not matter. We spent $465 total and I put 0 effort in. I could have gone cheaper if I like really tried, but it was not worth doing. You could do Space Marines so many different ways and still get it under $500 because they have so many combo boxes, so many people who own them who are just hyper casual and will sell out of it eventually. There are a billion on the internet. We'll be getting into the lessons for each army as we do the next 3, but the point is, for Space Marines, every trick in the book will work if this is the army you were interested in.
Basic.
I actually have a question. Space Marines, how generic are they? Like, does this mean hypothetically I could just buy like rando Space Marines and use them for like I don't know, buy like I mean I know they're all basically like blueberries, right? But like, does this mean like hypothetically I could get one and just put like I don't know, like a Lamentor logo on it? Like, are they generic enough that I can do that? Oh, should we make a Lamentor and then like, oh my god, we'll do a Lamentor and then we'll buy like a really like nice, like, I don't know, like fucking Barbie bed for him and we'll just keep him there forever so he never gets hurt. So we can actually protect one of the Lamentors. Okay, I you know what? We're gonna Barbie Dreamhouse that man. We're gonna do it, guys. We'll get one. Do you believe? I believe.
Basically, yeah. And there's no expectation for it to change anytime ever. Like, they're going to continue to have Space Marines as a prominent thing in combo boxes and all that stuff. So, like...
This is Games Workshop's Mickey Mouse. There will always be another Space Marine.
Pretty easy, but nice to show that, like, it happens. Like, actually... But there were some other factions that had similar amount of like, wow, we've seen a lot of this.
Yes, things that aren't banned because they literally could just be bought on Amazon, but we banned because like they were very easy for us to do and we had no need for them.
Right, and one of the important things is like, because we're actually buying these, we want to have some use of the models that are bought instead of just buying them to say we bought them kind of thing.
We want this episode to not just be purchasing porn. Like, we're not doing this just to have people click on this and go, wow, these idiots spent the money. I mean, some of you did that to get here, but that's fine.
We appreciate you for being here, but
we don't want that to be your takeaway.
Yeah.
The point of this was to get use out of these, to make sure that we weren't just wasting money to waste money. So there are armies where there were great deals. We could have picked them up, but it's like we already own this army in our playgroup and own like 7,000 points of it. We don't need another 2,000 points of it.
So, yeah, I mean, one of the obvious ones being Tyranids because of, you know, this edition's combo box thing.
Yeah, Tyranids was very easy. You could just pick up Leviathan halves. That's super cheating. But you can also pick up other Tyranids in addition, and you can end up with a list very easily right now. Eldar was another one we saw a couple times where we ended up hoeing and humming if it should be one of the ones, but my brother owns several thousand points of Eldar that never see play. So it really was a bad idea for us to waste the money on Eldar for this. So sorry, Eldar fans. I'm not making fun of you you on this episode for once. It's just that it was a bad idea for us to spend the money on Eldar. Let them go to Eldar fans.
Yeah, and like there were some armies that you could buy, which is cool, but there's also singles and all that kind of stuff that you could dig through and find. But surprisingly, Death Guard was another one.
Oh. And Death Guard was on our original list, and we had the plan even. We were like, we'll do this. Berylio doesn't know. Our editor, for those of you new, does not know that we're doing this project. And we were like, he likes Death Guard. When he shows up on screen, he's a Death Guard character. And he doesn't own a 40k army. He just edits a 40k podcast.
This would be like a great thing to do for him.
But then, the fool,
he played himself.
The other Maroon, on an episode we recorded a few months back, he mentioned how much he wanted to get into AOS and play Ideneth Deepkin, and wasn't really that into 40k because his local play group wanted to do AOS more, which is cool. But it does mean he screwed himself out of a Death Guard army without knowing it.
Me right now.
It was not the easiest, but it was pretty common to find good deals on Death Guard.
Yeah, there were pretty good secondhand armies, partly because it was the 8th edition Little Brother army, as I call them. The half of the intro set that is not Space Marines. So it was in 8th edition, it was Death Guard. In 9th edition, it was Necrons. Currently in 10th edition, it's Tyranids. That's why all three of those armies are on this list of like, they're in at least the dude trust me bro tier, and some of them are flat out banned because they're way too easy, like Necrons.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like Death Guard is probably gonna like age out of that at some point in the nearish future, but like,
they are a more elite army. Anything that's like Space Marine tier can always get close if we're doing like discounted rates.
And the secondhand availability has kind of just like helped that out enough that whatever, we chose not to do Death Guard because it's in the you can do it kind of thing.
An obvious.
Oh, wait, I just realized, do we actually have anyone who plays Death Guard in like the chat? Also, if you guys are going to bed, good night, guys. Good night, good night, good night. Lamenters are famously hard to paint. Gotta do checkerboard and freehand insignia plus yellow armor. I will do my best. I have bought, I've decided, I've really decided, like, I realized when I went to like the Games Workshop like store in Singapore, right? Not the Games Workshop store, but the store that sells like like Warhammer stuff, right? The brushes that they sold me are really thick. So I went out and got some nail art brushes. Because I feel like if I use nail art brushes, maybe they'd be easier to paint like the really small bits, right? That I feel like that makes sense, right? Death Guard very meta at the moment, very hard to find secondhand for cheap as a result. Well, I don't plan on buying the Death Guard, so I guess we're good on that front. I have Death Guard and Nids. Is it because you're competitive, or is it because you're or is it because you like them? Is the question. Wait, oh my gosh, okay. Wait, Women Reigns Wheelie Socks gifted a Miwabelle badge in the chat, in like Twitch chat. So if you guys want to win a free Miwabelle badge, remember to _ enter. If you wanna win. Holy shit. I dearly suggest you have the Lamenter shoulder printed. It is time wasting. What I'm thinking about is, you know how with nail art, right? With nail art, one of the things that you can do is you can paint it already, right? Like you can have it painted already on like a small thing, and then you just like kind of just paste it on, so it's like a little more water like soluble on like for your nails. I'm thinking of doing something similar-ish for that, but with like, you know, the Lamenter's logo, right? Yeah. I think that might be the play. Either that, or like I'll go to my like regular nail artist to see if like she'll do. What if I got Lamenter's nails? I gotta ask my nail artist if she can do something like that, like Warhammer themed nails. That'd be so fun. Well, if you did a nail painting stream, I can't do nail painting. Like I am not good at stuff like that. To be very honest with you guys, I cannot, you know, draw within the lines, but I'll do my best. But yeah. Also, Ben, congratulations! You won the badges! Remember to click on the link to redeem. You have to, like, key in your, like, you know, obviously you have to key in your details so you know where to send it to you. But congratulations, Ben! And also, thank you so much, Women Reigns Wheelie Socks, for gifting the Miwabelle badges. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, like a transfer sheet-ish. I know they have something like that for nails. I don't know if, like, there's, like, a Warhammer equivalent of it, but, you know, it might be fun. It might be fun. I don't know what it's called. Can nail paint be used to paint 40k models? No, But I'm assuming that I can use like the paintbrushes for like for nail art, and like the decals specifically for nail art on like my Warhammer models, right? Tiny brush isn't all that useful for most of your painting. A sharp tip on a large brush is more useful. I think the issue that I'm kind of running into right now is that some of the brushes, because of how thick they are, they're a little hard for me to hold because my hands aren't big. My hand is basically the size of 1.5 Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like in length. It's 1.5 Yu-Gi-Oh cards. My hands are not big, so holding brushes, if they're a little too thick, sometimes they end up hurting. So I have to be like, I have to like really look for like stuff that, you know, works for me, I guess. A lot of pain is just keeping your hands steady and having some patience. Yeah, we're gonna be painting a fuck ton of blueberries to start with, because I think that would give me like a decent-ish amount of practice. They're called transfer sheet over at Warhammer. Oh, okay. Do you have to use a child-sized schools? When I build Gundam models, I use child-sized nippers. Because the actual like metal ones, I can't like squeeze them. Like I can't use like, I don't have enough force to like, you know, like squeeze them through. So I have to use like the baby ones, like the kid ones. It's really bad. It's like really bad. It's kind of not great, but we're gonna work with it. We're gonna work with it as much as I humanly can.
This one is also Imperial Knights. It did not work out on Amazon, especially because GW just a few weeks ago increased prices again.
No.
And as we talked about, large knights have ludicrous upfront prices now if you buy them first party.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
So it really doesn't matter though, because on eBay you can buy Imperial Knights so easily. Everyone gets halfway through a project of painting a knight and gives up.
I think that's the main takeaway I have from the Knights Trust Me Bro tier kind of thing, of just have to understand that you're probably going to get a work in progress project that somebody's dropped.
Just reprime it and paint it what you want. And then you can drop it halfway through doing it and sell it to somebody else.
That kind of makes sense though.
We can continue the circle of life.
Yeah, I mean, the other one was orcs. This just like always comes up. I mean, I just saw another one today or yesterday. It was like 1,500 points for like $250 or 200 pounds or something like that. Orcs are super common to see. I'm not entirely sure why.
There's just a lot of people who play orcs, and therefore there's a lot of people who sell their old orcs. But we did not want to go with it because Eric owns enough orcs.
I do own enough orcs.
As much as I want him to own more beast snaggers, he owns enough orcs.
So yeah, we chose not to do the orcs, and the last one was kind of surprising to me.
It was always right on the edge, and we debated it. It was Tau.
Thanks.
Tau, for those of you who don't believe in breeding GW's IP, right? But Tau is one that we kept seeing like decent deals on, and we're like, should we do this as one of the armies? And then we'd ho and hum about it, and then, you know, one of the two big pieces of it would get sold, and it's like, okay, never mind, we won't do Tau. And then another one would come up again, and we kept being like, do we do Tau? My wife already has like 3,000 points of it.
And then like there was the Kroot stuff coming up when, you know, I was like, oh, maybe things will change, and you know, saw a couple like Kroot that were for sale, but it's like, okay, what's it actually gonna do? Wait too long and it gets sold.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Kroot were on sale far before we knew what their actual points were.
Right.
Like for months.
Which great if you were looking at getting Kroot, but
risky for us doing an episode.
Yeah, we had goals in mind for what we were spending our money on, and it made it risky. And it would be one of those, like, we would just hesitate long enough that it would be gone, and it'd be like, well, I guess that's answered already kind of thing. And that just kept happening. So, you know, it kind of is one of those, you'll be able to find deals. Just keep looking.
Oh, they're the little lizard guys from the town. Right. Okay. Oh. I remember now. Godric, thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Thank you, bestie. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. They're a race under Tau. Okay, understandable. I get it now. Thank you.
So we've already mentioned half of the armies in the game, almost literally. We've mentioned 12
we
of
can
them.
do
So
it.
more than half the armies in the game have been mentioned as possibilities or just real easy.
Yeah.
So I would say that if you've got a $500 budget, which is for a lot of adults a decent hobby-sized budget to spend for the year, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I think
guess
that's
so.
the other thing is like, you don't have to spend it all at once.
Yeah, this is insane people talk. You do not buy the $500 all at once unless you're unhinged like us.
I mean, if you have the budget
Mood.
available and you're like, I know I want to do this because, you know, I've played with other friends and I have a friend group that's playing, this is the deal, and you have the money, okay, sure. But like,
For a lot of people, you ease your way in. This is what you'll be spending over your first year or 2 or 3. But we did it 4 times in 6 months. And while we do these, let's just go in order of like the least impressive to the most impressive. Because
kinda
again,
get
this
it,
is how
though.
entertainment works.
yeah,
I kind of get it though, because like as content creators, this is technically content. So you do, so like spending this type of money to make content isn't necessarily like, the craziest. But I don't think I will be purchasing and building a full army for content myself. Because where would I put that shit? Right?
yeah, it's like designing a storyboard and following it through. The next list that we're going to go with in the Chaos Space Marines.
So this is one I've had to
They
keep
feel
my trap
expensive.
shut on a lot as people keep mentioning CSM. And I know I own like many thousands of points of CSM now.
This one was not fully expected when it happened, but
This is also one where we could have easily put it in the like passed on it tier. We saw this several times purchasable, but one of them was such a good deal that we said, screw it, this is going to be the third army.
Right.
Or technically the
Damn.
second army. The third army swapped because it was Death Guard and then it wasn't.
But do you want to tell the quick story?
Sure. For each of these, we'll do story time on how we purchased them, and then we'll do what the actual list ended up being, the price of it, and then we'll tell you the lessons so that hopefully you walk away with something other than just entertainment from this episode, and you can be a smarter purchaser, customer, buyer,
I
capitalist.
actually do
Wow,
feel like
yes,
I'm
all of
learning a lot
those
from this
things.
though.
So,
Words are hard, and I have a podcast.
yeah, the army that was going to be Death Guard ended up being CSM because there was a great deal.
There was. So, yeah, it's kind of mundane.
Hold up, I clicked on it by accident. I made it too big. But I am learning. I do feel like I am learning a lot. This does make sense. Yeah, one day Sunny and I, we need to sit down and we need to learn like what actually goes into building an army. I think that'd be really fun. But hi guys, hi. You can have a kill team squad 10 men as your collection. You have so many races. Kill team is also significantly easier to manage. I don't want to get them yet because I don't know who I'll be playing against. Like I don't really have like, people I will be playing against, and also like I just feel like for right now, buying and building an army, even if it's only on like a smaller scale, right? I don't have the space for it at all. Oh, I'm glad you landed safe, Frozen. Really happy for you. That's really good. There's so much technique and knowledge when it comes to brushwork. Honestly, yeah, I do really enjoy the painting side of like Warhammer 2. I know we've been going very hard on like the lore lately, but I do really enjoy like the painting side of things, like learning about this stuff. It's very interesting. We haven't actually explored what goes into building an army and how to play it on the tabletop, so this might be very interesting. There are sites to help build. Yeah, I think that painting is relaxing. That's my concern. I don't want to like spend like a few $100s on buying like an army just to like, put it in a box and forget about it because I have no one to play with. You know what I mean? That's like kind of my thing. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to ease my way into this hobby a little bit, but I'm probably not going to commit hardcore into like, into like buying or building something specifically for play. That's what the tabletop sim is for. Exactly. Oh yeah, we did have a ton of fun at the karaoke. Thank you. It's hard to find time to play as a working adult, so I just collect and paint for display. I think that's kind of where I'm at too. What have I been learning? We were learning about the Necrons earlier, but now we're just kind of watching a video on how to make 40k affordable. Mm-hmm. Kill teams under 100? No, I mean, that's not really the point, though. The point is more like, I don't really want to buy an army for the sake of, like, building an army just to not, you know, use it. Like, it feels wasteful. It feels very unnecessary. I mean, I don't want to spend money just to make a singular, like, stream from it and then put it in a box. Like, if I'm gonna do it, I want to play. I want to play it more often. Not, you know, bring it out on occasion when people are like, hey, let's play. You can go on the Warhammer cruise in the Caribbean with Leah, Sunny. I don't think, would they let me live stream there? I have no idea. Painting seems more stressful for me than drawing. I don't know. I'm excited to do stuff like this because I do actually enjoy, like, arts and crafts. I'm not great at arts and crafts, obviously, but I do think about stuff like that. Like, I do think it'd be really enjoyable to do, like, more, like, hands-on stuff. Mm-hmm.
To show this one off, there were several ways we could have done this. It kind of fell into our laps instantly too, which makes it not the greatest story. But on one of the random times it showed up, my brother was on his way home from a work thing. He stopped by a very large game store that's near us, but is not like a local game store.
If you know what it is from pictures, don't say anything. Keep it hush.
Yeah, don't name the store because there's a lot of drama about this stuff with GW. But they sell secondhand stuff.
And it's really nice when stores sell some secondhand stuff for everybody involved, honestly.
Yeah.
So one of the times your brother stopped by and saw some stuff.
He sent pictures to us. We'll show them on screen. Yeah, I saw the cabinets, and there's a lot of cabinets. This was like 1/8 of what he showed in the secondhand area. But I saw all of this CSM, and the prices started like ringing bells in my head because like I generally know what a CSM list looks like. And I was like, hold up, this is like a one-stop shop. We have the list, right?
And like we had seen some CSM stuff popping up, you know, eBay and other things of like, okay, we roughly know what prices to expect.
So I quickly called him and said, stay at the store. I'm going to sit here and start mathing stuff out and tell you what to buy, and I'll pay you back when you get home. So I opened up New Recruit. I opened up a CSM list. I started throwing stuff in it that I saw on the shelves that looked like it was in good condition. And we ended up spending what on the shelves was $381 before tax.
Oh, I love this part.
Yeah, there was a bank error in our favor.
Yeah.
A lot of these items costed $30, and it's very clear that the kid at the cash register just accidentally forgot a 30 at one point because we paid $351 before tax.
I mean, I totally get it. Like, there's a certain point where you're just like 30, 30, 30, 30, and like your brain goes into this like power save mode, right? Of like, there's a continuous thing happening. I don't need to think anymore.
So I'm just pointing this out. We bought a Rhino for less than $30, and we saved $30 by dulling the mind of the employee at the cash register. Therefore, Rhinos are still free. Buy our hat.
Confirmed. But when we're talking about what we actually spent, that bank error in our favor is not going to the end total. We're going to say that like it was part of the cost.
Okay, exactly. We're just going to say it was $381 because that's what I should have paid for this. Also, if the store managers at this store ever see this episode, this totally didn't happen. I'm making this up. Do not punish your poor employee for a mistake many months ago. Also stonks though. So we walked away with the vast majority of the final list. Like, buy a single model for whatever I want, done.
Yeah, it was wild to see it all come together, just like sitting there, and they were good prices too.
Yeah, and the models are in good quality. We've got pictures of them from when they got home.
Hopefully Aurelio's been showing some of them as we're talking.
Look.
Ooh.
They're beautiful, YouTube, aren't they? Audio audience, look with me. Ooh.
I mean, I guess, like, hypothetically, if we're saying they're spending $500 on an army, right? This is before paints and everything, right? You won't be able to use it right now? I don't want to use it. I just want to keep it because I like tanks. But if they say they're spending 500, this is like before paints, right? So if you're basically like a newbie trying to get into Warhammer, I guess you'd have to budget like what, 600-ish? 600, 700 maybe? To account for like stuff like paintbrushes, paints, that kind of thing. I see. You can get starter sets for like 50 USD or less for paints. Yeah, I think you could do that. I mean, hypothetically, if you just bought like the 30 set, you bought like several of them, right? Wouldn't that be like enough paint-ish? Paints are really expensive? That's what I was thinking. I don't know. Wait. I don't know how much paint costs because when I bought the paints, like I bought like actual like Games Workshop like paints, by the way. I bought like I think 5 or 6 of them, some brushes and a big can of like primer. I think the total was like a little under $50, but I don't know if they gave me a discount, you know? You can get a good collection of base paints for $100. I just bought the yellow and pink one. Yeah. Guys, now we have to make the very tough decision. Hear me out. Do I buy Warhammer stuff and paints, or do I buy a Switch 2 so I can play Mario Kart with my wives? Aw, man. Don't buy Games Workshop's paints without a discount. They're overpriced. I don't know. I think the problem right now for me is that I don't actually know what the market prices are on like paints and whatnot. So as like somebody entering the hobby, what I'm gonna buy is gonna be what has like the store attached, like what the store has like, you know, attached your name to, right? Right? Hoes before bros? Does that make you guys my bros and my wives my hoes? Wait, is that what that means? Paints at my LGS are like $7 a pot. Okay, now hear me out. What if I went into an LGS in a tank top and a push-up bra with short shorts on? Do you think I'd get a discount? Hear me out, chat. Do you think I'd get a discount? I hope I do. Because if not, I've just dressed like that for nothing. And I'm gonna be cold. And sad. But while also spending a fuck ton of money on Warhammer stuff. We're gonna have to think on that, chat.
Yeah, we'll figure out camera eventually, but this is a pretty good step.
But for the last model, luckily this is the secret point of this episode to show you guys options available. And I didn't utilize one of the major options I would like to show off, which is mini swap. So I went on our mini swap and purchased the last model there to show off that this is an option. This is on Reddit. There is a subreddit called mini swap. It is one of my preferred ways to pick up models on the cheap. It's also a good place to go to sell your models. I have a general higher trust of mini swap than I do of a lot of other places. It's a pretty well run subreddit. Never had an issue, and I have sold and bought models at least half a dozen times each on this place.
Yeah, it's been since we started playing that it's been used, so.
The thing I dread most about using mini swap is that I'll have to go to the UPS store. And I don't like going there.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
I don't like shipping things. It's scary. I have to talk to the people and
honestly,
do things.
Mood as fuck.
Yeah, so okay, what did you decide to get from mini swap? Because I know that there's a bunch of CSM options if you're just looking for a couple days. Like,
okay, well, this is cheating because I blew my budget wide open. I bought a bunch of stuff, but only one was required for the $500 episode.
Is this thing kind of like doggy like and very cute? I think I might like this. I don't know what this is, but it kind of looks like a dog to me, and I do think I like it. But also, what the heck is a demon prince? I don't think I've ever seen that before, but maybe we don't. Maybe it's because I've never like really explored the whole like tabletop stuff. Maybe that's why I don't know.
So we're gonna say it was the Forge Fiend because it was well
so
under the price.
fair enough.
Let's get to the final list.
All right.
So we've got a Dark Apostle and his 2 little cronies. We've got the Dark Commune, which is the cultist leaders. We've got the Demon Prince. It's the old version, but they're the same size as the new one. If you really feel bad about it, put him on a rock. The new one is only like a 6-month-old model.
Yeah.
Wait, is the only difference that that this guy has like a shirt on and this one doesn't? Is that like the only difference? Oh, I'm sorry. His wings are also red, and this one's like wings are like green, but this one has a shirt on, and this one doesn't, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't think the old one looks bad or anything.
No, it's cute. It's not as detailed as the brand new one.
Right.
The Lord Discordant, the best looking model with the worst rules of 10th edition. A Master of Possession, which is hilarious. We'll get to the prices. A Sorcerer in Terminator armor. So we've got a lot of characters here. There's 6 characters in this list.
Which is a decent amount, but like not completely crazy for CSM.
Again, I could have cut this up differently and done less characters, but the point of this is it is a very good cross-section of the army when we finish this list out. So we've got 10 cultists, we've got 15 legionnaires, which was 20, but points updates have made it so that I needed even less to finish this up. So to fit in my Forge Fiend, I actually cut 5 of the legionnaires we bought, because I bought them as 2 groups of 10, but whatever. 10 Terminators, the Forge Fiend I bought, a Hellbrute, 2 Venom Crawlers, and a Chaos Rhino.
I mean, that's a pretty solid list. It's a bit heavy on the characters, but like not unreasonable. There's some cool vehicles chilling around, and it's always nice to have a Rhino.
All the characters who are leaders have something to lead that makes sense for the most part. We've got dudes going in the Rhino. Like this you can lay out in a deployment and it is a real list. There is nothing really crazy about this list, and again, it came in under budget. You could change things out if you really wanted. We'll get to the budget though. So to rattle off some prices real quick, we paid 20 for the Dark Apostle, 25 for the Dark Commune, 25 for a Demon Prince. All of these pictures have been on screen on YouTube, but whatever. The Lord Discordant was 38. The funny one is the Master of Possession we paid $18 for, which is someone new. You don't understand why this is so funny. There was a point where this thing was almost 95 US dollars because it was unpurchasable for like 9 months while being meta.
Yeah, which like don't chase meta.
Don't chase the meta ever.
It was stupid that it was at that point, but yeah, also dumb that it was a problem.
Yeah, last edition, it was one of the best HQ units in Chaos Space Marines, and it had been 9 months since the last time it was actually purchasable by Games Workshop.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that just reminds me of like when Ash Blossom was like limited and that shit was like $90 a card, and then they like printed it in like and then they just dropped it in like the branded like starter deck, and that shit immediately dropped down to like maybe it's like $1 now. It's like $1 maybe. Bro, so real. We love it when they flood the market with bullshit. I love it.
Sure, it's still out of stock on their actual thing.
It might be, but the point is it's actually sold now.
Right. There is ways to get it.
Then again, we paid $16 for a Sorcerer and Terminator armors, $16 for 10 old cultists, $30 for Legionnaires, $30 for Legionnaires, $30 for Chaos Terminators, $30 for Chaos Terminators, $30 for a Hellbrute. Oops, I forgot to push the button once.
Yeah.
25 and 20 for a pair of Venom Crawlers, $28 for a Chaos Rhino, and then $64 for a Forge Fiend I bought on Miniswap. So all of that, when you throw it together, is $445 if I did my math right, and if not, the correct one is on screen.
Not bad.
Yeah, so we're way under budget still, and like we can do whatever we want with the rest of this, and I could have done different. This was not min-maxed.
There were more options that could have been bought instead. Yeah.
Yeah, this was done to make a halfway balanced, nice slice of what CSM has. So I'm very happy with the end result here. It was 1995 points for this list, by the way, in the current balance. Didn't even use 5 of those Legionnaires. So it is incredibly easy to walk away with a good CSM army from what we've seen over the course of the last 6 months.
I mean, you know, to be fair, not everybody has a game store that's local-ish that has these kind of deals that they can check on all the time. But it wasn't that far off from what we had seen on other things popping up in eBay. And
like, you could just go on Frontline Gaming, which does secondhand stuff. It's a slightly higher price than our local place we've seen, but they have a huge amount of things that go through their secondhand, and that's purchasable online from anywhere in the US. You just gotta pay shipping. So like, you have an option even if it's not your local game store. However, this is due to drama with GW. They don't like you advertising online that you have secondhand stuff in your shop. They really don't like this, I've been told from several stores locally.
Yeah, allegedly there's been things said
to not show their secondhand stuff online if they want to keep their distribution of GW stuff. Because of this, this, you would have to go to your local stores to find out if they have secondhand stuff usually.
And
Okay,
as
that makes
annoying
sense.
as it
That does make
is,
sense.
it's also like not that bad to just like go into your local game store and see what's going on. So it's tough, especially if you don't have a game store that's local.
That's what the big ones like Frontline are for then. It's like the mega shop that's countrywide. And then mini swap is always a good lesson to take away from stuff like this. I really think it's far safer in my mind than eBay. I hate buying things on eBay. I have been scammed so many times in my life because I play Magic and One Piece and stuff like that, card game wise.
I'm
And
scared of eBay too.
half of eBay is scam garbage or people who will cancel your order and then repost it for $80 more.
It's so tough to recommend, you know, like, oh, take a look at eBay for your stuff because like it can be a pain in the ass.
I've never been screwed on eBay for Warhammer stuff. It always tends to be card game stuff, which is a vile place you should not go. But on that side of things, it makes me
Card
always
games,
wary
let's
of
go.
eBay.
And Miniswap has been pretty reliable and like just it seems like they're generally good at moderating things and like it works out well. All of that said, like this is another caveat of we live in the US, Michigan. So like that's our frame of reference when we're buying things, which means that like there's sometimes a larger community of people on Miniswap trading to people in the US than like Australia.
Yeah, this whole show is US based. I can only help you so much, Australia. At a certain point, you're on your own. Defend yourself from the wildlife and hope to find a good deal.
Yeah.
What about Singapore? No! It's over for us. It's over for us, chat. If you're from Singapore and you like Warhammer, it's over, chat.
Hopefully, you know, there's some local game stores
we are
and stuff
fighting
like
for
that.
our fucking
You can
lives
always
out
just,
here.
like, I don't know, like ask some old coworkers that might be like, hey, you said you played Warhammer at some point. You still do that? You need your army anymore?
Barter with the local kangaroos.
Yeah. But as
That's
much as
neat.
we've complained about eBay having potential scams, like there's some good deals to be made.
Oh, is this a
Ooh.
clever segue, Eric?
I hope so. Trying to into the third army.
Yeah, this was the third one we chose. I
Okay.
actually didn't think this was going to make the list. It is Leagues of Votan, which is shocking because I really had it nixed on the list originally as something I could pick.
There was no expectation of this happening, and like it didn't really change even as we were kind of looking around. Like you'd see a few things here and there, and there'd be like, oh, maybe here's a solid deal on a Sagittar, and then that would disappear, and it'd be like, all right, what do we do now?
Yeah, so for those who don't know Warhammer, Leagues of Votan is Space Dwarves, and they are one of the newest armies. They are only about a year old, and because of that, it's hard to
Okay.
find them secondhand. And also, the newer the sculpt, the more expensive it tends to be, which is just a Games Workshop problem. So we had no real hope of getting Leagues of Votan as one of our three armies.
No, not Games
However,
Workshop.
this was our eBay army. The story behind this one's pretty quick and simple. Ready? So I was on eBay browsing around looking for the third army we're going to talk about.
Which that one took a while, so it was nice to have seen a bunch of other stuff at the same time.
Yeah, we'll get to the heartache of that one. But one of the days, I saw a pretty sizable Votan lot. So I clicked on it. I'm like, this is large. And then I saw in the description that the person had posted, like, this is my 2,000 point army I'm selling. And I was like, I'll be the judge of that. So again, I
Damn.
immediately opened up New Recruit and started pushing everything into it and going, oh crap, this is a 2,000 point army. This was probably someone's competitive list. They got halfway through building, the meta shifted, and they were annoyed and moved on.
You know,
Honestly,
fair.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were looking at like playing 10th index and were like, this is dumb.
Yeah, they could have just gotten bored of Votan's index. That's fair.
But it actually was like a 2K army list put together.
Yeah. However, there was a problem with it. It was not up for $500. They had it on Buy It Now for $600. It looked like it had been up for about a week. And when I went to see about if I could do best offer, I saw that it said like, you will be a pending offer. They have declined 4 offers or something. So I talked to Eric. And I was like, do you want to have us bid on this? Should we just give them an offer and say like, look, this is our limit, and then see if they accept it? We talked about it, and I was like, all right, I'm doing it.
Because it's a pretty good deal, and it would be nice to have Votan. It would honestly be really nice to have Votan for our playgroup.
Our playgroup has a player who, for Christmas, got part of the Votan battle box thing because we bought it partially to rip the land fortress out and give it to Eric as his orc Christmas present, which is a whole different topic.
What?
So we had a very
Is that a
minor
thing?
start to Votan.
But like, there's interest in fleshing that out to a full list, and
Okay.
it needs a lot of help. So this would do pretty good.
Yeah, so I was like, I don't want to offend this
Oh.
person. $600 is probably a pretty fair asking price for a whole 2k points of Votan.
It seemed like that was reasonable from what we had seen other stuff go around, but it was up for a little while.
I said
Okay.
screw it. I've been told to screw off plenty of times in my life. I can handle it. So I put in a best offer of $490 plus the $10 shipping because you can't modify that on an offer. And I just
Yeah.
put in the note like, hey, my budget is exactly $500. I can't do a counter offer. I hope this is not offensive. I would really like this army. Hit send, and like 4 hours later, I got the notification that my bid had been accepted.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so
So
nice.
I guess a lesson we learn is don't be afraid to make an offer on something you're interested in, but be polite to other people.
Mm-hmm.
Also, don't be a dick. Like, I'll give you $15 for that $600 thing.
Yeah, that's not a great
yeah,
way to
people
go about
suck
it.
when
Yeah.
they do that.
Also, like, if they decline it, accept it and move on.
Yeah, so the army ended up showing up a couple weeks later. Everything was there exactly as pictured. Fantastic. The final list,
that's
for
nice.
anyone wondering, is a call, 6 Thunderkin, which I have as 3 and 3, but whatever. 10 Berserks, 10 Hearthguard that you can either do as 5s or 10s. 18 Hearthkin Pioneers, which are the bikers, which is the legal maximum number you could ever field. This is the one thing that we'll get into, but
Little meta chasing kind of thing, but it's also Votan, so.
a pair of Hecaton Land Fortresses and a pair of Sagittars.
Wait, I do like them though. I do think they're very cute. Also, they kind of look like turtles to me, and I do really like them. I saw someone said, "Oh, there's a Facebook group for Singapore Warhammer." I think the problem with joining Facebook groups is I am a VTuber, so like I'm a bit hesitant when it comes to like joining like stuff like Facebook groups, even for like Yu-Gi-Oh and whatnot. Because it's like, oh, I don't want people to eventually figure out, like, if I join with, like, my Facebook account, I don't want people to figure out that I'm, Miwabelle. So, do you probably need to offload it ASAP? I kind of feel like, I don't know, as someone who's, like, I do sell a ton of my stuff, once I'm, like, bored of it, but I do tend to sell my things specifically to people who seem like, even if it's a little cheaper than, like, what I'm looking for, if they say, like, hey, I want to get into this hobby and I really like this and I think this would be a good like jumping off point, I'm like, okay, you know what, from someone who enjoys the hobby to another person who enjoys the hobby, I mean, if this is your budget, this is what we're working with, it's not criminally low, I can give it to you for this amount, you know what I mean? But also, good night, guys. Good night. If you guys are going to bid right now, good night. We are going for really long and really late tonight because this is gonna be the last Warhammer react stream till I want to say maybe next week. I haven't sorted out my schedule for next week yet, but this entire week I will be gone. I will be at Offkai, so there will be no stream. Gotta protect your secret identity like a superhero but an anime girl instead. It's like it's genuinely like a security issue, honestly. Like for reals. It's not the best though, but we try.
Pretty good spread.
It's 1980 points, and then you can just take a 20-point enhancement, boom, 2k points.
Yeah.
This is a pretty fine list. I, in fact, did not know much about Votan, but I was like, Bricky knows Votan. So without giving him the actual details of why I was asking him about this, I sent him the list and said, hey, in a casual game, is this good? Because my personal belief was like, if I didn't spend every penny, I could have mini-swapped for the price of shipping the, like, 6 of the Pioneers out for, like, some battle line guys or a character in battle line guys, whatever. It seemed like for mini swap that would be something I could do for basically the price of shipping. But when sending it to Bricky, he said he was totally fine with the 18 Pioneers, even like casually. He's like, yeah, it's just a fast landed list. If anything, his argument was land fortresses aren't that great right now, so maybe only one of those. And I'm like, well, I would definitely keep the land fortress, so I guess this casually is a good list if we're not agreeing on which unit we wouldn't have.
Yeah, it's one of those where it was like, I don't disagree with what you're saying there, Bricky, but no.
Oh.
We're going to keep the extra land fortress because that's a cool model.
So I do think this one wound up being a pretty solid list if we had that. And I guess my
nice,
general advice on that fact would be it's a fine 2K starting point, and you're always going to end up with more than 2K eventually because you're going to want variety. You're going to want to be able to like list build and choose what you want in your faction.
And like probably something new is going to come out in a year or two of your time playing, and you're going to want to get that.
Yeah. So I wouldn't stress too much if what you end up getting, you're like, I feel like I've got too many of this unit.
Yeah.
It's like you will eventually come to a point where you're like, man, I really want to play a list where I run 15 of this model where I didn't really like it originally. Those will happen.
Is that a thing?
It's a solid starting point, even if not every model that you buy is your favorite.
So, I mean, this one definitely was a lucky get kind of thing. But most of the reason that happened is because you've been watching eBay and Miniswap and local game stores for a couple months now because of our third list.
This was the one where I decided to make us suffer.
Cults?
It
really?
was such a like, oh, that would be really cool if we could do it. It might be doable, and then you forced it.
I'm not gonna lie. I've seen like I went to like that one local store that had like Warhammer stuff just to take a peek, and most of the stuff that they had was like Gene Stealer cults, and I was like, oh, I don't really want to buy that, so you know, I just kind of like passed on it. But I didn't think they were that cheap. I mean, I guess they were like 11 months ago, a year ago. Shit. Good night, Frozen. Good night. Good night. Good night. Yeah, right. I thought that Gene Stealer cults were pretty expensive. I guess they're cheaper. I don't know.
So this one is, to pull the veil back, the final list is Imperial Guard or Astra Militarum.
2K Guard for $500.
I got
This
debated.
was not something that most people would think is possible. It is one of the most expensive armies in the game.
Yeah.
It's not AdMech or Sisters, which are probably not doable, but it is up there.
That would be very tough to do, but Imperial Guard is definitely troublesome. But you get tanks, and sometimes you can find decent deals on tanks. So it wasn't like impossible.
Yeah, and originally this is the idea that started this episode.
Yeah.
I actually do like, if I really like, you know, if I like really wanted to go like full tanktism, I would honestly want to try Imperial Guard. But also, I'm not a fan of having like a billion like mini guys out, so maybe that's not maybe like this isn't for me, because I'm very bad at keeping track of my things, so having like a smaller army would be a lot nicer. But I do love Horde armies though. I do think that Horde armies are very fun. Man.
I was like planning out a sequel to the $500 episode, and then I was like, what if I do something really impressive and actually buy an army for $500?
And then it was like, well, which army don't I own?
Well, no, it was more, this was in January.
Yeah.
I was at our LGS. They still had Christmas boxes for sale, including IG ones. So at the LGS discount, it was $177 for an IG Christmas box in January. They wanted them gone.
Which, I mean, it's pretty solid box.
Yeah.
Can I be real though? When I actually did like really like try really hard to find like Cadians boxes, and I couldn't find them. So I was really bummed out by that. I really wanted to get like a Cadian box, but they didn't have any, so I was really upset. I was really sad about it. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to like order this like online or something, and then have to pay like $20 or $30 in shipping because, you know, I'm foreign, and then have to pay like more on taxes because fuck, I'm foreign. Oh, I want to tank so bad.
Yeah, it's 2 Rogaldorns, 20 Cadians, and a Cadian command squad.
But I can also understand, like, if you're already in Guard and have an army, you don't need it.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, let's do the Christmas box. We'll say this one is one of the 3 armies. It's probably going to be the hard one. I was right. It wasn't a real hard bet.
I mean, we could have made another one of, like, Sisters, but that was, let's not.
And I was originally like, all right, we'll do this over the next month or so, and then we'll do the episode.
I remember those days.
And here we are. I believe this episode airs July 9th, so yeah.
party.
Half a year, a month, same thing.
This was not fun. This was the challenge part of the challenge, but to give you the story, we started off with getting that double Dorn box. Double Dorns.
Wow. It's not going to be a thing no matter how many times you say it, but, you know, just keep going.
I basically almost gave up at one point. We were like 3 months into scouring eBay, mini swap, stuff like that. And basically, anytime there was a good deal, I wasn't checking like every single day. I'd check like 23 hours after someone posted on mini swap, and you would see like 7 people DM'd them and they said sold on their mini swap thing. And I'm like, all right, didn't get that one. And that was basically the repeat there. eBay, it would be things that are too expensive or things in our price range that sold almost immediately.
And like this is the point in time where like we started seeing like, oh, Tyranids, Eldari, Death Guard, Orcs. There's a lot of those cycling around. That could be pretty easy.
Yeah, this is where all of the dude trust me bro tier came about, where we saw a bunch of factions pass by.
And it's like, why didn't we just choose that?
This episode could have been so easy.
But after 3 months of no success, didn't actually give up, surprisingly.
So my brother was at the store where he got the CSM lot. This is a different day.
Again, this is like 6 months of time, so...
Yeah, this was, I want to say, about a month after the CSM one. But he sent pictures, and in one of them, on the bottom shelf, I saw Guard, and I was like, stop right now. Show me these Guard. Show them.
Go.
Zoom in and enhance. Show me.
And they were a very solid deal. Like, real good. We ended up actually buying more than we used on this final list, just because we could not pass up these prices if we were going to make a Guard army and like actually end up with like 4,000 plus points of it so we can have variety and play different lists. We were like, all right, we're buying a bunch of stuff.
Again, it's one of those like, we intend to use them, so like we're not just going to pass good deals as they are there, because it's like, oh, we capped ourselves at 500. Well, this is the $500 list. We got some other stuff as well.
So after he acquired those models, I threw everything that we had now in a new recruit, and then I filtered out stuff that was still bad dollar to point ratios.
Do we get an Ogryn, guys? Oh my god, what if we got like an Ogryn and we just put like the Ogryn in like the Barbie dream house together with like with the Lamenter, so that they can like, you know, never suffer ever again in the rest of for the rest of their lives, because they don't deserve to suffer. They're just like little guys, and like I love them and I will protect them. What do you guys think? We just protect the Ogryn and the Lamenters. Who else is like really like tragic in like the Warhammer universe? Huh, chat? Gavin Bob, I know. We're gonna protect them. We're gonna protect them. We're gonna give them a good life, okay? They will never see combat ever again. Trust.
Because even with great deals, Guard is horrendous.
Right.
We ended up getting an extra 2 tank commanders with their little chode cannons, because whoever sold these knew what was good in 9th and 10th.
All right.
We got a 3rd Rogel Dorn, which I was like, at the time when we picked this up, I was like, man, I'm going to get made fun of for running 3 Dorns when everyone's running artillery spam and Guard when I show this list off.
It was very much you don't have any artillery and Guard does artillery. What are you doing?
Yeah, 10 more Cadians, Gaunt's Ghost, which I actually debated not even buying, because I was like, they're like $30-something.
Oh, this is the book, right? This is from the book, right? Gaunt's Ghost? Right? There's a purple orc among the models. Do we buy an orc and paint him purple? I don't know. But, oh, this is from the book, right? Okay. Sick. Now I'm excited again.
For a kit that I think is that much on the shelf. I was very wrong.
No, very wrong. There are also a lot of points, too, relatively.
Oh.
But Gaunt's Ghosts, what are you thinking, GW? Oh my god, they're like $70 for 6 stupid little dudes.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Anyway, not the point of this. We ended up picking up things like some Cadians and Bolgrins and other stuff that aren't in the final list, but they were purchased off to the side. So the final thing I did was actually a little bit boring, but I like the Leman Russ. I like tank spam. We already have 3 Dorns and 2 tank commanders, right?
And that was the kind of thing. It's like, all right, we need to finish this list out and like actually make make it a thematically fun list that you would actually play. You need some more tanks, like to do like, okay, you're playing the tank army. That's what you're doing right now.
So what I did was I went on eBay. I started looking at just buying Russes, essentially just new in box, because they're like 50-ish bucks or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
And I was looking around, and this is right when the whatever they're called, Solar Auxilia, they were coming out in 30K. This is like 2 months ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
So they were everywhere on eBay, and they have essentially the Lehman Russ, but if it was a 20-year newer sculpt.
It's so beautiful.
It is a Lehman Russ. It is correct in every way. So I looked at the original Lehman Russ I could buy, or for the exact same price, the fancy Lehman Russ I could buy.
Yeah.
So I bought us a pile of the 30K Lehman Russes. So I'm aware I bought non-40K Lehman Russes at the end of this. I could have bought 40K ones, but I have taste.
And I don't think anybody is going to complain.
One person will in the comments, which is why I'm saying this to cut them off now.
But I do like
Better
it
Lehman
too.
Russ.
Oh,
And
I
like
like all
you just
of
bought that
them.
with the standard discount.
To be honest, this was probably a couple dollars cheaper at our LGS, but I wanted to be hip with everybody where you didn't have to have your local game store having a great discount. So did that. I did pick up at the LGS just a Lord Solar, Leontis or whatever his name is, and he filled out the rest of the list.
Right.
Wait,
We
he's
do
so
have
cute.
a final list because we bought a bunch of other stuff, including some other Lehman Russes, but that's not the point. This list is in budget.
Hopefully we didn't add a bunch of pictures of like, here's the other pile.
I took pictures of them, so I'm sure at some point Borrelia will make fun of us by putting some of them on screen. But the point is, here's our final list, which I was afraid was not going to be good. I did Acadian Command Squad. I gave him a random enhancement. I did a Tank Commander, the second Tank Commander, who has an enhancement. Gaunt's Ghosts, Lord Solar Leontis, 10 Cadian troops, 20 Cadian troops, a Lehman Russ battle tank because it's the classic, even though I prefer Plasma. I wanted to put one generic Lehman Russ in.
I would have complained if you were just like, I'm just going to use executioners. And it's like, hold on, man.
Plasma's the coolest thing. I then did a Lehman Russ Executioner because Plasma is cooler.
But you got to respect the classics.
Yeah, they're the same points. It doesn't matter which one I chose. And then 3 Rogaldorns.
Hell yeah.
This list, because
That's
of
my
the
boy
points
right
changes
there.
and stuff that occurred very recently, actually dropped in points, and then I had to fill out the rest of the list with enhancements. But with the enhancements I chose, it's 1995 points out of 2K.
And like, I know that when you bought it, you're like kind of worried, but like, this is still a pretty solid list.
It would have been okay, and it's a great lesson of don't chase the meta. By the time you have your stuff together and you assembled everything and painted stuff, the meta will have shifted multiple times. What was an unplayable list will be the new hotness.
That's kind of what I'm worried about. Like, because okay, that's kind of like one of the things I'm really like worried about, right? Also, thank you guys so much for all the follows, and thank you so much for the Ko-fi donation. I can't read it right now. I don't know why it's not popping up for me, but I will read it off stream, and I will send you a thank you message. Thank you very much. This is one of the things that I'm very concerned about, right? Because it's like with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I can just like collect the cards as and when. I just need to have the money to purchase them, right? But if I were to buy an army specifically to chase the meta, right? I'd also have to spend time painting it, making sure everything is up to order and stuff like that, right? By the time I'm done painting it, with like how bad my executive dysfunction is, by the time I'm actually done painting it, it would probably be like the new like shit list. So, I just want to get my tanks and be happier. I think honestly that's probably like the smartest way to be part of this like like hobby. Oh, hold up. Yeah, I think like meta chasing is probably like the worst idea ever, just because like, dude, the cost is just the cost. It's not just a money sink, it's a time sink, right? So you just kind of end up like having a ton of issues, don't you think? It's kind of bad. Buy a Salamander Space Marine with 2 Imperial Knights as supplementary. I think, yeah, you know what? We'll just get our silly little tanks. And, like, a bunch of blueberries, because that is what Warhammer 40k is to me. Ricky always said, play what you want and what makes you happy. True. Like, chasing the meta only works if you're, like, actually a little, like, you know, if you actually really do care about it that much, then yeah, why not go for it, chase the meta, but like, we should all just have fun.
Rogaldorns are on the rise right
I
now.
love
No one was
Rogaldorns.
playing one when I bought that battle box at Christmas.
But also, like, very cool model. You're gonna want to play it, like, if you have a chance kind of thing, if you have any interest in tanks. So, yeah,
I
I
love
like the
him.
list just because it's cool. But you also asked Bricky.
Yeah, because us liking it is one thing, but neither of us play guard. And I'm always self-conscious because guard players are unpleasable. So I sent the list to Bricky, and I was like, hey, bro, if I played this list in a casual game as guard, do you think this is like a normal list? And he was like, it's not an optimal meta list, but it's like a fine, sane, totally usable list.
He did bring up the potential shortfall of objective play, which, yeah.
It's fair. It's a tank-heavy list. They're always going to be like that.
Yeah, you've got, you know, 2 groups of Cadian shock troops. So, yeah, all right. You're just going to kill stuff.
So I was pretty proud of myself because I got the badge of approval from a known guard guy. It means I didn't screw up too bad. I really hope I did the guard proud, guard players out there, because I know on previous episodes I get a lot of flack from you guys. I hope you salute and approve of a bunch of tanks and 30 Cadians.
I feel like the fact that we managed to get this army put together for Imperial Guard for $500, one, it was difficult. If you're going to try and replicate this, be prepared for the long run.
Yeah.
But also, like, it is doable. So, I mean, that's just, I think we did a pretty solid job there.
Let's prove it. Pricing. I bought the Christmas box for $177. Glance Ghost for $32, which I almost didn't have him buy. $50 for the last Rogaldorn. $32 for each of those tank commanders, which is a steal. 10 more Cadians for $25 because they ended up in this list. Hilariously, they were not in the old iteration before point changes and then things got all screwy. Then I just bought a pair of Lehman Russes, each for $52, and Leontis himself for $46 at our LGS. Grand total, $498 shipped.
Hell yeah.
It is
Not
kind
much
of
leeway,
expensive,
but
I'm a little
like,
smug that we pulled this off, all right?
Yeah, successful.
It is
so,
under
I mean,
budget.
there are a bunch of things on this one. Like, yeah, it took a bunch of time. You did get some decent deals on the 30K version because it was coming out kind of thing.
For some lessons, let's break it down. This was stressful and tiring. I would not recommend trying to stick to a super tight budget with these known expensive armies. Guard, Sisters, Gene Stealer cults, Drukari, especially not AdMech. Anything down there at the bottom end of the spectrum for affordability is probably a very bad attempt to do something like this. Know which armies are very expensive and try to avoid them if you're on a budget.
And we were trying to, like, buy it all kind of at once to a certain aspect to, like, finish this project. You don't have to do that.
We had our hard limits of it had to be exactly 500. I can't be like, oh no, I spent $530 and you all call us a sham, we failed the challenge, right? So I had to make sure we were under 500. You, when you buy things, can go 530 versus 500 is probably the same thing over a 6-month period for you, the viewer here.
So one of the nice things is you can use other kits that are basically the same, but potentially newer and better, and just say that they're, you know, for example, 30K Solar Ox can just be Cadians.
Yeah, that one I did debate doing for this. I avoided it because I didn't want to get called liars, other than the Lehman Russes because they look better. Screw you. But you can get like 20 Solar Auxilia from 30K for the exact same price as 10 Cadians right now. So if you're really trying to save money and you want to play like guard, heavy guard, and just play a whole bunch of dudes, look into stuff like playing Solar Ox. It does not matter if your Cadians are wearing cooler uniforms. It's the same deal.
And I mean, that also goes into the whole, like, if you're buying secondhand stuff, some of it's going to be put together, which means, like, WYSIWYG is going to be weird.
Yeah, but it will not matter early in your career no matter what. And even late in your career, it still won't matter for 99% of players.
Yeah, so, like, don't worry about, oh, it doesn't have the option I want. Does it look cool? Is it the option you like? Is it a good deal? Go for it. Same thing of having alternative kits that are so close that it just doesn't matter.
I will say for a final point here, one that I did not follow when I used eBay for this to make this for you guys is if you have an LGS that has good deals, support your LGS over eBay. It's nice for your local game store to get some love.
I mean, it's also going to generally be easier.
It's true as well, but just if you like your local game store, support them. It's a nice final lesson to take away from this.
Absolutely. Check out your local game stores, then then check out things like Miniswap. Then, you know, look at the eBays and
Frontlines and non-local stuff.
yeah.
And when in doubt, don't pay full MSRP. Amazon is always discounted over that at least. And as a final reminder, we banned ourselves from using 3D printers. Absolutely okay to use. There's basically zero stigma in the 40K community about 3D printing stuff. A lot of people will talk to you about how happy they are about what they just printed. If you're looking to save money, we'll do a 3D printing episode another day where we talk about building armies from that angle.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense for this because you were either going to try and like buy them online, or like you'd have to have a 3D printer already or know somebody. So like it is an avenue, but we just removed it from this for the moment because it was easier.
So what did we end up with? Extra armies we've got to paint and put together and eventually learn how to play.
Somehow there's more tanks, just more tanks, always more tanks.
All right, so that covers the last list. So now that we've got all 4 of these armies, well, 3 of them, the one is just the Spiteful Idiot army that we already had.
We have to do something with them, like paint them and stuff.
It's time to play.
So what do you guys think we should do with them? Leave ideas, whatever you think of. If you want to see us do like some crossover challenge thing or something, throw ideas out there. We'll figure out what sounds cool to do.
Yeah, I mean, I love the crossover challenge idea because that means somebody else is painting.
This is all a scam to get Eric to have to paint less models. I see now.
Damn.
I'll take it.
I see why you put this in the show notes at the end. All right. Also, if you guys like this episode, please take a moment to do the YouTube pleasantries. It would help a lot. This episode was a lot of work to make, a lot of work to edit. It would just be real helpful to us. And if you enjoyed it and think other people would enjoy it, share it around. Show it to friends. Maybe you all want to get into 40K and suffer the brain rot we all suffer from. It's fun.
Yeah, something like that. But hopefully this is helpful to those trying to get into the hobby and are worried about how do you find the best deals kind of thing. Hopefully this gives you some understanding of what to look for.
But anyway, give us your ideas for what you want us to do with them, and I promise you guys will be seeing these armies again.
Yeah, absolutely.
But before we get out of here, episodes like this are hard to make, take a lot of work, take a large amount of actual money, which is why we're very thankful that we have so many great patrons helping us to keep this show running. Some of those patrons pay us enough that we have to read their names every month. They are 3D Frank,
4K Fart,
99 Nines,
Adrian.
I super agree. Thank you all. Thanks all of you for watching you watch my videos, you watch my lives. I basically get ad money every time you guys watch my shit, and I really appreciate it because that means I'm not going hungry. Let's fucking go. Also, this means that I can buy, you know, like Warhammer stuff. Which, you know, am I stuck in a loop? And now I can buy the nice bread. Let's go. The Emperor provides. The Emperor is providing right now. No shame there. Yeah, we're stuck in a loop, guys. I watch Warhammer stuff so I can buy Warhammer stuff. I guess this is where we're at. Would you put Santa in the base of your cadence? I don't know how to do that. I will have to watch a tutorial. I honestly think that like one of the streams that I want to do, like one of the upcoming streams I want to do is I want to do a stream where we just watch like painting videos, because I am genuinely curious about painting techniques. We did watch someone do like a speed paint of like a Thousand Suns like model, and that was really interesting. Like everything that he did seemed very like efficient. It seemed very smart. He still took an hour to paint like the one guy, which is crazy to me. But like I'm excited. I do want to like watch a video on how to like you know, like zhuzh it up and make it look really nice. You know what I mean? I think it would be really fun. I think it would honestly be really, really, really fun. There used to be a 3D printer stigma in the early 2010s, but why though? Have you heard about the Necrons that went crazy and just killed Tyranids and don't ask? Wait, what? Trim hell is real? I thought that video that we watched, the speed paint one, was really interesting. Cause the way the guy did it, right? He did it so cleanly. It was so nice to watch. Because it's not like he didn't like fuck up or anything. He didn't like go outside of the lines, you know? And there's something like really cool about everything that he did in that video. It was really nice. If you wanna, yeah, I will, we will have to, like I said, you know, usually before I watch anything on stream, just a reminder, if you guys are suggesting videos, before I watch anything on stream, they are all pre-watched by a manager of mine to make sure that there are no gamer words. Yeah, to make sure there are no gamer words, to make sure, you know, like, everything is, like, basically safe enough for me to watch on stream. For the most part, yeah. Also, someone did ask how come I don't want to play like Warhammer games versus like how come I don't want to play games versus chat, right? Like webcam style. And that's because you can't control how people behave, right? Online sometimes. And there was like an incident, it didn't happen to me. But there was an incident that happened to someone else who was what was it? Who was like doing like a camera versus camera live stream versus like their chat. And the one guy whips his donger out because he thought it'd be funny, and the streamer got banned. So, you know, to minimize in incidents like that, we're not gonna, we don't really do like games against chat because what the fuck, right? Because straight up, what the actual fuck? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, no, some member of their chat thought it'd be funny to like, you know, thought it'd be funny to do something like that. I mean, honestly, it was very like clearly sexual harassment, right? You know, because who does that? But she got banned for it. 07's in the chat. But we don't do stuff like that here just so that kind of situation doesn't happen to me. What channel? I mean, I guess the Warhammer React channel is just perfectly fine. We're just talking of painting. Yeah, no. That's the thing. No, I'm just addressing a comment that I saw earlier about why I don't do like games versus like, you know, my community. It's because of incidents like that. You know, we're not gonna do stuff like that. It's a little safer to not do that, you know. Just out of maybe I'm a pussy, I don't know, but out of like safety, doesn't seem like a good call or anything like that, right? Anyways, I think we're gonna rate out, guys. We're gonna rate into, let's see, who is live right now that I love. There is Mamie. I think we're gonna rate into Mamie, guys. YouTube chat, you will also be going to Mamie because I am not capable of thinking right now. I am very tired. I'm very tired. I'm not really capable of thinking right now. So I would love you guys. I would love it if you guys would be really nice to Mamie. I love her. She is my gen mate. She is my queen. And yeah, we're gonna rate out into Mamie on both YouTube and Twitch. I have to go pack the rest of my stuff now. I still have some things that I like bought in a rush yesterday while I was out because I realized, oh yeah, I need these things and I'd forgotten them. As corporate as it sounds, brand protection is important. It really is though. Because like you guys know that this is my job. Like this is my like source of income. So if something happens that fucks with my source of income, I'd be really upset, you know? But anyways, I will be seeing you guys tomorrow on, I don't know if Nova's live. She's not appearing live for me, which is kind of weird, but I will be rating on to Mamie. So, tomorrow we will be doing Yu-Gi-Oh! I will be doing the 2008 Yu-Gi-Oh! Event before I fly off. Okay? So, chat, you guys need to make sure I don't accidentally fall asleep. Hopefully we don't, but I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? I love you guys and thank you guys so much for being here. I really, 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 really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you, and I love you guys. Bye! We're gonna be sending off Twitch first. Twitch has been sent. But anyways, guys, on YouTube, good night, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I love you guys so much also. I will be updating, the live, like, I'll be updating my YouTube posts as much as I can. But if you guys want more updates, like, more, like, in-the-moment updates, I will be more active on Discord, naturally. But thank you so much. No, it's okay. Thank you so much for being here, Bonjour. Thank you. It's a brand friendly channel. Okay, that sounds great. Please, like, I'll put that down somewhere. Hopefully I remember, but thank you so much, okay? And I love you guys. Thank you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.